I can kill you blindfolded with all of my limbs tied behind my
You're
back.
already blindfolded. Even without a blindfold on, you're still blind.
What are you gonna do? Spit on him?
Cora, you said that hell would have better decorum, like better like interior design than heaven.
Decorum,
like
yeah.
In the Quran, they have green pillows that you can sit on. That those.
Deserve to be called the truest, just as we tend to assume. Naively suppose that the people always will back to that. Achilles that he has no religious ideas, but no one can fall so far away from humanity that he knows.
Back to what matters. These numbers are great, man. Yeah, they need to be approximated and lowered down. I mean, why not? Like, you would do that naturally. Like, you would go with the smallest unit anyways. And we could always look at relations with that smallest unit. We would just, like, scale it up or down. But we need that smallest basic unit. Okay, so, what's the... This is Mark. He looks like 100 developed features. Look at it.
Negative, now that you've been here for like 5-10 minutes and you said everything you've had to say, so you had to go and call for violence also, and not even that fell flat. So how do you feel now that every single thing you said falls flat?
Free Palestine. Fuck Israel. Fuck Netanyahu. I have no problem with Jews. Jews are something.
You said Hitler should get a job.
Guys,
The so-called good Jews could be hiding.
For the bad Jews, for the Zionists, I'm a big threat. I promise you, I'm a Muslim, yeah? And I will come and I will kill at least 50 of y'all before I die.
You'll be waiting.
What?
Negative. I'm Swedish, but I'm a Zionist. Do I also deserve to die?
You're dying, bro. I'm gonna give you a wedgie and then kill you. I'm gonna kill you with a wedgie.
I'm gonna become a Muslim Zionist for Israel.
You cannot be a Muslim Zionist, right?
I'm doing it.
That way you can be a Muslim woman, yes?
You've
I
convinced
think you would look very good in a hijab.
Actually, I'm thinking of compiling a list of all of the Muslims that support the state of Israel. I thought that'd be fun to publicize.
Yeah, do it.
Honestly, man, Zabu, you'll look really good with a hijab on. Not lying.
I'm only gonna wear a hijab now. Porn heavy though.
Right. Gotta make a living.
What's the famous hijabi porn star? I don't remember her name.
Mia Khalifa.
Is that her?
Yeah,
Yeah, but she wasn't Muslim.
Nina Khan.
Oh, she wasn't?
No, she's Christian.
There's a meme going around Twitter, which is like the reason why Arabs have to put their women in like bags is because they're all like dirty little sluts that will fuck you at the drop of a hat. And, like they needed to be especially controlled compared to other women because they're like so. I don't know. What do you think about this? What do you think about this theory?
I mean, pretty slutty, so.
We're not Arabs. We're not fucking Arabs, Abu. We're talking about Arabs right now.
Yeah, fuck Arabs, actually.
Yeah, it's true of negative's mom at least.
Very funny, Tom. You're very funny. The rabbi is very proud of you.
Arabs are really
Is that
bad.
a Japanese accent?
Yes. No, I don't know, man. You people are so superficial, man. Come on.
We're
You all know.
and insulting our appearances. That sounds like a little bit more superficial.
Honestly, bro, you people are. Yeah, you're kind of smart, but like, no. Y'all are weak.
Wow.
Like ladies.
That's nice. Thank you.
Smart.
Well,
You're not smart because you know how to get
I think
the
he's starting to like us.
I'll take 1 out of 2.
I think he loved us the whole time.
Honestly, bro, like, I'm not gonna lie. You're just like, I don't know, man. If you're lying,
Friends we
you're
made
not
along the
dying,
way.
bro. You're not dying. I'm telling you. Mark, you wouldn't be scared. Muslim is gonna be in front of you, you'll be scared. A real Muslim, you'll see a real Muslim, you'll be scared. Teach your past, sir.
Too, like he's trying to compete.
Yeah, I think like Farhad needs to also come up.
But what Native you need to understand is that before I die, I'm gonna paint the Kaaba rainbow and bring gay rights to.
No. The only thing you can do is
I'm gonna spray paint.
You can suck my balls back.
And be.
You can suck my balls
Oh,
back.
you're doing it, yeah? Oh.
I actually think it'd be kind of fun if there were some pro-gay rights activists that triggered like a paint bomb to go off and like spray rainbow, and then they would
back and hey Hitler, and he will put you in the gas.
No, I just think like in terms of like extremist activism, that'd be an LGBTQ one.
You know what'd be fun?
Listen, I accept.
I don't really take pleasure in, like, you know, you see those weird braids you have, those Jews, you know, the weird braids, a little hat.
So I accept everything.
I would break that long nose off your face, man.
Very clearly curls.
I accept everything.
Long nose you have, bro. That big ass nose.
Sir, I accept everything you're saying. I think, you know, the numbers are on your side, and then you will successfully wipe all of
You get all the nose from the hose because you was a big.
He's a rapper.
Yeah, so
So you gotta bring Farhat too. He has stuff to say.
Rappers. What about? I'm a cartoon character. I'm smart. I'm Jewish. I have a big ass.
That sounds just like her.
You did know the guy in your profile picture has Jewish grandmother.
Native. How do you feel about the fact that Arabs have noses that are the same as Jews? That we both have both noses.
Arabs are superior than y'all.
Oh, the Arab
Also,
noses look
thinking
way
about that
better.
question for you, how do you feel about Muhammad being like a rapist, murderer, warlord?
I know at least 50 Muhammad. Which Muhammad are you talking about?
The peace be upon him.
There's a guy, you know, he was a Jew. He became a Muslim.
Muhammad was a Jew?
You know that Muhammad killed the woman's family and then married her like right away?
Dick move.
That's a dick move, bro. Dick move.
What about your Masih?
Look up Sophia.
Masih is gonna come, and what will happen? Yeah, you know Gog and Magog? They will fuck him. How about that?
Oh, well, I don't think Jews would do
Yeah,
that.
you
So
Gog and Magog are
Go
gonna
get
come,
defeated, dude.
and they will fuck your Masih. Remember
They
that?
kind of already got defeated.
Your Masih? What's he gonna do?
how do you feel about the fact that Muhammad had sex with a child?
Masih is coming. He will save us. Rebuild the temple. Sacrifice the people.
Negative. Where are you from? What country are you from?
Bro, I'm from Kurdistan.
How old are you?
Kurdistan?
Kurdistan, yeah. It's a post-Soviet country.
Oh, interesting. Is that like
Oh, yeah.
Kurdistan? Is that just every Arab country?
No, it's a Soviet country. Kurdistan. I'm a Caucasoid.
The land of the poop. I get it. Yeah.
No, it's not poop.
he's from the Caucasus.
Yeah.
He's
Caucasus.
Caucasian.
I'm a Caucasoid and I'm a Negroid.
Oh.
But how do you feel about the fact that Muhammad had sex slaves, like Maria the Coptic? Like, isn't it weird that a really good guy would have a slave that he like has sex with and rapes?
You know, Muhammad bin Tahtah, he had 3 Jewish slave girls.
Yeah, he raped them all because he's a monster.
Yeah, Muhammad bin Tahtah. Yeah, he's a rapist.
Yeah, your prophet hurts women.
Tahtah. No, bro, you're talking about prophet and law. So such a Jewish move, bro. Get out of that prophet law system, bro. Ooh, Rothschild.
Why do you have sex slaves? And why do you
How do you feel about Gal Gadot being a whore? He's also a Zionist bitch.
How dare you? She's
Oh,
hot.
Gal Gadot. Yeah, she's really cool. Great actress.
Never.
Come on. Great actress.
She's pretty.
Like, listen, it's impressive the career she's developed, but great actress. Come on, let's be honest.
Free. But you know what? Palestine it still belongs to the Palestinians, not you. You guys can go back to Poland or wherever you came from.
Well, you should
None of us live in
Wherever we came
Palestine.
from.
Why are you blaming us for Palestine? We didn't do it.
I mean, I agree with him. I think we should go back to wherever we came from.
You think you came from the promised land? No.
What?
Yeah.
Listen, I am ready to go back to wherever we came from.
We all live in America. Why are you coming for us? We didn't do Palestine.
And so, do you believe that Israel has committed a genocide in Palestine?
I do, but not everyone does.
So, how can you tolerate these dumb dimwits?
Because we can tolerate
You're
each other.
tolerant. Oh, you're a tolerant Jew. I get it.
We tolerate you well
This
enough.
is why you need to die also, but
No,
I mean, because you support the genocide of the Jews, and we tolerate you.
No.
Right?
Never a
You
genocide.
just said you wanted all the
You
Jews
wanted
to
Hitler
die.
to finish the job.
Ethiopian Jews were castrated. Ethiopian Jews were castrated because y'all wanted to be the Jews.
Wow, this guy gets one line with me.
You know the Ethiopian Jews? What happened to them? Where are they?
A small
They're all gone,
They
castrated.
were all murdered
Castrated.
by the Ashkenazi.
A small number of them
You
were
know what?
First they were murdered, then they were castrated.
Fighting for?
Okay.
Man, come on.
I mean, I doubt it.
Let's be human beings, okay? As we are, y'all are not superior. You know, y'all be punished more than
Negative. How do you feel about the cousin marriage rate in the Muslim world? Why do y'all marry your cousin?
Please, we marry our cousin.
They don't trust
we
each
honor
other.
our cousin, bro. You know what you guys do? You rape your cousin.
Also, they have like a dozen cousins. They have a dozen siblings.
Look up whether marrying your cousin.
You rape your siblings.
Also, with the extra marriages, it makes like everyone your cousin.
You have sex with your mothers. What are you talking about?
What language do they speak in?
Look at all that porn.
I just
Look at all that porn
think
you
you guys
have.
should be smarter and not marry your
All
cousin.
that porn you have.
No, we already established that the Jews don't. It's the Syrians that own all the porn.
Right,
Like, no. It's the Jews. Jews own the porn.
No, it's
Jews
the
own
Syrians and the
all the
Canadians.
bad things in the world. All the obscenity is spread by the Jews.
It's the Syrian Canadians. We just looked it up. It's Syrian Canadians.
Oh, look at them where? On the internet?
Yes.
Why should facts stop him from spreading the story he wants to be true?
I just think the Jews and the Caucasians need to unite against the Syrian men.
I agree.
Seriously, man, the Syrians are actually, you know.
No, man, I'm in favor of Syria expressing their culture.
You're right.
You guys are
compete
jerks.
with the Syrians. Leave your weapons and then see. Y'all are nothing. Oh, weaklings. Chicken
Right.
legs.
If only we had no weapons, you could finally defeat us.
Are you talking about like actual people from the Caucasus?
Yeah.
The Caucasus.
Negative is Caucasian.
The people from the Caucasus.
I think Lionheart didn't. I think Richard the Lionheart didn't finish the job. You know,
I think Hitler didn't
we
finish
should
the
bring
job.
back the Crusades and we should conquer.
We should bring back the Crusades and
Arabia, like a small part of Arabia, where you belong. Because you're
How about Poland?
like a small, pathetic desert people.
How about the
You
Exodus?
know, back to the desert.
Arabic is for Arabs.
He's
I don't think he made an Arab. He's from the Caucasus.
The Caucasus already been conquered.
Help me. Jeez. So funny, bro. Y'all are
Well, he's already living under Orthodox.
Andre, you getting old, bro. You're dying, bro, soon. Be humble, man.
Hey, listen, I can.
But what are you gonna do about that? That is objective reality.
That you're being subjugated by Orthodox Christians, I can totally understand why you have these violent fantasies. Yeah, because like with the rest of you, being subjugated everywhere in the world.
They're just dreaming of Rome.
Bat of success in the Middle Ages, two empires collapsed and you couldn't wedge in. But now it's been downhill ever since. You know?
Honestly, bro, like, I see where you're coming from, Andre, but I think it's just the fact that a lot of people have been desensitized because of all the graphic imageries they've seen, whatever the Israelis have inflicted on the Palestinian children, especially because of that. I think.
Oh, you think people are like okay with it now?
Nobody's okay with it, but yeah, I can.
I thought you said they were
imagine you guys-
desensitized.
Yeah, I can imagine you guys in that scenario. In that sense, I'm desensitized.
Because you're desensitized from the images?
I wouldn't mind. I can imagine Andre getting beheaded right now by some Al Qaeda people.
Because you've been desensitized to violence?
Yeah. Yes, in a way.
Seems like an issue. You should probably
because
work
the
on that.
Israelis.
I mean, if you start fantasizing about decapitating strangers, you should probably talk to
No,
a therapist.
wait. What do you think about that Israeli IDF soldier who killed a pregnant lady and her baby, and he said, "Oh, one shot, two kill."
I have not been thinking about that. It seems to me strange that you're preoccupying yourself with thoughts such as this, which is why I suggested you seek mental health.
Did you not see that in the news? Probably not, because you guys are living in your own cuckoo land.
I'm not aiming for the desensitization you seem to covet.
Oh, what about the 7th October attack? There were hostages that were taken. I'm not
Right, it's very easy. Why would anyone want to punish murderers?
Murderers, man. Y'all could be murderers. Y'all could have served in the military.
Right, we all could have, but some people did
Mark,
commit
you said
murder.
he's a marksman, yeah? Mark, how many did you kill?
Probably maybe 30 or 40, just like ballpark estimate.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
I can teach you. I can teach you. Okay,
That's
but
what you are, man. Look at you. You can't even grow a proper beard.
I haven't really have a proper beard.
You look like a guy who's a bully.
Is it proper? Does it connect?
I shaved before.
The guy was a bully,
You
man.
shaved.
Anyway, negative. I just
He
want
was
to
weird.
Okay, great. I just want to let you know that I'm willing to teach you the 5-point bomb exploding heart technique, and you can use it both on the IDF and
Can't
You're
you
very
give that?
Mark.
It's a secret.
You have inferior genetics, bro. Look at you. Your eyesight is weak. What are you gonna do?
I'm going to charge you like $500.
Or charge you? You cannot do anything. You cannot even look. You cannot even see properly.
Well,
Deprived
Well,
of basic.
everyone's eyesight gradually degrades as they get older.
isn't it sad that these
Because
Jews are so weak and pathetic
That's
and they still
actually
destroy
true, because I was
pathetic
in there,
civilization?
I was
I could have given you better genetics, Mark.
my eyes elongated like it.
I know, but then like we'd be on the losing side of the war.
No, man. The only thing you can do is you can eat filth, and you're Hollywood. And you can do.
All we do is organize, make militaries, and humiliate you on the battlefield over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Go ahead, call us weak. That seems to help you.
Well, you are weak. You can only fight with a gun.
Very weak.
Dispossess people, innocent people,
Very, very weak.
and it hurt.
What does that say for your losses to the weak?
Imagine, bro. Imagine. Hamas. How much damage?
I imagine them. In my imagination, they are indomitable. But then I look at reality, and they fail.
You can only hurt them
We
when
do
you
have modern.
That's right. All we can do is kill
We
them.
do have modern.
So we will take that option.
I'm just gonna get rid of that.
Who's that?
That's fair.
That's for hot, but that's whatever. I've never went shopping butter.
What's okay?
Well, that was fun.
So that's
Yeah, let's hope so.
I mean, you did swear to personally murder us. Or at least most of us. Buttercup's kind of corner case.
Yeah, but I'm also a cuffer, so he's gonna. Me too.
Excellent.
You were okay.
So I went into a room with a student Farhat, and I thought it was the Farhat that, like, when we were talking about morality, subjective, objective morality.
No, that's a different Farhat.
I know, but it was like there was no telling. I just came in and he was like the nicest Farhat ever. I'm like, am I in opposite world? What is going on?
What is Farhead steal? Why is he losing it?
I don't know. I couldn't follow what he was trying to say. Also, this new chat system is really shitty.
I know, it's very annoying.
My main complaint is that they just moved the mic button to the left from the right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was a good idea to move the mic button to the left. It's where my thumb is usually positioned.
Oh, you hold your phone in your left hand?
I think so.
I hold my phone in my left hand, but I can get my thumb down to the microphone. But I have like a pop socket on the back.
Do Canadians celebrate Thanksgiving?
Yeah, but we had it already in October.
Mm.
So tomorrow is like the
Normal day for us.
It's ungrateful.
Pardon?
That's ungrateful.
It's ungrateful.
I would like to say that my Canadian boyfriend always took advantage of the fact that he could have 2 Thanksgivings. So we had Canadian Thanksgiving in October where he got to have Canadian delicacies, and then we had regular Thanksgiving in November. So, or American Thanksgiving.
Nice.
I think Rabbi wants to come on stage.
Is this one that you approve of?
Yeah, I like Rabbi.
Okay.
I've learned to make butter.
He's anti-Semitic, but he's charming. He's like charmingly anti-Semitic.
Well, I mean,
We'll see how far it goes.
compared to the last guy, I don't think anyone is anti-Semitic.
But the title, maybe I misunderstood. I mean, you guys are abortion or anti-abortion?
I think we're all pro. But Sam, who chose the title, is at the room. We haven't had talking about abortion.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck, bro? Why would we not? Like, we can, you know how much money we can make killing the kids? I mean, I'm in fucking Canada where we literally abort them at 9 months, and we can make a shit ton of money. So I was just confused. I'm sorry.
They just don't understand the emojis, because it literally just means babies make me laugh so hard I get desperate. There you go.
Well, I'm just saying, I mean, it's a very profitable business. I'm just to oppose it. It's so dumb. It's wild.
I don't really want to do this guy, but you guys can.
Wait, what? I support you. What are you talking about?
Mark, what did you think of my analysis earlier?
I might not have been tuned in, although I'm not a big president. Sorry.
Okay, whatever.
I'm right there with you, Sabu. That's what I think.
Oh, thanks. Also, hi, Buttercup. We haven't been in a room in a while together.
I know. Where have you been?
Not here very much.
That's smart.
I've been in a lot of
Me
meetings.
either.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then just not. I'm going through a writing cave situation. Probably won't be on here very much.
Yeah, you gotta take breaks. Stay safe.
Yeah.
What do you think of, can we talk shit about people? What do you think of Andrew? I only met him for the first time in Sam's room the other day, and he and that Alex, just ambushed me and demanded I explain feminism to them. And so then today, I told them how I really felt about abortion rights. And it kind of blew up.
How do you feel about abortion, Buttercup?
I think forcing teenagers to carry fetuses to term and then split their vaginas open and give birth to them and then stick the kids in foster care is a barbaric, horrific,
I agree.
dystopian nightmare.
So you should support my business. It's called
And it's worse than rape to force people to birth
I agree.
babies,
I agree.
to push watermelons out of them when they're
I agree. So you should
against their will.
well, you should join my house. It's called the Border Bus Express. I'm starting a new project.
I know, you told me about it. It's good. Good
It's to give American women abortions in Canada. So you should join it and support our project.
Support this project, and I'd like to invest.
You can invest. I can give you my Bitcoin wallet. That's right. It's the business. Actually, a very nice business plan. I have a PowerPoint for it if you guys want.
Well, I'm already sold.
That's right. That's right. I didn't know that about you, Buttercup. I appreciate you more now.
Where are you based in Canada?
I'm in Montreal. Where are you from? You sound like Toronto type of girl.
I'm from Toronto originally, but I don't live there.
Oh, child. Where do you live? Up in London? Where you at?
He's trying to immigrate to Toronto to camp.
Oh, that's all we talk about.
I'm in the prairie.
Oh, the prairies. You're in Luffy, eh?
No, that's the wrong.
Oh yeah, that's the exact wrong direction, dude.
Look at a map. You're not Canadian.
I'm
You're
not.
lying.
No, I am in Canada. I'm not a Canadian.
Yeah, but
I don't even know. To me, it's like Toronto, Montreal, and like Vancouver. Calgary is cool. Outside of that, these places aren't real. Check. Are you a Saskatchewan type of girl?
adjacent.
Alberta.
No.
Oh no, please don't tell me you're a Manitoba girl.
Correct.
Oh God. Oh no. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here we go now. Here we go. I'm gonna.
Monica, I feel like you were saying something before this portion.
I was asking you if Andrew's a nice guy because I had like 2 really jarring experiences.
Like Christian Andrew?
Yeah, he's like
I
always.
think he's a great guy. I think he did. You're not gonna agree with
I
everything.
triggered him really bad. He was cursing at me.
Yeah, he does that sometimes. But I think he's nice.
Can I respond to Q?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm
Good job.
Where did the guy go? No.
I had to.
I wanted to hear about the Jews getting killed some more. That sounded super fun.
You can only handle so much.
Yeah, but
Then I get really protective. And then I'm going to become a Zionist. And it just becomes.
Yeah, join us. Join our
I'm pretty much there, you know?
I have nothing against talking about this topic, but why do you guys have it? Why do you have that title if you don't want to talk about it?
No, we already talked about it.
Oh,
That's an outdated title.
I mean, we don't have to talk about it.
I'll talk about it a lot, Rabbi.
We talked about it and then we already talked about it.
Yeah, but like you can literally get rid of all black people through abortions. But like, why would you guys be against?
That's actually what we talked about earlier.
Why the fuck would you guys be opposed to abortion? Like, what the fuck is wrong?
Sam?
Yeah, well, I was saying that we should, it's affirmative action to give black women reproductive freedom, whereas white women don't deserve reproductive freedom.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Exactly. I mean, we can find the legal way to get rid of all the black kids, right, with abortion. And in Canada, we can do it up to 9 months. Like, and maybe that's why we have much less crime than the US. I mean, you have a lot to learn from us, understand?
That's a good point.
I mean, can you deny it?
Yes.
How so?
Rabbi thinks life begins at ejaculation.
No, I don't care about life. I think more life matters. I only care about money. It's not even funny. I mean, I can tell you exactly how my entire business model works with abortion. Sam, are you in the US?
Yeah.
So wouldn't you like, okay, what do you think about the military spend?
Oh, I think we spend too much on the military.
So wouldn't you like to save on that money without killing our kids? We can kill them.
Nice.
Yeah.
No, sounds fun.
I actually agree. It is the dumbest game that's ever been created. You just click a cookie and then you have 600 or 700 million cookies. So I'm being very successful in this world. So cool. Yeah, so just be amazed by my cookie generation skill.
Wow. Are they all the same kind of cookie?
Yeah, they're all chocolate chip.
Oh my god.
Actually, no, you can get upgrades later for different kinds of cookies, but I don't have that yet.
Oh man.
How much passion?
Oh yeah, that'd be nice. I could just have a Jew cookies.
No, she's trying to make it like a thing.
I think only Jews should eat hamantashes, and then all the goys should be stuck eating black and white cookies.
Fine.
That's racist. And segregationist.
Black and white cookies are really good. They're like an
And
upstate.
segregationist.
Only goys just eat those ones. We'll stick with the hamantashes.
They're from Utica. They're like a delicacy from upstate New York.
I live so close to Utica right now. That's crazy.
You do? Where? Or you can't tell me. Tell me later. Tell me.
I just
Yeah.
had a cookie. It was like cookie dough with chopped up Oreos in it.
Nice. An integrated cookie, you could say.
It was a brown and black and white cookie. It's great.
As opposed to the racist black and white cookies.
I think we should call them yin yang cookies because it's more accurate. I guess
It'd be cool if they were yin yang cookies.
What?
It'd be cool if they were yin yang rather than black and
Yeah,
white.
just half and one. Yeah.
Actually, they're called half moon cookies. It's like the official name of them.
Alright, let's look that up.
Like
That can make sense.
people from Utica get really mad when you call them black and white cookies. You're like, they're half moons.
The Wikipedia page says black and white cookie.
Yeah, because that's what they called, man.
The other names they give are half moon cookies, and half and half cookies. Now this whole half min.
Yeah, they're like trying to make it a thing, but it isn't.
Wait, did you say half moon or half min?
Half moon.
Half moon.
Oh, it's half moon.
You know, because if there was a half moon in the sky, it would look like a black and white cookie.
I mean, half moon cookie is a nice name for it, but yeah, the name's kind of already still.
Real.
In Utica, they get really mad if you confuse it with a black and white cookie.
I'm saying black and white is a more clear name for it than the half moon cookie.
I think there's like a difference. Like the half moons from Utica, they're like really thick and like kind of cakey.
Big.
The big ones, yeah.
Big.
There's a lot of upstate New York delicacies.
Yeah.
Have you ever had a garbage plate?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've just eaten food out of the garbage. I don't know what you're talking about, but I have jumped into a dumpster and said, have you ever had the original dish of just like homeless guys throwing shit at you?
No, that's in New York City. I know it's a downstate delicacy.
Yeah, it's downstate New York, dude.
Y'all ever had geta?
What?
What's that?
Geta. It's like this sort of like weird thing they have in like the Cincinnati area and like northern Kentucky where they take like oatmeal and they mix it with like pork and beef, and it's kind of like really like poor people sausage. Like you get a little bit of like meat in it and it's mostly oatmeal, but it's so freaking good. It's crazy.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, they have a huge like geta factory like in Covington, Kentucky. It was like right up the street from where I was like had an Airbnb for a while. It's kind of crazy. And then they had a restaurant across the street where it's like basically all they served with that. It's like eggs and geta.
Hydrate.
Boo. Long time no speak.
Oh my god, it's been forever.
Oh, bless you. So it's been very quiet in here since the genocidal maniac left.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of how peace works.
Yeah, it's true. True. So true.
I just had a salad.
You had a salad?
Yeah.
Good for you.
You guys want me to roleplay as a genocide?
You know what? Salad's not good for you that late at night.
Ugh,
Or
whatever.
you'll upset your tummy.
No, it won't. It's gonna be fine.
I mean, it depends what kind of salad we're talking about. Is it a pasta salad?
No. Sam, you wanna roleplay?
You guys want me to roleplay as a genocide maniac?
Always.
Alright, we should kill all the Arabs. Charles Martel didn't go far enough.
You need an accent. You need an accent.
Charles Martel good luck find them, so we should kill all the damn Arabs, and we should have never left Algeria. We should go up bomb Algeria and take it back, and we should also kill the Turks as well, but they're not as bad as the Arabs. The Arabs are the scum of the earth, and we should kill them. Think about Tamerlane, how evil he was. He was a Muslim, and think about all the conquest of the slavery of the Muslims, all the bad stuff in history done by the damn Muslims, the Arabs. So we got to just kill them. We have to do just give Israel and India lots of money to have them finish the job.
What do you wanna kill them with?
I think we should use.
I thought you were going to say bacon, but you wouldn't even stoop that low.
I'm not gonna waste good bacon to do a genocide. That's crazy. Guys, are we gonna be a genocide maniac? No, the replays are off.
No, I can't do that. I don't have.
Replays are off.
Is that why you turned the replays off?
Nah, I said something really crazy earlier. I had to hide it.
What did you do?
I was just the topic of abortion came up, and I was just saying crazy shit just to be a troll.
Sam, let's talk honest here. Why have you come to Eretz Israel? Why aren't you fighting the IDL? Huh?
Well, you see, I'm 37 years old. I'm too old for that.
That's all Yekepot's excuses. You're taking volunteers any age, as long as you can walk on your own feet, we're going to take you.
Listen, if I get a chance, they should have like a tourism, like as part of like visiting Israel. You get to like help shoot people. You know what I mean? Like then all the psychos of the world can just like be like free mercenaries. Pretty good.
Well, that's what we've been doing for the last 70 years, Sam. What are you doing? That's nothing new to us.
We've been doing that forever. Come on.
And what about you, Maxine? You're still hiding out in the West, huh?
Not hiding in the West.
Dry and comfortable. Come to Negev. It's like Arizona, huh?
I don't live in Arizona either. I live in America. It's where my ancestors settled as refugees from a Holocaust.
Where are you? Are you in New York too?
Mm-hmm. It's where all the Jews live, Zebu.
All of them?
Yeah, it's called Jew York. You ever heard of it? Yeah, my grandfather settled. There was a nice German community in Rhode Island. In Jew York.
Well, that's exactly what I've been saying. They're all a Yekepot, and instead of coming to Eretz Israel, they go to America.
Well, I'm sure my grandfather would have preferred to stay in Bischofsheim.
Oh, bless him.
I don't know. How good's the weather in Poland? Because I don't know if they'd actually prefer to stay there. Bischofsheim is in Germany, along the banks of the Rhine.
I'm just going to say. Yeah. So sad, so sad.
I don't know why they're always saying Poland.
Well, my favorite was the Poland. They should get a copy on that one. You gotta cook them.
The Hasidim community, lots of them from Poland, Ukraine.
That's fine, but like, we weren't all living in Poland.
No.
Some of the most popular documentaries feature Poland a lot. It's part of the problem.
That's where Auschwitz is.
Mm-hmm.
It's where all the Jews were getting killed.
Not all of them. They had a lot of concentration camps around Europe. They had hundreds.
I think one of the reasons why ADHD is so bad these days is because if you ever tried to help out at like a school for helping out concentration, it wouldn't sound very good.
Right. That's probably the main impediment.
Well, like I said, all I can tell you is that your family must have been there, perhaps even for 1,000 years, because that's the traditional settlement area where most Jews settled along the River Rhine, all the way down to Basel on the right and left bank.
Yeah, you can pretty much track the family because they were appointed by Charlemagne and his kid to be the wholesale meat distributors for Europe.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. Because that's one of the really, really traditional areas all along the River Rhine, the southern stretch there, yeah. And it's in fact also why Yiddish is like very heavily influenced by Alsatian and other dialects around the Rhine there. So
there was a hot second when the Rhine was going to be its own state.
Pardon?
There was a hot second when the Rhine was going to be its own state, not a part of Germany.
Yeah, that wasn't much later. I'm talking about the history.
No, it was during the 1800s, during the Revolutionary period when Germany was formed.
Yeah, that's like really late in German history, really late.
It's late in German history, formation of the state.
Talking about the Holy Roman Empire, which lasted for about 1,000 years, and we're talking about the last 200 years. Come on.
Yeah, I'm just saying Germany wasn't like a thing yet until then. It was just like a region.
Well, it was the Regnum Teutonicum, the part of the Holy Roman Empire north of the Alps, and it included all the Germanic-speaking areas of the Netherlands as well, and Belgium and Luxembourg and Switzerland and everything, and Austria, and basically the entire German-speaking part of Europe. Except for East Prussia, but that was settled and colonized. That's a different matter. But yeah, the main settlement area of the Jews was along the River Rhine, from like Mainz down to Basel on both banks. And there were, even until very recently, large farming communities as well. In fact, I knew a lady in Zurich because I somehow stumbled into a Jewish Sabbath sort of coffee afternoon meet, and one of the ladies there, she was from a Jewish farming village, and would have a synagogue as the center of the village in Ricktal in Switzerland. Lots of farming Jewish communities in the past. Are you still in the meat trade? That would be so fun if you had kept that on.
No, I'm an attorney.
Oh. Well, that's also, well, anyway. What field of law are you specialized in, if I may ask?
I defend debtors from their creditors.
Wow. US law, it's apart from Chapter 11, which is kind of famous, but anyway. And I take it you do this with considerable success.
I do fine.
Oh, he's just being modest. Do you have to appear in court a lot, or is it just settled outside court?
I usually deal with outside of court, but occasionally I do appear.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, what do you want me to say? I mean, I almost became a lawyer. In fact, I'm still a member of a lawyer's guild in England.
What kind of law did you want to practice?
Actually, administrative law, I think, would have been the one I would have gone into if I hadn't switched to theology, because I studied under the great Rodney Brazier in Manchester, constitutional and administrative law. And it came in so handy later when I wrote my master thesis in European law during my second master's degree. It really handily.
Second master's? Oh my god, why would you do that? You did 2 masters?
Yes.
Oh my god, what did you do them in? Theology?
Theology and European law, studies.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, in it.
And that? That's pretty good.
Timothy, shut up. Where the
Yeah, it's like the Beetlejuice thing. If you say in it 3 times,
In it now.
Why is cheese so good?
why is what so good?
Cheese.
Cheese. I don't know.
I don't know.
It just has a way with you, that cheese. Oh God, I'm going to say something really, really bad.
Say it.
But no. I'm getting old enough. My filters still work.
Yeah.
No, you don't. No.
I do.
No, you don't. I'm gonna write it to you.
You're right out loud.
The skies are Briere since she left me. What? Felt so Danish blue. Caught before between a Rockford and a hard cheese. I still don't know what I'll do. Don't give a damn. Don't give the
This is so strange.
I've ricotta get myself together. Shed her tear for a final time. Say goodbye to us. Hello, me. Hello, me.
That's very good at.
Oh, thank you. They say I'm the goat. Yeah.
I got no cheese.
It's time.
You should take that poem and shepherd up your ass.
Andre, you're leaving us?
No, I'm just gonna tell you a Jewish joke. Because, as part of this Jewish Shabbat coffee circle, there was one guy, Mr. Nagel, who used to tell these Jewish jokes. And I remember this one, and it's so kind of cute. So, little Moishe comes, home from school, and, his parents have got a men's apparel shop, they live above the shop, but she always calls him on his dad at the shop first. And then, his dad is like, oh, Moishe, what did you learn today at school? And then Moishe says, oh, Dad, they taught us about ethics, but I didn't understand it. Yeah, and then his dad says, okay, Moishe, let me explain this to you. But just imagine a short, fat man comes into our shop. he says, I want to buy a pair of trousers. They need to be checkered trousers. And I'm going, wait. He's so short, he's so fat. Gonna be difficult. So I go to the stock room. And I look, and then I find a pair of trousers, think might fit. I take it to him, and he tries it, and they fit perfect. So, he's so happy, he has me wrap up these old trousers, put them in a bag, he puts $20 on the counter. I mean, this is like 50 years ago. $20 on the counter and leaves. And once he's gone, I think, why these trousers only cost $15. And now, my dear Moshe, comes the questions of ethics. Do I tell our business partner or don't I?
Oh my god.
The genocidal guy actually told a pretty good Jewish joke that I'm gonna remember, which is why do
watching porn reverse?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's a good joke.
What was
That's
it?
pretty
Can you
good.
say it again?
Why do Jews watch porn backwards? Because they get really excited when they see the whore giving them money to the guy.
Returning the money. Oh, Dr. Z was here. Shit.
Did I tell you the joke about him? That kind of, he's an accountant. They're okay. They're really okay on money. But she's a kleptomaniac. So she goes around the corner and she does it again. She steals a can of peaches and she's caught. And, this time, because it's happened so often, the shop owner presses charges. So she appears in front of the court. So the judge says, what did she steal? And the prosecutor says, a can of peaches, And Mr. Finkelstein sits next to her and rolls his eyes. So painful for him to go through this. And she's just there, And then the judge asks how many peach halves were in that can. And then prosecutor says 6. And then the judge turns to Mrs. Finkelstein and says, Mrs. Finkelstein, you've been doing this a lot of time. And, you've been repeatedly caught, and I think you need to be taught a lesson. So, 6 peach halves in the can, and so she should actually serve 6 days in prison. And as he was going to bring down his hammer, and pronounce judgment, Mr. Finkelstein gets up. Hold on, Your Honor, hold on. He also stole a can of peas.
Oh my gosh. Oh my god.
Do you want some? There are some harmless Jewish jokes that are not actually offensive. They're all Jews are offensive Jews.
Only if you feel comfortable sharing them.
My jokes are actually from the lips of Jewish people who are offensive.
Alright, so 2 Jews are sitting in a cafe, and one Jew looks over to see what the other Jew's reading, and he's reading this viciously anti-Semitic newspaper, and he's like, "What are you doing? Why are you reading such an anti-Semitic newspaper?" And he's like, "Well, when I read the Jewish newspaper, it's about how we're all assimilating, and how everyone wants to kill us, and how we have a low birth rate, and you know, all they are going to kill us. When I read the anti-Semitic newspaper, we control the world, we're so rich and powerful.
After a dozen punches, Nelson dragged him to the car like a sludge. Nelson
you know
who else had
the cantor is, Zebu?
No.
The cantor is the lady that sings at the synagogue.
Nelson pulled out his phone.
Okay. So a rabbi and a cantor are in temple. And the rabbi gets down on his knees like, God, before you I'm nothing. And the cantor gets down on her knees. She's like, God, before you I'm nothing. And then some like janitor in the back is like, God, before you I'm nothing. And the rabbi says to the cantor, look who thinks he's nothing.
That went over my head, sorry.
The engine of the joke is that they're saying they're nothing, but they also feel immense pride in their feeling of nothingness, and that when someone they think is lower status than them says the same thing, they're not actually being humble when they say that they're nothing.
I'm just like stuck on the fact that there's a woman that sings that I like never heard of before.
Well, it's not always a joke. My kids, ladies. What's up, Dr. Z?
Hi, Dr. Z.
Hey everybody, hi Sam.
Have you taken the shahada today yet?
What, Sam?
Have you taken the shahada today? You finally accepted Islam?
What? I am a Muslim.
Yeah, but like you should become one.
I should become one?
Yeah, become one. Yeah.
But I already am a Muslim.
Once he can recite it, and then he'll recite it, and then he'll also become Muslim.
Okay, inshallah. Are you ready, Sam? I think you should just do it.
I shouldn't say the shahada because I don't want to become an apostate on Islam for that. So,
We wouldn't allow for it.
I just think it's unwise for me to.
Why would you take a shahada if you don't believe in it? You know?
Yeah.
Yes, hi, Andrew.
How do you get this name?
No, I'm not Italiano, no.
This is good to say. How did you come by that name?
He murdered Nelson's son
Well,
and arrogantly told Nelson
there's a mystery behind it.
justice.
Oh my god,
You know this one? You know this so funny? No, it's not. You're so funny. You know it's so funny. He's a third or fourth person asking me, "Oh, are you Greek? Are you Italian?" No, but yeah, this name is actually objective reality Italian. So that's how I got it.
And what's your profile picture? Popcorn?
No, it's fox nuts. Do you know what fox nuts are? What? Why are you laughing?
Fox nuts.
Yeah, these are fox nuts.
What are fox nuts?
Well, basically, these are plant-based seeds. These are the seeds, actually. And these seeds of the plant are edible. They're called fox nuts. And then they are rich in protein, carbs, rich in magnesium, calcium, phosphorus, iron. So it's like a good healthy snack. It's not popcorn, though.
Do you enjoy eating fox nuts?
I love them. These are my favorite go-to winter snacks. Like you just roast them with a little bit of spice in it, or if you want to eat them without any spice, that's fine. But you roast them. You want to roast them dry. You can put some oil in it, and then they have a very nice, nutty flavor. And then you just snack on them, like how you snack on almonds or cashews and stuff like that.
That actually sounds really good.
Yeah, so once you try them, you will not go back. They're really delicious. And then there's another seed that's my favorite. I'll put a picture of that. And I don't know if you have seen this before, but these are daisy nuts, you know. So hold on, I'll bring it.
Come on.
Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such
Well, right now.
expensive gowns. Heightening his suspicion, Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements.
these are readily available in Desi stores, like Pakistani Indian stores. These are called green chickpeas.
Oh wow! And you eat them like with the pod, like fully intact.
Actually, no, you don't have to eat them with the pod.
Okay.
But what you do is like you roast them with black pepper, lemon, and salt. And even the pod becomes so delicious that you would be like, okay, I'm gonna chew the pod first, and then I'm gonna chew the nut. Like
I've never seen this before.
You gotta try it, Zebu.
Doctor,
You'll be the biggest fan. I'm originally from Pakistan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. I haven't found an Indian grocery shop here yet.
Oh, they're very, very prevalent in the grocery shops. You just gotta show them the picture and maybe be like, hey, can you get them next time from whatever wholesale market you could get your other groceries from? So they will get it for you.
Here we have a lot of like African groceries, and then I'm right beside Chinatown.
Shout out.
And Asian groceries.
Have you bought an African grocery?
Yeah.
What do you
I
buy?
used to eat, I would get cassava. And I would get, sometimes they have the Kenyan samosas that I really like.
Yummy.
Some mandazi.
Where are you from? Where are you located?
Me?
Yeah.
I'm in Canada, but my ancestors are from Gujarat.
Nice. India, huh?
Yeah, but my family is from East Africa.
I don't want to be that guy, but like,
You can be that guy.
cassava originates from the Americas, and I think samosa is from the East.
But the Kenyan samosas are very different.
Oh, they sound so delicious. Can you show us a
They're
picture?
like full meat, and they're like really tiny triangles.
Me? Oh yeah, I'm sorry to be that guy, but never
Yeah.
mind.
The Kenyan samosas are minced meat.
Oh. Are you Hindu or?
I'm Muslim.
Oh, I mean, oh.
What do you mean? Oh.
I was just assuming because.
Oh God, another one of these little bitches.
Nah, it's not that, but I was like, since you're Indian, I was like, is it Hindu? Or I was trying to think of it.
This thing we need to correct.
But yeah, I can see why though. But even not all Hindus are vegetarians, so that was like a stereotype. Like it's really like not me, like the Brahmins.
Yeah, but I just said I'm East African.
And I'm American.
Yeah, but that doesn't give it away when I say I'm from India and I went to East Africa. Like, I know there's like some Hindus in East Africa, but they're mostly Muslims. Doesn't give it away.
You learn something new every day.
Andre, where are you from? Switzerland? Yeah.
Come on, I don't know.
Aren't you Nigerian?
Showing you.
Yeah, I am.
So then what the fuck? Nigeria.
Come on. I don't know.
Where's your Pan-African spirit? Come on.
Wait. I did not say you.
Yeah, you did.
Almost. But I gotta say, this Morocco has been in the Muslim room, and there was some serious conversation going on. For him, they were questioning Trinity, and Morocco was trying his level best to give,
That means she thinks you sucked at it.
No, he was really trying hard. Like he was bending over back, trying to make Trinity sensible Muslims. But I gotta give it to him. He was being a very good sport. I gotta give it to him.
What room is it?
It was Islamic guidance's room. Yeah, but they were not being rude or anything. They were like just logically trying to understand what his concept of Trinity is and how can he make sense of it. And he was being an extremely good sport, trying his level best to give plausible explanations. It was hilarious, but it was good to see that. Like it was interesting.
So I don't want to assume that you're like an atheist studying comparative religion.
You're is it Nuankwo?
Wonquo.
Nuankwo?
Close. Wonquo.
Say it again.
Almost said it.
Wonquo.
Say it again.
Wonquo.
Oh, both of you can't do it. I can only hear it if one of you does it.
So the N is nasal, so it's Wonquo.
Nuankwo.
It's like frog singing, basically.
Okay, well, how's your I was gonna ask you a question and I forget completely what I was gonna ask.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson
Probably we're going to ask him what kind of Christian he was, and I can tell you he's
No,
not
oh, I
tell
don't know what
you.
it's missing.
He's not gonna tell you. Didn't tell the people in that room. He's not gonna tell you either.
I was just gonna ask, you're really surprised by all these things.
Yeah, man. Like existing
Do you have culture shock on this app?
all the time, man. Like
Yeah. Were you born in Nigeria?
nope.
You were born in the States.
Yep.
Where?
I can't tell you that.
Okay.
Dr. Z, you there?
Yeah.
What sound does a Mongolian cow make? Close. It's
But Nuankwo? Am I saying that right?
You're close. You're close.
Nuankwo?
Nuankwo.
Nuankwo?
Nuankwo.
Because I want to say it like it's Swahili, but is your family from the north then, or the south?
South.
And are you on the west side or the east side?
East.
And
Nigeria.
where? Huh?
Nigeria, that is.
Yeah, Nigeria. And do you wear white? Does your family wear white clothing?
Not as like a custom, maybe sometimes, but not like it's not like anything sick.
Okay.
Yeah, my bad, man. Y'all, I feel like I interrupted a conversation going on.
No. Dr. Z. Are you there? I'm here. Did you learn how to recite the Quran when you were little?
Yeah.
And they taught you in Islamic school, or did your parents teach you?
We had a tutor coming in.
Like into your family's house?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, we as Smileys.
Rich bitch, no public school for her.
We as Smileys are not taught the Quran yet.
Can you imagine going in, giving a private tuition?
But I'm trying to find a tutor.
That's a good idea.
Yeah,
But you've got a beautiful voice.
Really?
Yeah, you can decide.
If you pay me the right one, I'll be a teacher.
Oh my god. That sounded really kinky. I don't want to learn from you.
Why? How come? How come? I have credentials.
I want to try to find a Muslim that I have the same values as.
So wait, what values do we separate?
I'm Shia. Do you have a problem with that?
What does that mean? The Shia. What does that
Are you West African?
mean? No, East.
You're East African? From where?
Abadigan. Suri Sama.
Jaffa.
How do you know that? I'm I was in Africa before all y'all. You weren't even born yet when I was in Africa. family.
Oh my god.
Oromo. I'm not Oromo. Somali.
That's also to really find out if it's still Scotland.
You feel like it's easy to get married as a Muslim?
For me, it is.
Well,
For him, it is.
It's already his life.
you're married?
But let me tell you something, bro. Like only one position left. When I went to a masjid for my comparative religion during the society, like mind you, this is like the first time I stepped in. Like it just I went to introduce myself to the imam, like told them my research project, like to introduce myself, and like one of the first things they asked me was, do you have one of the first things she said to me, when you know me,
Nothing just straight.
You know what? One of the recruitment strategies for ISIS is promising a wife.
Say it again?
One of the recruitment strategies for ISIS was promising a wife. You swear to God, I'm not lying.
a weak man would get like persuaded on the first sentence.
It's true. It's true.
After receiving confirmation, Nelson
Crazy. 4 or 5 years.
Bro, it's because brothers are starving here in the West, bro. Like, there's like no chance.
Well, maybe if you weren't so trash, you have options.
I feel like since America's becoming more rich and like things are becoming more complex, like the standards are just getting higher to higher. Like you have to pretty much be like an AI robot that can satisfy like every aspect of the party.
Yeah, you know, the thing is as well, with the men, like the men gets the easier route in my opinion because there's more women than men, number one. And number two, a lot of men are turning into females, so it's a big dilemma from the female.
See, this is why we do it everyone's
Bro, it's gonna become like horrible in the next 50 years, bro. Like, I see the logic behind. I don't endorse it. Like I don't endorse it, but I do see the logic behind passport, bro.
Just like that. Why don't you endorse it? That's a good thing. He's giving them the American dream.
Bro, like one of my Somali friends, like this dude said like he was getting married, and like this is MIA in the chat. And then like he came back on the chat like a couple months later, he's like, bro, I'm about to have a kid. I'm like, bro, that was bad.
Y'all are mistaken, you know, because the reason why there's more females in the U.S. right now is because the number of women over age 85, right, that far women outlive men by 15 years on average in the U.S. and it's right in the middle of the baby boom generation is all hitting that sort of octogenarian point, right? But between 18 and 64, there's actually 1.03 males per female. So there's more men than women.
But then the issue is, what about the transgender? Where would we put them on the right?
There's not that many transgender people. It's like literally like less than 1% of the population. And then you have to like divide that by the number of people that are transmasculine versus transfeminine. There's not that many trans women. Sorry to burst your bubble.
They just don't like you.
I think that consumerism is also a huge part to play in why American, like, not only just like, you know, romantic relationships, but like social relationships are the way they are because consumerism creates transactionality. So if you're a bad project, like you can be easily replaced.
No, that's true. What do you think about that? Is that true? Consumerism, would you say that causes men not to marry men and men not to marry women?
Social availability, you're throwing temper tantrums when you actually have to compete for any sort of recognition or status. Yeah.
Prove that you're a man all the time.
I agree with the second part, I'm not gonna lie. Bro, if I had to like be competitive, like just to, you know, just to
say you guys should take accountability. Sorry, I didn't get that.
What should we give up that we've gained over the last 40 years, right? Because honestly, we're still behind. So why would we be giving anything up?
You're taking your jobs.
I mean, should we give up the right to vote? Should we give up the ability to have our own credit cards or own our own property or have our own bank accounts? Should we give up our ability to enter into professions that were previously dominated by men?
This is gonna go into a rabbit hole.
Why?
No, but I don't mind it because I want to get into that rabbit hole and then come back out the other side. So
You gotta go in the black hole.
I'm already in there, just trying to get out. So also cool. No, I completely understood it.
Ask the same question and just replace women with any other protected class and see if that question actually makes sense.
I'm just going to push something forward and you let me know if it's correct or not. Would you say women at today's age don't really...
It's so hard to do this. I can't do this. It's too
ridiculous.
It's too black and white because, of course, there's going to be women who don't listen. But listen to what?
Men don't listen to anything. I mean, that's the funny thing. It's what the hell are you talking about? You know, the thing is, though, Colin, it's we listen to you, right? But the acknowledgement of what you said does not entail that we agree with you all the time.
But then, when you look at lands all across the world, politicians, leaders, governments, princes, kings, majority of places we see around the world are run by men. So how come the houses are run?
How are you talking about it? Because men are too lazy to do household labor. And men set up the patriarchy. The men have set up the patriarchy, right? So they can go out, sit on their ass at a job where they twiddle their thumbs for 6 hours a day and maybe do 2 hours worth of work, and then come home and act like they've been working their asses off, right? And then expect that the woman is there to cater to them or whatever. You know what's happened now is women go out and they work their asses off for 6 to 8 hours a day, and the men don't divide the fucking household labor. So I'm the one that makes the most money in my household. Do you really fucking think I'm gonna come home and just cook for my husband because he demands it?
No, fair enough. So Muruto, do you have anything you have?
Yeah, it's just women already gave up a lot of things. Is it what more do you guys want us to give up? Our bank accounts, our money? We already sacrificed so much. Being a woman is not even easy. There's gender equality.
What I think should happen.
Men are always treated easier than women. Just the fact that we're women, we have to prove ourselves extra.
So I would say that.
I think that what we should do is we should have women not work. They should just take care of kids, clean up the house, and they should basically be sexually available whenever the husband wants it.
Excuse me?
And just completely.
Excuse me? He's lying.
No, I don't think
Be submissive to
just how I speak right now.
Do you know how stupid that would be in my household?
It
would be absolutely stupid.
You have no purpose in life.
It would cut our household income by
What else do you have
70%.
in life?
It would cut our household
No
income by
assets?
70%.
Nothing to offer?
Right?
Muluto, what I would say to that is I would allow you in the house to look after the email.
Oh my god, it's so stupid.
Anyway. How old are you? You're like 21 or something? No, this guy's 30.
So can I comment? So
Maybe the 30s are you 20s now.
What's wrong with being 30? What's wrong with being 30?
You're just really immature for a 30-year-old.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to I'm just challenging ideas, that's it.
So Mulo's alright. So I would say we're still
needs nuance. So I would say sociologically speaking, there are various areas in which men are privileged over women and vice versa. So when it comes to poverty, I feel
But everything is easier. Just the fact that you're a man, like employers treat men differently than women. There's definitely gender equality.
Can I explain the nuance
When
of
you go
that?
to exams, and no interrupt, they always make the men pass and they make the women fail. Why is that?
So always and never are is the other words. All I'll say on that is, so when it comes to employment status, yes, men are privileged in that regard. When it comes to poverty, though, men are overrepresented, accounting for over 90% of homeless people in America. And I'm speaking mainly in America because in the third world, it's actually diverse. Women are like, if you go to sub-Saharan Africa, for example, poverty has a feminine face, but in America, strictly speaking, poverty has a masculine face, and over 90% of homeless people are men. And even then, it's much more easy to receive social support and services if you're a woman than if you're a man. When it comes to employment status, hierarchy, privilege, and ranking, men do have overrepresentation in CEO positions, leadership boards, doctors, XYZ. When it comes to poverty, men are underprivileged in that regard.
Yeah, I agree with you. Women have to be willing to marry important men.
I wouldn't say have to, especially in the 21st century. But also, like, this.
But women always settle. You never see a man that settles.
I don't know about that.
That's one thing I noticed. Women will settle, but a nigga will never settle.
Hey, where are you from? She's black. She's yeah. But I was going to say, Robert, just to add to that, with the homeless people, if you have a conversation with them, majority of them are in that position because of alimony.
No, I don't agree with that either. The majority of people who are homeless are because of some undiagnosed or diagnosed mental illness.
Also now, also in education, education is tricky because a lot of data has changed of college attendees, and this is not what I'm doing. Yeah, so.
If I go to campus, I don't see men in the campus. There's always women in that class.
But however, when it comes to after college, men still out-earn women, so there's still male privilege in that regard.
Not in non-physical jobs, right? So like you have like a the banking sector.
Even my professors say men are dumb.
Women are doing very well. They're leaders in that industry. You know, if you're talking about pipe filleting, that's different. But in the specialized industries of coding, banking, debt collection, all that is women are dominating.
Why don't we just make women slaves? I don't get it. Why do we think that women are gonna autonomy and
They talk too much
stuff? Shouldn't they just fuck us and be next to us?
Excuse me?
Why are we
Sam,
giving
you're
us
actually
autonomy? I don't get it. The idea of a woman voting, it's like a fucking horse voting. What are we doing? It's so ridiculous.
So when it comes to incarceration, men are much more likely to get more prison sentences for the same crime that women do. In fact, if you look at mugshots, for example, mugshots are heavily associated with your appearance and how you will be treated in a court of law. And that's
the risk versus reward is more dangerous for men in all states. If men get paid more and they make a mistake, they're unemployed. If men commit a crime more, their risk versus reward is a larger slope than any woman.
So all I'm saying also is that, your statement, I think, has truth to it, but it's nuanced. There's various areas in which males are predators, and there's various areas in which females are. What's your response to that?
Being a woman's hard, especially pretty women. They go through the most. They go through a lot of hate from other women. They have to prove themselves a lot harder.
Wait,
Men are
People like
secretly
extreme
confident.
rolled into cups. Bro, like,
as a pretty man myself, I don't have that in the guys. I've never felt like just because of my beauty,
Men are not naturally.
just because of my beauty.
Your hot wife is inflating your head. Wait.
But isn't it Cora, you should call that out. Isn't
Your
that
wife is
No, I actually,
you're just lucky.
I actually do agree.
That's why I'm here on Thanksgiving. I'm giving thanks.
I actually do agree with you. There's also a bit because, you know, I think like being physically attractive actually does have a lot of negative benefits, especially like what people call
Wait, hold on.
Physical
And men are in power. Wait, what is a pretty woman? So here's the problem with that. It is completely intersexual. If non-beautiful
they
women,
hire you.
that means it's a net benefit.
That means it's
It's a net benefit. It's a net benefit. Who cares if you're...
So can I explain more example? So, yeah.
The only good thing about being pretty is you get every job. Every job interview wants to hire you. That's
So,
what I'm
so I would say the negative parts of being attractive are that
I'm trying to say that being pretty is obviously, being a pretty woman is obviously much easier than being an ugly woman who gets ignored and has a hard time finding love and gets disrespected constantly. And then if you compare,
That's the same for an ugly man.
if you compare, being a pretty woman is basically the second best thing. The best thing to be is to be a very ambitious, very intelligent, good-looking man. That's like the easiest thing to be in society.
Yeah.
But just below that is pretty woman.
Yeah.
And then every other option is like fucking worse. And I think mulatto, this is like extreme amounts of blindness to the privilege of being pretty. You could say something as ridiculous as, "Oh, the pretty women have it so much harder." The ugly
They
women,
do, because a lot of men actually
ugly
hate
women have
us
it like
being pretty.
20 times harder than you. And it's kind of like complete lack of self-awareness that you can't notice that.
You should see my sister-in-law. She's like master's degree lawyer. Ugly. And she's no help for her. Society has ostracized her.
So yeah, just be aware. Like if I complain, like, "Oh, it's so hard to be for one white man," like stop.
It's hard to be a pretty girl, okay?
It's not.
Thank you.
It's
Is
not.
it? Is
A
that
lot
hard?
of girls hate on us because have a fat ass.
Yes, and
Yeah, but they're not your competition.
They're competing.
Sexism, you can't say it's sexism if it's other women on hating on you for being pretty. That's not sexism.
Jealousy.
That's just, I mean, I don't know why you live in that. If you're prettier than fucking chicken heads.
mulatto. This is like me saying, "Oh, because I was born rich, my life is harder than if I was born poor." Because the
Yes.
people envy my wealth.
Yes.
This is the level of absurdity that we're in here.
Great analogy.
Like there are some disadvantages of being wealthy. Again, there's envy. There's the fact that you don't learn to struggle at a young age, so you maybe don't develop grit. You can be like, not have the common touch, where you have a hard time connecting with people. So to complain about being that.
To complain about an advantage.
It's a little bit in bad taste, I would say, Mara.
It's an amazing taste for me to actually acknowledge my hardship.
Well, that's not what we were talking about. If it's your personal hardship, then we respect that. If it's something personally that's affected you, but we were talking about. Well, I believe you, but we were talking about like economics and sexism and power, positions of power.
Even when it comes to males that are of power and they hire women that are women of color that are beautiful, they tend to kind of subjectify us and treat us like we're some sort of product.
Here's a newsflash. Anybody who hires anybody treats them like a product. Employees are products. If they pick you because they think you're a strong white man, they are looking for output.
They treat you not only like that, like they treat you, especially if you're an attractive young woman, they treat you in like a subjective way, like girlfriend. They start to call you names, and it's like,
No, that's
appropriate.
that's a violation. That's just an HR nightmare. If that's happening to you, you need to.
Yeah, there's a guy that called me girlfriend today. He's like, you see, this is the problem with being pretty. Like, imagine hiring me and saying, oh, it's always called girlfriend. It's like, should I just report this?
So yes, if you're uncomfortable at work, if someone says something to you that makes you uncomfortable at work, that is exactly the trigger that means you should report it. And you should be protected.
I would say that is like
Girlfriend always talk though, guys. I was not expecting.
I believe that you are correct, but also partially in terms of like the negative effects of being pretty, right? Like you're constantly subject to what they call the male gaze, like like they call it the look, Yeah. Also, like for me, like as a self-identified ugly person, right? Like I do feel some liberation in that regard, but also like the negative social effects of being ugly is that if you don't meet the American criteria of beauty standards, you're essentially socially ostracized. Like if you don't have the new jacket, the new shoes, the new clothes, like American.
No, I don't agree with that. If you guys interview people, do you work at companies where I've interviewed thousands of people.
And you
I'm always looking for.
If you interview a lot,
I'm not looking at jackets, brother. I'm not looking at clothes.
Joe, if you interview me, you'll hire me. I promise you.
And also, like,
not if you can answer. How do you weigh an airplane?
And also, like, you are in like unfortunately the way it is. Like, your physical appearance is essentially how people.
I'm not gonna hire you on your looks. Are you kidding me? I have my own problems. You're not professional. Any way you can actually solve that problem. If you give me a good answer, I hire based on people's ability.
25% is appearance, 10% is what they see on a resume. Remember that?
Where'd you get that?
I don't know where you're from, but 25% is appearance. Trust me.
No, where did you get that stat?
The HR lady told me once. She said, please don't share this with anyone, but when HR looks at people, it's normally through appearance that we hire people.
He speaks for everybody who hires people.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Well, they don't hire ugly people, and if they do, it's a small percentage. That's how I feel.
I got a team full of uggos, and they grind for me. My team's ugly as fuck, and they're amazing. Because I do not hire off of appearance. That is the stupidest idea. I'm not hiring receptionists. It is different. I think it's different. If you're hiring a receptionist, or you're hiring like front of house, I do think there are some positions where that's true. I do agree with you. There are some positions where
they want to make sure you look appealing to the customers.
Yes, I agree with that.
Well, they hire pretty faces. I'm telling you.
But yeah, I agree with that. But that's not everybody, right?
Like Full Locker.
Like I hire auditors.
If you work at Full Locker, you're a cute girl because they don't hire ugly people for Full Locker.
Just give me psychological aids. I just want people to acknowledge that it's easier to be pretty than it is to be ugly. It's easier to be.
No, it's easier to be ugly than it is to.
There's not even any manners at all. What the fuck is wrong?
No, she was pretty.
Anyway, it's easier to be rich than poor. It's easier to be healthy than sick. It's easier to be young than old. It's easier to be pretty than ugly. It's easier to be charismatic than uncharming. It's easier. There's just so many things where it's just
Catholic, handicapped.
Yeah, like the fuck. Like, why would anyone try to fucking pretend otherwise? It's so fucking dishonest.
I think it is. I think there's nuances though. I think there's certain aspects. Like you can say majority easier for one thing, but there's also like minority areas in which something is hard.
Not if you're pretty. You're rich.
Bro, I'm telling you.
It is automatically less hard if you are appealing to other people and you are wealthier than other people. It is automatically less hard, no matter the situation.
Yes, but there's minority areas in which there are hardships that the average person doesn't have. The
honestly happy easier than people with most things.
I think the thing is that people that have a privilege that, go around getting favored treatment because of that privilege somehow see that being treated equally as some sort of oppression.
Yeah. That is true. It's like a mathematical paradox. Like I was treated unfairly because
I wasn't privileged.
Yeah.
I wasn't given the privilege that I deserve for being pretty.
All right. I think that I said everything I need to say there, but like objectification is a huge thing that pretty people deal with, which is why
Dude, all women get objectified. Like,
yep, I wouldn't say all is a category.
No, there's someone to objectify everyone.
And here's the power dynamic. Women objectify men too. Women objectify men in the workplace. But because of the obvious power dynamic, those things just don't land. They don't. They don't land the same way.
As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage.
Whoa.
Hoisted it onto his shoulders.
It was so intense.
I don't know why it's pisses me off so much. Like, your life's easy, you're pretty, you don't also complain about it. You also don't get complaint privileges. Complaint privileges go to people that have hard lives. When your life's very good, you don't get to like.
Yeah, like we found out in our company that some of our leaders failed to do their annual merit increases for some of their team members. That's valid. That is a valid time to argue and complain when you actually get mathematically skipped over compared to everybody else. But this I'm pretty, woe is me, that's hard to quantify.
Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's.
Another thing that's super annoying about it is if you hate being pretty, just make yourself ugly. That's not even hard to do. It's not
hard to make yourself ugly. That's true.
No.
So then the fact that you're not doing that shows that your revealed preference is that you don't want to be ugly. So then don't fucking complain. You're not fucking ugly. Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know why that's such a pet peeve. I guess it would be just a pet peeve.
What do you mean? I agree with you completely. That's a huge pet peeve.
It's I'm rich. You don't know how hard it is to be born rich.
Yeah.
Joe, my family, this is actually true. My family had an island growing up, and that was hard because then I thought people would just use me for the island as opposed to liking me for me, and I could never tell which was which. It was so hard. Fucking kill yourself. Fuck, are you kidding?
Yeah. And coming from the other aspect is I after working since I was 14, I finally have financial independence. I couldn't even understand judging someone. I couldn't at my age right now. If someone told me oh, he's just born rich, he's a snob, I'd be what the fuck are you talking about? We are adults. I like the guy or I don't like the guy.
Yep.
There's nothing else. It's just based on how they treat you. It's especially that pretty shit. That pretty shit is just self-perceived nonsense.
When it comes to the judging people class, I feel maybe I'm crazy here, but I feel this is a thing that poor people think rich people do more than rich people do it.
Yeah.
Growing up, when I was rich, I don't feel there was that much judgment. I don't know. Maybe I'm in circles and other people were I thought it was crazy to judge a person based on their wealth. That seemed insane to me.
Yeah, it's complicated because as someone that's been a little had class mobility, I grew up pretty impoverished. Most of my family is a bunch of crazy ass criminal fucking drug fiends, right? And I'm ostracized ostracized from them because, you know, I'm uppity in their opinion. I went off and got me an education, and now I think I know everything.
Yeah.
I knew everything before that happened. But anyway, you know, by their standards. But also, like, I find that people that feel like they're competing with me, like, at the same level, are like, I find primarily people that are upper class from, like, the suburbs that have, like, sort of the medium high privilege access, you know, like the decent education, you know, but they still have to compete a little. They're the worst because, again, I'm like traveling among them, but I still have like holes in my knowledge, right? I still have mannerisms that communicate to them, even like subconsciously, that I'm other, right? Whereas like old money people, like really wealthy people that don't really have to worry about shit, and like the ones that are like can like just travel among the art community and stuff, where I often hung out with like poor artists and stuff because we had similar backgrounds and things like that. They never judged me. They were chill, right? So it was just whatever, you know. So I basically like chalk it up to like I don't like new money people and I don't mind old money people.
That is very fair, because new money is still holding the bag. You know, like I get that a lot, because it's similar for my family. It was like I got successful and it spited them somehow. It is, dude, humans are weird. Humans just have hang-ups. Like, the whole statement, I'm prettier than another, is wild to me. Or like, I'm more successful than another, or I'm richer than another. Those statements are wild to me. You can't reduce someone to a binary, like, situation, especially when, like, that girl that was up here, she was reducing herself to a situation where, because I'm prettier than others, all my problems come from there. I don't know. That's wild.
My family always told me a Mercedes Benz is, you know, it can be the same place as a fucking, like, Nissan sedan or whatever. And all this stuff, like, doesn't matter. But just judge people based on, you know, whether they're good people, whether they're interesting people. And I don't know, maybe it's just new money, old money shit. I don't know.
It is, exactly. So I can debate that I moved into the SVP level, and I only lease new Hondas. So I got a new Honda Accord. And they're driving Maseratis, the new Tesla SUV, a Porsche Carrera, or no, the 4-door. And they're like, what are you doing? Like, what is... They drove it up in a Honda, and I'm like, I literally can't tell the difference as a consumer. This is a brand new car. I can't tell the difference if I'm driving this or that Maserati. The difference between how good these cars are, because they're both brand new, is lost on me. But it is. I don't know why people do that either. That must go way back to like the guy who wore the best wolf furs because he killed the biggest wolf. Like, that must go way back. I think it's lost on me, but it must be some sort of, you know, maybe because we're pack mammals, that there needs to be this drive to be superior, but I don't understand it. Like driving huge pickup trucks.
I understand the desire to be superior. The desire for status is a fundamental human motive. I just think that, like, wealth is such a bizarre thing to judge people's status based on. And so, like, you can judge them based on their knowledge, their virtue, what cool things they've done, what experiences they can provide. couples are sort of like their status hierarchies than their bank account. Now, if there is a rich person who uses their money to do interesting things, that I guess I would give some status for that. But there are plenty of rich people who spend their money on the dumbest, most worthless shit in the world. And okay, why would I give that status? You're like, you have so much ability to do cool stuff and you're fucking squandering it.
But isn't it interesting because we're mammals? It is. We all understand that we initially observe other humans quickly, and if you don't, and this is why I think people with money buy things that show they have money, is because they want other humans of their species to quickly identify that they are alpha through their finances, like they are rich. Because you're right, like if someone is philanthropic, you find that out after, you're like, okay, I respect that, but it is true that you're not observed to have wealth unless you flaunt it. So it's another paradox. Like Pinocchio says, my nose now grows. Like someone can't observe you being wealthy unless you show them you are wealthy. It is weird. We are no different than bonobo monkeys. It is like the exact same thing. Like I am different in this social group, and I have to show you immediately.
These conversations used to make me feel so paranoid and so insecure. It was so hard to learn anything about money growing up. Just like being so and now I'm like, navigating the university system or whatever obviously has given me so much more understanding and privilege, but I used to get so in my head about it all the time. Like every decision I made, and I just felt like everybody was constantly looking down at me. It was awful. And I'm just so happy. I think part of it was like a mental health, like it impacted my mental health so much. And I'm just like really glad I don't know, I've found ways to not be so self-conscious about it. Because, when you go to university, it's like, oh, the chance of people being around you who have everything paid for or have their parents were professors or whatever, and I'm paying for everything by myself and student loans and working 3 jobs and busting my ass, and it just felt like, oh, I would be invited to a dinner or whatever and didn't know the proper etiquette, or even now I still feel like I don't speak the way a typical academic speaks all the time. I don't know, but it doesn't impact me as much here, I noticed, than it doesn't than when I lived in Ontario. But it was really hard.
And that's actually my point, is just think, you yourself growing up in Papua New Guinea, where you don't have that same pressure of higher education or this socioeconomic, more cultural anthropological idea of wealth. And it does affect young people. It affects them, that this idea that because you're in the system, the goal of this system is that you come out of it being wealthy, and therefore you're playing Blinko on every action you make. That's just what mammal groups do. And, we're no different. I mean, I don't think humans are different than animals at all. There's an expectation set by your group, and then you try to achieve it, and then the struggle is in the attempt to achieve it.
I think a turning point for me was when I was in grade 7. I was such a nerd. Nobody ever picked me team. I was bullied a lot, just not anyone's favorite at all. And I really wanted to be like the cool kids and was really obsessed with this and could just like never leave it. And they were so mean all the time. And I didn't understand like why, like psychologically, like why this is like happening. And then I ended up doing something really outside of my comfort zone. I joined this choir that was hired to do a musical. And I was like such a shy kid. And this was like completely like so outside of my comfort zone. It was the first time I could travel without my parents and travel across Canada. And it was like a lot of fun, but it really required me to like let go of any sort of like attachment to these ideas that I had. And I noticed myself wanting to like hang out with the cool like musical theater people, and then this one girl just like wanting to be my friend so bad, but she wasn't cool, so I like didn't give her the time of day, and I was such a bitch. And
oh no.
And I like, because it's like, oh well, like you end up like creating like a hierarchy, you know?
Yeah.
When you're trying to pursue it. And so then I caught myself in this one moment, and I'm like, what am I doing?
You're defending your social position.
Yeah, but then I was like, this is so fucking stupid. This person is like giving me exactly what I want. Like, wants to talk to me about the things I like. Doesn't care like that I like I don't know what I'm wearing, or like likes the fact that I can like sing some songs well, and like and it was just like, why, like I'm a fucking idiot.
Thank you for sharing that. That is so self-aware.
And it just like really, it just changed everything for me.
Because I did that too. Like I grew up, I was scared, and then I got bullied a little bit, and then I thought that men had to be like, well, a really similar situation. Like I thought men had to be like a certain toughness, and then like someone was like just trying to be a friend of mine. And I didn't think they earned the toughness I earned, so I bullied them.
Mm-hmm.
God, it's so wild.
It's so fucked how I will never forget that moment.
Me neither.
It's so pivotal. Like when you've been bullied the whole time, and I was still bullied after that.
Yeah, because you felt like you grinded out of it, like you achieved. Yeah.
Because I remember like in my last year of high school still getting like beat up, you know.
Yeah.
And then to like do that to somebody else, even just once, was like so disgusting. It was so disgusting. I will never. It's so gross. I can't believe I did that.
Me too. I put a tiny man. I have a similar story where like I feel like I finally got there, and then I wanted to express the dominance I earned.
Mm-hmm.
And this tiny man slapped me, and challenged me, and I thumped him, and I felt like a piece of shit for like 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like a real piece. I felt like a real piece of shit.
Yeah, it's crazy. Being a bully is like not cool.
It is weird though how if you get bullied.
Yeah.
Because of the power dynamic, when you get power, you feel like, I don't know. And this is the thing I've always think about power is you don't know if you have power.
Like thinking about like how, you know, I'm just like never gonna fit in, and then like not only would I get it at school, I'd also get it at home. So then it was just this constant like being picked apart. And I just,
unfortunately, do you think now though that it was you're grateful for that lesson?
100%.
Me too.
I'm really glad I like within that one relationship I could like change it around, like flip it around. And I like can't stand, I'm like so, it's impacted, and so many different things have impacted this, but like I'm really protective of people. And like really, like I have this like this best friend, and anyways, like it's something that I think I can relate to so many people on, I guess, or with, and just like I just like don't want people to feel like less than. I don't want people to feel like I don't know, and sometimes all I can say is I'm so grateful for that moment, and it's really impacted a lot of the choices I make and how I choose to talk to people, and I really hope I'm nice, and I hope I'm not like I'm sure I'm mean sometimes, but.
Well, that's okay. But I have maybe a tough question for you. After that experience and being old, what advice? I don't know if this has come up or not, but if it has, what advice do you give kids now or people now that are being bullied after you went through that?
I don't know if I have like. If I think about
what would you?
I think if I was talking to my younger self, I really wish I could tell myself to just like let myself enjoy the things I like, because I felt so weird all the time. I felt like the things that I like, nobody liked around me, and I didn't know how to relate to people about the things I liked.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
And I think it's like that's it's like a one like enjoy the things you enjoy and like fucking nerd out about it, and you don't have to like prove that to anybody, and like I used to love like nerdy things. Like I love comics actually. My best friend growing up, his mom owned a comic book store, and by best friend I mean somebody who I hung out with like for 2 weeks.
Yeah, right. Yep.
And I love comics. I just don't like talking to people about it because I would fucking get bullied about it. So I don't talk about it till this day. I refuse. I can't do it. It's like a. But.
You need to shed that though.
I'm working on it, but like I don't. Anyways, so there's things like that I think I would tell people like to just enjoy what you enjoy, and I really love hearing about the things that people nerd out about.
I do too, and I love the kids who like. There are kids out there or people out there who can't be bullied, and I always respected that because I always cared too much about what the bully thought.
Yeah.
And I let it change what I thought. And there's people out there that are immune to it. They're like, no, I'm gonna like comic books. I'm not gonna change 1 inch from your bullying. I would think, what am I supposed to do? And I, just like you, if I were to talk to my younger self, I would have encouraged myself to pick my own path instead of being influenced so much by what other people thought.
I think another moment for me was when I finished grade 12, I decided not to go to university right away. Like I had applied, done all the interviews, realized that's like not the schools that I applied to were like not where I wanted to go. And then I came back and did an extra year of high school of like I just took everything that I wish I had taken before.
What?
And I joined like the rugby team, and
I would have bullied you for that.
Why?
No, you graduated and went back, or?
No, I like did an extra year. It's really common. It was really common in Canada to do 13 years in high school.
Oh, okay. I didn't think about that.
And then I was like the first generation where like that was available, but it was okay to like stay and do an extra year. So they used to call it
Wilder.
Yeah. So then I stayed back, but what it felt like was a choice of like autonomy to like learn what I wanted to learn and to like try new things. And so I took a year-long creative writing course. I joined the rugby team. I took a law class. I became really good friends with my high school teacher.
Wait. How good of friends with the rest?
No, not like that.
Because my twin sister had a problem with her high school teacher, so I just wanted to make sure.
No, it was not a problem. No.
Okay.
Like, no, I mean like, anyways, I could tell at that point that I was like gonna go to grad school, probably. But
wait, that's amazing. So you figured out, you took another year, you figured out the next step. Did you get bullied in your 13th year?
Oh yeah, for sure.
What?
For sure. I know, it was
You're a super
I'll never
senior.
forget that. Huh? I know, it's crazy. I'll never forget it. I don't know why. Like, I don't know why. Like, these fucking red lipstick bitches, like, would come up to me and just, like, fucking... It was awful, man.
In Canada?
I can't even describe. Yeah, I can't even describe it to you. Like, it was awful. I used to
Like the Mean Girls?
Yeah. I think about it now and I'm like, I can't even believe it. Like, they would take my lunch tray and, like, throw it at me.
Get the fuck out of here.
I swear to God, they would, like, one time they took a bucket of water and poured it on me. Like, it was like other Muslim girls. It was like other city girls.
Oh,
It was
okay.
so bad.
When you add that part, that's the first time you added that aspect.
Yeah, it was so bad. And like and one time they like literally punched me in the cafeteria.
So they're trying to publicly shame you.
Yeah, totally. It was awful.
And they're Sunni?
Some of them were. Some of them, whatever. I don't think that happened, but whatever. Just this one girl really tried to. Anyway, so I don't know, like I just couldn't. I don't know. I can't even describe to you like what I did to them.
Yeah, but
I have no idea.
you're like 18 at this time, right? At least, like
No,
older
it's
than
maybe 17, 18.
as a 13-year?
17? I'm bad at that.
How old are you right now?
Because I completely changed. Well, not completely, but I decided to do something different. And the cool thing was that year, because I didn't have to be like I was doing everything like that I wanted to. I would go visit my brother at university, and that's where I met the professors that I would work with. So I was really grateful for that.
Well, that's great, but that is some wild bullying. Like,
I'm blown away. I'm still blown away by it. It was so bad.
me too. I am too, because like my bullying was like you get caught under, or no, like we would fuck around in our cars and get beat up. Like never, not like publicly in the school. You know what I mean?
It feels like such a different version of me to have gone through that. Like
Do you think it forged you or it hurt you?
Probably both.
Fair. That's fair.
I think it really took a toll on my confidence. It was weird. I felt like I was living like 3 different lives. One where I was like nerdy drama kid who could do improv and like be confident, and then this person who was like good in school and like got good grades, and then did a lot of like volunteering and community service and whatever, but then just was fucking didn't know how to have friends at all. Like, and I had some friends, but they would always leave. They would always leave. So then I have like all these abandonment.
I can't tell you how many times I was like, we're gonna go. I'm not dealing with this anymore. Are you with me? And my friends are like, yeah, and then it doesn't show up. But do you have kids?
Me? No.
Okay, so if you did have kids that are going through school, what would you tell them about bullying? Because that's the hard part. I got 2 kids, and my daughter's 7 now, and this dude in her class that sits next to her, even though she's only in 2nd grade, is like, he's not bullying, but he's just making it really hard for her. And it's hard for me to give her a lesson. But what do you think you would say? So let's say you had kids in high school.
I think I would want to say what you're done to do.
It was really interesting going to this high school recruitment event yesterday because I felt like I was talking to versions of myself. And I met this like one kid who was like, oh my god, obviously he was like a debate, like philosophy, like kid. So I could like talk to him about some of the stuff like that I've experienced. But I don't know, I think it was just, I think think it's just feeling like whatever they're interested in, so long as it's not causing harm to people, and like make them feel really cool about it and good about it and confident in like learning that thing about that thing.
I think
and
that's
like
great.
letting them like be. I think I used to love space science so much,
Me
and I
too.
felt like I was like bullied out of it, and I like, yeah, I just want, like, so I don't have kids, but I have kids in my life, and I'm very protective of them, I notice, and when I hang out with them, I try to be really, really, like, positive, and, like, just affirming, that's all I can think of, yeah.
No, I think that's great. And you're affirming because you've dealt with bullying. And so you weren't affirmed, and you understand that affirming their situation will help them. It builds blocks for them to continue. It's hard. It is hard. You know, I got kids, and they like come home. It is crazy. All of a sudden, they come home with this situation that's like bullying, and I'm like, I don't know what the like.
My best friend's kid is definitely like, he's either gonna be like the really, really cool kid or gonna get really bullied.
Right.
And he's like the main parent, and he's like trying really hard to like get this kid to be nerdy, so he doesn't like get like taken by, like, he already sees like his kid mimicking the other cool kids.
Yeah. Yep.
And he's trying to like, you know, like the cool kids don't wear their backpacks properly, you know? And so he'll be like to his kid, like, he'll see his kid like wearing his backpack in this weird way. And he's like, you know, that's just gonna like hurt your arms. You know? Anyways, whatever. Sam, you're gonna say something?
So I have that whole document on like social skills that I would like try very in depth to explain like how social skills work. Because like if your kid is like got good social skills, a lot of this will be avoided. But then I think a deeper point I would make to them is that like you have to like nip it in the bud early. That if someone is bullying you and they're getting away with it for a while, they're not gonna like, you're gonna have to be like really, really aggressive to get them to stop. But if like as soon as you start to see them bullying a little bit, you deter them, like you like put them down, like they insult you, and then you just like give them a sharp arm, just to have them understand that like, hey, like I saw that you did there, I saw that you insulted me, and just kind of like make it clear that like, hey, like just so you know, this is not gonna be that. Like if you go down this path, like, you know, you look bad, I'll make you look stupid. But it has to be like subtle. It has to be like, you don't, when a dog growls at you, when it's like, hey, the dog doesn't just immediately bite right away and doesn't want something. It starts off with the growl. You kind of start with the growl with people, and then know like, hey, I saw what you did there. This is not going to be tolerated. And then if it goes beyond that, then you bite them. And have this sort of understanding of when people are insulting you and when people are disrespecting you, and to let people know that this is like not okay, and you can deter it in the small, so it doesn't lead to the large. I guess would be my advice.
That's exactly what I'm telling my children. Exactly. It's like don't let, you are there to listen to the teacher and to do the schoolwork. If anybody else tells you anything, and it makes you feel a certain way, you can tell them right away, shut up, I'm not hearing that, or that doesn't, whatever, that doesn't apply to me. And if they put, if you're going to physically bully, there needs to be a physical response. But verbal is the hard part, right? There's a bunch of nuance there. So I tell my kids, like, my daughter is like dealing with this kid, and but she's also like, he's not influencing, he's more annoying her. And all I say is like, if you could do your work, then do it. But if he starts telling you things, then you need to tell him that you do not need to hear him talk. You're not looking for it, like, you know. So I agree with you, Sam. Like, it's a representation of yourself. I am here. You are not pushing me either way, verbally. I'm gonna do what I'm doing here, and you need to leave me alone. And then if it goes to physical, it needs to be responded with. Like, I have a record in my high school for the most school suspensions, but I'm from like northern Minnesota, and I got bullied by older kids, and it would always go to like physical fights. But how else? What are you supposed to do? Just get your ass beat? No.
No, I agree.
I like how you said it. I really like how you said it. It's leave me alone. I'm doing my thing here in school just like you are. If you don't like it, talk to your fucking journal. Diary it, because it don't tell me nothing.
I don't like the thing of like, I'm doing my thing, you're doing your I like more like this thing of like, okay, kid, so you look ugly today, and what you just do is you say like look at yourself. You have an ugly nose and you're fat, and you're like your parents divorced because they don't love you enough to have to stick the family together. They don't really mean shit to them, and they know that they shouldn't say mean shit to you.
Yeah, that's why I tell my daughter is like, if someone says something to you that you don't like in school where other people could hear, then just respond to them that I'm sorry your family has AIDS. And that's it. And let that flow.
So what's interesting is like my friends were not. I'm just processing now that we're having therapy, but the friends I did make were friends like not at my school, and whose parents were like never around. So we were like,
that's
really just,
interesting.
Like,
that says more about you than them.
Like how?
Yeah, because like you're not even seeking like the friendships you're creating are uber school. Like you're not even in school to try to create friendships at school. Which makes sense if you're a bully, because everybody there is an enemy.
So it's not like I didn't know how to make friends. It was just school. Something about school.
Yeah, you put them in a bucket. These are not friends.
Yeah.
I can make friends, but this bucket is not friends. Nothing wrong with that.
Which is so different now, obviously. Well, not really.
Not really.
Not really.
Now in school, so I taught high school for a while. And then I had to stop because I broke 4 cell phones in a class once. It's because then, like, the kids actually, when you're in high school, half of the children.
One of the reasons why it was hard to make friends in school is because a lot of people didn't like it.
And you were there to actually do school.
Yeah, I really liked it.
I did too. I actually was like, I loved history. I became a history teacher.
Am I interrupt?
Yeah. Was it you, Sam? Was it someone else?
No, I just had a pop up.
No, but I was the same way. I actually was trying to learn and all these other, like, if you're trying to actually do good in school, you're automatically like an outsider.
Yeah.
Because it's cool to be like, oh, we're forced to be here.
You know what's so crazy? So not only I had like regular school, and then I had like extra math classes that I would take for fun, and then
Me too. I had AP calculus and AP geometry. Yeah.
And then I also had religious education on the weekends.
What?
And then the
Wait.
Because I grew up Muslim, right?
Oh, I'm an atheist. I didn't have anything.
You're like, I would never judge you for that.
I would never judge you for that.
So then, religious education, it was a very similar thing. But what's really funny is, like, religious education, those people, like, you're in the same class. Like,
No
from
bullying.
kindergarten to high school.
And no bullying.
No, there's bullying there. But
Really?
What's really interesting?
Tell me about that. Tell me about that.
Oh my god, I love this grief therapy. Okay, so there's this one girl who was very like she wanted to like our religious education, like we would rent out at high school, so we would have like gym class and whatever also. And anyways, they would always try to convince the teacher to like cancel the class after gym and just like have a longer gym. And so we could like play like soccer or whatever. And I fucking hated that. Anyways, so I would get bullied, whatever. So I've known them since kindergarten. High school was like when the bullying would happen more. Turns out that like when she graduated from high school, she went to this university. And then I stayed back, and then when I graduated, I went to the same university as her, and we bumped into each other on the way to the gym, and we ended up talking for like an hour, and she like apologized for all the bullying, and we just like became friends, and she's like, I just didn't understand, like, she used to call me Gray Zone Girl. Oh my god.
What? What is that? What?
So, and I think I'm still like this now, where like somebody will like describe something in really black and white terms, and then I want to be like, oh, but what about this like other way of like thinking about something? And so, anyways, so she apologized, and she's like, I just didn't understand that like you were not seeing things the way I was seeing things. And anyways, it was a really epic moment. But what's crazy is, like, now she's my best friend, and she married my other best friend, and I was the best man at the wedding, and they're the ones who moved to the city that I'm in. And, like, I'm, like, the auntie to their, like, 3 year-old.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
It's so crazy how somebody can, like, fucking hate you, and you can hate them, and then you just, like, let go, and you're like, oh, I really fucked up. And now it's like we're like.
The one thing I noticed though, you use such absolute language.
I do.
Yeah, so it is not true that you hated them and that they hated you and that you both fucked up. What is true, or a better way to say it is, you perceived them, they perceived you, and you both perceived them wrong. Because how could, if you really hated them and they really hated you and you both really fucked up, you would not be in the situation you are now. That's just, all that is social influence, right? Like that's just, you're young, you're emotional. I don't even think anymore, in my line of work, I don't think emotional has to do with age anymore. There are people who are 40 years old that only talk in emotive language. They only talk in they're not analytical at all. So I think that's awesome. That is awesome. But the way you say it, you seem.
I don't actually mean it like that though.
That's good. That's good because what it was is like you were protecting yourself. She was protecting herself. At that time, you conflicted.
She was also crazy. One time we had a sleepover and she I was snoring and she took a pillow and touched one of my face.
Oh no, that's attempted murder. Okay, that's a different thing now.
It's so bad. Oh my god.
But what you say now, like that's not really the case. The case is at that time.
Yeah. So what's really crazy is her kid just had a birthday party.
And you love it.
Huh?
And you love the kid and you love her now.
Yeah, well, it was at the YMCA. And I love the YMCA so much. And we played soccer together. And it was like this weird moment where we both had this flashback to this like Saturday school soccer that we used to play.
Oh,
and then it was like, wow, we haven't played soccer since, because I also played indoor soccer for 5 years.
So she couldn't. That's interesting. So you're playing soccer with her like you did before, but a completely different power dynamic.
Yeah, totally. And we were both able to acknowledge it. And now she's like joined some intramural soccer league or whatever, and she wants me to like join the team. And I'm like, wow, like we're in such a different place. Had we only like let go when we were younger, you know?
Because that's the point.
Like,
No, that's not right. That's the point. Is so you like when you're younger, just like fucking lion with lion cubs. They like bite each other, they hate each other, and they fucking hate everything else. And when you mature, you identify what is actually prey and what is actually a predator. We're not any. I don't know why, as an atheist myself, I don't think humans are any different than other mammals. We have a larger prefrontal cortex, but we do the same shit. You get to a certain point where you're like, oh, I don't have to use bad information from the past. I don't have to use it. Because we were pups. We're not mature men are not mature until they're 25. Women are not fully mature. Men are not fully mature until they're like 25 years. Women are not fully mature until they're like 21. They mature earlier. But after that, that's where you get your power. You get your power to say, these relationships are mine to establish, and if I don't want to establish them, I don't. Does that make sense? So now you guys are in a completely different, but she's got baggage. That's the only difference, is because you're so smart. Humans are so smart that you understand that this woman didn't treat you the same way that she's treating you now. And that's your problem, sweetheart. So, to be honest, that's your decision. If you don't want to treat her fair now, that's up to you.
anyways, like we're obviously friends now, but like to the same extent, like it was just a really interesting. Even when they got together, it was really interesting to like be part of that conversation.
No, that's so interesting. I'm loving this conversation.
Anyways, thanks for listening. I was not expecting this.
Thanks for talking to me.
Yeah, clearly I needed help there.
I don't think so. I think you're actually fine. I think you came out. I think you're all right. But I really appreciate you talking to me.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm gonna go fuck up some other rooms.
Yeah, you're a good dad.
I try to be. Oh man, my kids. Oh. Especially at Thanksgiving time, like I'm gonna put a picture in my PTR just for this room, not for any other room. But I'm gonna show you my bambinos. So I can figure this out, and then I'll get out of here. Yeah, here we go. That's my profile picture. Here's my babies. Dude, I'm a fortunate man. I'm a grateful man.
That's sweet. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you, guys. This is a great room. Sam, thank you always for letting me up here. I appreciate it.
Be talking, Joe.
Hey.
Yeah. I don't really want to be a parent, but I would want to help a kid handle bullying. Because that was something that was really hard for me as a kid. And helping a kid, like I would give really good advice on it.
You'd be such a good dad, dude.
No, I'm too.
Very close.
100%. For that exact reason. Plus all the shit you fucking know. Your kid would be fucking
Just like helping kids understand how social dynamics work and how status works and like just how it goes. Like I was like just forced to figure it out on my own. That's gay. Like
documenting criticism.
Thanks.
Yeah. Do you have little people in your life?
Little people like midgets? No, I don't know.
No, like kids. Aw. And how old are they?
Like 4 and 2 and 1.
Oh my God. Are you close with them?
Not really.
Yeah, my brother has kids and I'm not close with him. But that's my brother's fault.
Why is it your brother's fault?
Because I really tried to be there, and his wife was like not very nice to me, and then they ended up getting a divorce. And I tried really hard to like make time to talk to the kids, but he would never facilitate it. So then I'd have to go through her, but she would just like not talk to me.
Fucking bitch.
I know, but now my brother's talking to me again, so that's a big deal.
Oh, that's good.
Maybe one day I'll be able to talk to him.
Lisa,
Hello.
how you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are you guys?
We are doing ecstatically.
Oh wow.
We have like the vision of heaven in our eyes, and we're sweating out love, and like our dreams are coming off our tongues, and we're just
That
like
sounds inebriating.
we're like whirling in a daze of like love and happy confusion and weirdness and joy, and the rain is pouring down, and we're laughing as the rain covers us, and we're screaming and yelling in the park. We're like,
Yes! Yeah. What is that drug? What's the name of the drug?
it's called just like awareness.
Life?
It's called consciousness. It's called just like being alive. It's called the being aware of like your true nature in this existence, you know?
I see. Are you feeling the same? Sadly?
Oh, couldn't have said it better myself.
And how are you? Oh, I just woke up. I'm not anything yet. I was dreaming of Clubhouse, so I don't know.
You're still like a little caterpillar, and you're gonna turn into a butterfly.
Yes, I'm still in my bed now. Get out. It's cold outside.
I'll bring some leaves over. You can munch on them a little bit, and then your wings will grow. You know what I mean?
Have you ever seen the caterpillars?
Have I ever seen a caterpillar?
Yeah.
Yeah, I used to be one.
That's amazing. They're so cool.
I think they should be called butterwalks.
I saw butterflies.
We have butterflies, and we should call them caterpillar butterwalks.
Oh my god. I really want to try that drug.
Yes, it's called being.
I saw. Yeah, I like the idea. I saw a lot of butterwalks in. Once I went to this like farm of silk, and it was like really cool. They were a little bit disgusting, but it was very cool actually. And then they get into their little cocoons. Yeah, they never get out. Because they use the cocoons for making silk. So are you guys talking about abortion? Why did you choose that topic?
Oh, there was a room on abortion that was getting really out of hand, and I
wanted to like discuss it in a more
The atheists?
Yeah, it was like Andrew was talking to Buttercup about,
Oh my god.
and they were just like yelling at each other, you know. And I just thought like there must be a better way.
Yeah, she must be pro-abortion, right?
Yeah, she loves aborting. Like literally, she's had like 26 at this point. Like it's like for her, it's like a hobby. It's more like a calling. Like it's like her passion project. To have as many abortions as she can.
And what is your position?
My position is that okay, well, on the one hand, I hate life, but I also hate women having choices. So I'm kind of like in a kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. It's like I want to be anti-life, but I also want to restrict women's autonomy. So I don't know. You know what I mean? It's just like
your body, my choice.
Yeah, I think it should be.
Yeah.
I don't want women to have choices, but I also hate life, so I don't know where I stand. You know?
I see.
Like when I think of women making choices, I'm just like, oh my fucking god, the fuck is this?
Alright.
It's fucking it's cringe as fuck. I'm like, ugh, women choices. Ugh.
Do you at least allow them to have the choice? Would you like to allow us to have the choice of what kind of sandwich to make?
Listen, it's a slippery slope. You gotta be really careful. I understand what you're saying, but it's a delicate thing.
You let them fizzle the thing, you let them start asking for more.
Exactly. They get in the habit of like, oh, I can choose the sandwich meat today. Like, oh, then what's next? What else can you choose? Like, okay, it's gonna be a nightmare. It's a headache. You know, you gotta get real.
All of a sudden, they want to vote.
Yeah, exactly. Buttercup, did you hear my position on abortion?
No, I missed it.
Also, I'm trying to explain that I'm both anti-life, but I'm also anti-choice. Like, I hate life and I want it to be eradicated, but I hate giving women bodily autonomy. So I'm kind of trapped and stuck, you know?
It sounds like it's just a position.
It's like, ugh.
Position.
She's so shady. Misogynist, Trumpian, backwards, retrograde.
Who suddenly likes Israel for some reason.
I don't think that
we were supposed to have a debate, remember?
She doesn't what?
We were supposed to debate, remember?
No, I would never.
What do you mean?
Yeah, for some reason, Buttercup, she has never, ever heard any of my positions, but she feels, oh yeah, by the way, the reality of the couch, and
yeah, you remember it?
It's just a very awkward little creature.
You know, if we met in real life, I think we'd be friends, Issa.
Issa, have you ever tried being less of a cunt? Because that might cause her to call you as less.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I don't think I have. Maybe it's a me, right?
Yeah, well, it takes two to tango, so, I mean, maybe you're not a cunt, maybe you're just a cunt to her, you know? And then maybe that's how it changed. Or maybe Buttercup's a cunt and she's just slandering you. That's also a possibility, so we gotta explore all the others.
No, well, so here's the thing, because, I tried to understand her position, but it's very difficult. So the day this happened, we were all in a room where she was called a cunt, and she played a victim, and then she got someone kicked that called her a cunt. But 5 minutes later, when we went to my room, the first thing she did when she came in the room is to call me a cunt. So I'm not sure to be fair, I like to be called a cunt, and then she calls other people a cunt. So I feel a little bit of like dissonance there. So
she's a bit of an SJW. What can you expect from them?
Wait, where am I?
Yeah, like a bit of an SJW. You know what I mean? Like,
what is an SJW?
SJW warrior?
I'm not.
I'm not. Yeah, you told me.
Yeah.
You consider me a social justice warrior?
Well, you're calling we over here.
Do you know Issa? Do you guys go way back?
So what did Issa do to deserve to be
Yeah, of course.
I don't know, we got off on the wrong foot. I came into the room and it's like her and like the fucking pro-Israel mafia, the guys who are keep trying to get me reported to the FBI for anti-Semitism. So these are her friends. And this is also like, and she immediately, like, Issa, you immediately made a joke about like, oh, you didn't know that, you know, is it because you're a woman that you got this, you know, you made a bunch of sexist jokes to me and I didn't know who you were, so I didn't know that's kind of your shtick. And
well, you see, but that's the thing. You jumped immediately into making a lot of conclusions instead of actually, I don't know, hanging around and see what was going on.
Okay, and then
he hates that I love making sandwiches.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You know that when you assume you make an ass out of you heard of that?
Mhm. Wow. You got dad jokes.
Uncle jokes for me, but listen, I think
Kind can also be like a sassy word, you know? I think you're kind of in a sassy way.
Like, I feel like I have the solution to solve.
Oh, so nice.
You know, I love the Jewish state. I love the Jewish people. You know, and then I think that everything will be kosher. You know what I mean? Everything will be beautiful.
My main issue is Eve says that she like piggybacks on the cause because like today she hates Muslims more than Jews, and she just like suddenly like discovered it on that.
I don't hate Muslims. I just think that Islam is a very toxic ideology and very.
The support of Israel is rooted almost entirely in her Islamophobia. Her love of Israel is rooted not out of love of Jews, Sam. It's out of love of hate of Muslims. That's what.
Tomato, tomato.
That is not even true. You see, this is the thing. You're making that.
I've seen it. The only arguments you make in those rooms is about how Muslims suck and they are all of child brides and they're all backwards and shit.
Assumptions based on positions you imagine I have in your head.
Yeah. So how do you feel about Muslims? How do you feel about Prophet Muhammad and Islam and how it's practiced?
With friends that are Muslims, I think that they're victims and at the same time they're perpetrators. I think that Islam is a terrible ideology, and I think it's super incompatible with the West, and we are a danger in the West if we allow such an opposite culture to take over. That's my position.
Precisely, and that's why you support Israel, right?
No, not at all. My support for Israel has nothing to do with that.
Really? Nothing to do with
why it's a problem. I do believe it's a problem for them, and I believe that they're an extension of the West in the East, and that they uphold all the values that we stand for in the West. And I think that it's a problem because the type of motivation that is driving the attacks against Israel have got a lot to do with Islam.
I rest my case.
Okay, well, if that's what you heard from them.
No, you just framed you just told me why you love Israel. That was
okay, but even all of the ideas you have in your head about are true, then why is it that you feel you cannot engage with someone that has opposite ideas to you?
I think we just got off on the wrong foot where you're like attacking me on behalf of this like pro-Israel mafia that's trying to like, get me fired and dox me. First of all, you doxed me like 100 times, Lisa.
No, if anything, I was
you took part in the doxing.
I have never insulted you ever.
I have recordings of you doxing me.
How? How am I doxing you? I don't even know who you are. I don't care who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And you think I was doing that. I dare you.
Is this interesting to you guys?
I dare you to show me those recordings.
Listen, we're gonna bring
because it never happened.
We need a mediator.
We're gonna bring peace and unity to the Issa.
Well, I'm not fighting.
We're gonna bring peace here. So what you're gonna say is you're gonna say Palestinian people deserve deserve respect and safety. And then Buttercup,
Self-determination.
you're gonna say
No, nobody
deserve
deserves
protection and
anything.
safety. Buttercup, you're gonna say the Jews deserve protection and safety. You know, just to make each other understand that you guys both can humanize, where you guys are coming from, So these aren't there.
Except I've had to live with this fucking shit my whole life, and she just discovered it like last month, and she like joined the process.
You're not interested in the mediation process, okay? All right.
She's like,
You keep saying, but you're both are a couple of charming laughers. You should be able to see past your political differences and see the common humanity.
How about say something nice about each other, Lisa? I think you are like very articulate and sharp-tongued and a devastating commentary.
Oh wow.
Now you say something nice.
I actually like the devastating commentary part. Yeah, I've always said actually, you can ask to everyone in my rooms. I hope they have recordings of you things. I've always said that you're very intelligent and very articulate, and that it's a pity, that you don't like to spend more time with us, just like chilling and hanging out. We have a lot of people in our rooms that come to just, even if they oppose completely our views, they feel actually very comfortable just hanging out there because we have a lot of different types of conversations.
Yeah. I think the room we met in was a bit more aggressive. Like, you were really coming at me for some reason, and you didn't even know me.
How was
kind of queen bee of the pro-Israel mafia. But it was like a BB Kapara room. And then when you moved on to you found a new posse that are a little more chill. But when we first met, it was like a very aggressive pro-Israel,
I was off Clubhouse for 2 months, and then I came back. And then there was this buttercup all of a sudden coming in rooms and whatever, and you got everyone riled up. Everybody was like, "Oh, you fucking bitch, you're a cunt, just leave the fucking room, you're an anti-Jew, you're self-hating." Like, Jesus Christ, I have never seen the guys so upset at someone and so anti-someone. I was like, what did these women do to all of you? Because all of them, it was Daniel and Bibi and Jeff and Norm and even Jacob. He is the one of the most calm ones. Yeah, and all of them were super riled up about you, and I'm like, okay, I need to see who is this person.
If you joined
and I started listening to you, and you started insulting everyone, calling them cunt and whatever, and it's like,
no. Okay, I was out there. There was a chronology, okay?
No,
why did you join in though? You joined the mob on day one. You're like, you cocktail, you.
Yeah, because you see, you're doing this again. Like, you're actually doing things that I never did.
It's just weird when people join the pro-Israel cause and then feel so comfortable in it, in the same. The next week they're comfortable telling other Jews they're not good Jews. And
but this is the thing. You
were telling me you're not. You don't get to. You just got your card last week. You can't tell me I'm a bad Jew yet.
So I have been in this app for 5 years.
Yeah, but you just discovered Jews yesterday.
Friends for a long time. I don't align with them in everything, but the thing that we align is that we like each other. We can hang out. And we disagree on stuff which you have not been able to see because you have not stayed long enough in rooms with us.
Well, I think you blocked me, didn't you?
I am not blocking you.
You're not? Okay, that's good.
Something's blocking you.
Okay, good.
I appreciate you guys saying things about you. And I think that's so nice. Now you guys say nice things about me. You know what I mean?
I like your hair.
You're right now.
I think we need to more alike than we think.
And now you gotta say nice things about the queen bees at Hoover.
So who's the
I only met Zabo 2 times ago. Yeah, she was in my room and I really liked her and I modded her immediately.
She's really smart and good at mending, helping being a bridge. Sam.
I'm not a healer. I don't heal.
Wounder.
I'm a wounder? How am I a wounder?
I don't know.
That's crazy.
A little divisive.
What do I say that's divisive?
I don't know.
I'm not divisive.
I was so scared of your rooms at first because you had such inflammatory titles. Like, I think one of the first Sam rooms I came into was something like, incest should be legal. And I was like so worried about him. I'm like, you have to turn the receipts off. Sorry guys, I just like popped a gummy, so I'm really happy. So I like these.
So good.
Yeah. I like these so when I'm high.
Oh my god, you're high?
I think I got high too.
Yeah.
Very good.
No, I just woke up.
What time is it?
I don't get high. 8.
Okay.
Yeah, last time I got high was like 2 years ago.
I forgot I had weed, so then I just been.
How long can you keep weed without going
A long time. A long time.
But do you have to keep it in like certain conditions?
If it's wrapped in something, should be fine.
Nelson's son then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he did
When you like new title buttercup?
My brain is like, mediating is worse than zoophilia. What is zoophilia?
Bestiality.
You really don't know.
Nelson dragged him to the car.
Yeah, because I'm a woman, that's why.
Chickens.
Who else had killed his son Kai?
You know
Listen,
what
guys,
people
would you guys rather get fucked against your will, or would you rather be eaten by a cannibal?
Nelson pulled out his phone.
Those are the only choices.
Your only other phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation,
like human meat.
into his pocket. After a moment,
I don't know.
Because, okay, me personally, I'd much rather be fucked against my will than eaten by a cannibal.
Yeah, me too.
So, therefore, ipso facto, eating an animal worse than fucking it.
This was Nelson's
QED.
What?
Checkmate. Check.
Okay, you just extrapolated that and applied it to animals.
Yeah, exactly.
Amazing.
Checkmate. Fools.
I just imagine like getting against my will, and it's just like I'd rather die. I'd rather die.
Can you imagine eating another human body?
So what I would have to eat the body?
No, you're getting eaten. A cannibal is eating you for dinner.
Oh, I don't care. Because he's gonna kill you for it.
Yeah. I assume if it's a apples to apples comparison, we have to kill the cannibal has to kill us before.
Yes, he does have to. I'm trying to make it analogous to the meat eating situation.
No, I mean like, yeah, have you seen the cows here in Switzerland? They are better than I do.
Okay, not every fucking cow is a Swiss luxury cow. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Fucking, like,
You know those little furry cows? Oh my god.
Oh yeah. I have never seen one of those here.
Oh my god.
my buddy lives in Kentucky, and there's these like, they have like horse racing in Kentucky in America, and they have certain horses that are win races, and their sperm is worth like way more than gold. And these horses get paid. The owners of these horses, not the horses, don't get paid. The owners of these horses get paid so much fucking money to let their horse fuck other lady horses. So this horse's job is to spend all day fucking lady horses. That's, yeah, so some animals have it good, okay?
You're in the Matrix.
But
Matrix.
but most of them down.
I have a friend that is a horse breeder, and he breeds like very nice Spanish horses in Guatemala.
I live near a racetrack, and PETA's always here because there's a lot of fucked up shit that happens on racetracks.
The other kind has does horse racing.
Who does?
The other time. The mom of the she is.
Interesting. like collapsing. They work him too hard, and they, like it's a big scandal. But it's like a whole culture, race, whatever. Yes.
Working on my new title.
Oh my
Very
god.
sad.
I
Very
love
you.
that. I love that. You haven't seen a tag like this in a while.
What's the deal? It's a Gary Seinfeld. What's the deal with black people? Why are their pants so low? Is that why they say they like to get down? Are they talking about their pants? Sorry, that's my truth.
Where does this come from, Sam? It's like endless.
What? What do you
Your
mean?
creativity. It's just always like a new point.
Just destroy any practical sense. Destroy any part of you that's like in the real world and just completely live in your head and in your thoughts, and then you become me.
I love cheese. Now I'm having a piece of bocconcini.
Bocconcini. Look at the bocconcini. Oh, bella. Bella. You look like a little bocconcini. My beautiful bocconcini. I want to slurp you up like a bocconcini, like a pesto with a
Oh, I have pesto.
Sam, you made Mikhail block me. Now I can't go to Mikhail's
Is that the
crazy rooms anymore.
Wait, how did I make Mikhail block you?
He like crashed my room, and you guys, Sam and his friends crashed my room, Zabu, and they kept like pitting me against the Muslims in my room to try to get me to.
Is Mikhail cynic?
Yeah.
Oh my god, he's so annoying.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't experience that.
I don't mind Mikhail. He has some issues. He's like a little manic. He has like bipolar or something.
It was the longest rant ever about how we're one.
No, he's having an episode, I think.
Yeah, an physical episode. But it's such a performance.
You think so? I think he has some mental problems.
Unless he has mental problems, yeah. Well,
Or maybe multiple personalities, someone said. I don't know.
I just, whatever it is, it feels really disingenuous. And I tried to sit in the room. Narcus was like pulling an all-nighter. I felt like in that room. She just like was there the whole time. And I was like, let me see what this is about. Because I've never really talked to him before. Or heard him speak. And then I just sat in the room, I guess, for like half an hour. And I was like, this is like, everything he's saying is like stuff I kind of believe in, I guess. But it was just the performance of it. It was like,
some days he's not coherent at all. He's just like talking numbers, and the world's starting to make sense, and seeing patterns, and he's actually like having like some sort of weird.
why are people entertaining him?
I don't know. It's just kind of. I think if people feel bad for him, I just want to spend time in the room so he doesn't get crazy alone. Sometimes I can distract him, like he'll be in the middle of some like rant about the number 12 and the 45th president, and Gaza always has something to do with it, and like.
I know he's recording these, right?
Yeah.
And he
I
like
think
posts
they're
them
replays.
online, and he like posts them online.
I think he's now like he's on TikTok. They're like all the crazy people on this app move to TikTok because they're like monetizing or something. He's trying to convince me to join him on TikTok.
Don't do it.
Of course not. I have like a professional life.
He literally supports like rape and like fucking slavery and also other like
He's had a lot of. He lost people. His family. He's super interesting. His family moved to Gaza after in the optimism after Oslo. Okay, and then they really thought there was going to be peace in 2 states, and then their hope was shattered. And he lives in California, but when he's lived there for a while, he's like went to UCLA, just normal California kid. But his dad, I don't know. I don't know who's in this room, but he lost people in Gaza basically.
So Yagoda, he's this guy who worked for Stalin, running the secret police for Stalin. He did lots of war crimes and killed lots of people. I think he's an interesting guy, you know.
He has mental health problems, is what I'm saying. Be empathetic, be compassionate. He was kind of the ones with mental health problems, and he wasn't oh, look, anti-Semites.
we disagree on the appropriate response to people who are anti-Semitic with that are mentally ill and they're anti-Semitic simultaneously. You think we should be have infinite patience for them, whereas I think they should be just mocked and shunned, and I don't find them interesting. I find them
What do you mean you invited one on stage earlier tonight?
This is gonna be intense.
No, it's fine.
First off, that was just we were making fun of them.
Okay.
It wasn't whereas you're I find them interesting. It's not. There's nothing interesting about them. It's just funny to make fun of them.
Okay. Well, listen, Nora has been trying to make amends everywhere she goes to any Jew who asks to be completely forthright and honest about what happened or what she thinks happened. I mean, that's a different case for you to just say, oh no, you have to stay away. She's a threat to humanity. It's not feels like out of touch a bit.
Listen, I'm happy to say that Nora is someone with some sort of schizophrenia or something like that. But Cynic Mikhail, when he's in his most lucid moments, he says the most psycho shit.
That's true.
About women, about Jews, about gays,
That's true.
So then, that's not interesting. He's just a little psycho. So we might be on that.
Fair. I think it's he. I don't know. Maybe I just have a soft spot for him because once he shared about the shit that happened in his family, so I just feel bad for him.
Everybody actually did.
He also just has bipolar disorder. He I don't know if you've ever been in the rambly rooms, but it's really sad.
Okay.
We're just pity the guy, you know.
I trust you. I trust you.
Welcome to the stage of
Sam doesn't. Sam made him block me. He came into the room just trying to get me to insult the prophet or something so that all the Muslims would block me.
Wait, what? I don't remember doing that.
You and Zed came into my room and you're so you should hang out more in atheist rooms.
Because you're an atheist, like us.
I know, but you guys are, because you want me to be more Islamophobic, whatever.
You're based.
They just want you to be a based atheist.
Based theist, yeah.
A based theist, yeah.
I don't think about atheism every day. I just damn. I don't need to debate atheists. They're so they can be a little over my head.
Well, if you're gonna say that you're an atheist, it's cool that you explain your position. And usually an atheist requires more faith than a theist. Believe that there is no God. Yes.
Okay. I like refuting theists, but I don't really care to talk to other atheists. They're just preaching the choir, you know. That religion sucks.
I don't think it does, actually.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
I mean, other than thinking that you guys are going to hell because you didn't accept Jesus, I think you have pretty cool traditions. It's pretty based the way you do stuff. Would you like that?
I like Jewish traditions. I still have Jewish traditions, even though I'm not an atheist. I'm not a religious person.
But why do you practice those traditions?
Because I'm an ethnic Jew. I give a fuck about, I don't know, the Israel-Palestine, because it really
No, I'm not talking about the conflict. I'm talking about the tradition.
Yeah, so I celebrate holidays with my family. You can also be an atheist and also have traditions in Judaism.
I mean, all of those are tied to religion.
No, who wrote this title?
Oh my God!
Why did you write this shit?
We cannot have black people on stage.
Wait, no, it's not. I'm not insulting. I'm just. What's up with that?
Nigga, what's up with everybody? Fuck wrong with you? Why are you singling out a group?
What's the deal?
Why are you, hold on. Why are you singling out a group?
It could be good.
Why are you singling out a group?
I get it, bro. Like I grew up in Spurs. I'll tell you the deal. Like the deal with black people is that they're like really good at music and they really good at art. Like the best artists of all time.
Everybody can do music. Everybody can do all that extra shit you talking about.
Not as good as you, Tony.
The best jazz musician, John Coltrane, black man, best, athletes, LeBron James, Michael Jordan, like black people are, got like cool, amazing people.
Nah, you singing out groups for bullshit
What
reasons.
about the runners on the NBA?
Bro, who gives a fuck? Quit singing out groups, bro. Everybody's special.
But you can
Everybody have powers and abilities, my nigga. Quit singing out a group.
So what?
Why can't we focus on the good things about black people?
It was all for that moment.
Classic. Haven't had that in a while. Kind of refreshing, actually.
He was on my ass.
And you like that?
My ass.
Did you ask if he liked it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like to be on my ass. It was pretty fun. I think that caused a little confusion. The middle of black people are.
Just put what's the deal with women?
Special.
With black women.
Matthew.
Okay, now black people understand where I'm coming from.
But this is very problematic because they say that they cannot be racist because they don't have the power. But if you give them the power, then does that mean that they will be racist?
Yeah. If you tell them they're too awesome, then they'll have privilege, and then they can be racist, and then bro.
That's right.
Bro, spaghetti. Good point, Issa. Now, Issa, are you a Christian?
I'm a Catholic, yeah.
Oh my god.
But I'm not sure where I stand with the whole. I'm not a religious person. I guess that I believe in God, but I'm not a religious person. I say always I'm a cultural Catholic. Just like a buttercup, she might be a cultural Jew, But because I do like
Learning the terminology.
all these traditions and stuff. I do them, like every once in a while I go to church. If I go to church, I feel home. I do the sign of the cross. I pray every night. Like these things that just make me feel like home. But I don't do it because I got faith. But
So because of your interesting that I learned about Catholicism on this app is that in the Catechism of the Catholic Church, it says, and I found the quote, the plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator, in the first place amongst whom are Muslims. These profess to hold the faith of Abraham, and together with us, they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day. The Catholic Church accepts Muslims.
Yeah, that might be a modified catechism.
It's not.
Also because the catechism, the catechism, it just means like the teachings of Catholic, right?
Yeah, they use listen to the teaching.
No, I shouldn't.
Yes,
why should I?
I tried.
So it's just like a book, where they teach you and they prepare you for your first communion and things like that. But the books are different, so maybe that one wants to be cool with this.
Book. It is one.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's your favorite thing about Israel, Issa?
I have never been to Israel.
I know.
But my favorite thing about Israel is the bodies they uphold.
It's like a bombed out dystopia.
Well, that's what you think. That's not what
I've been there. You have it.
I think they uphold Western values. I think that they have got, I don't know, a civilization that works. I work a lot with Israelis. In fact, I'm going to go next week. I got an event that should have taken place in Tel Aviv 2 years ago, and I was going to go out and talk there to speak. It was going to be 1 month after October 7th.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, of course, they canceled everything because it was after that. And I was going to meet with someone from Israel, from here in Indiana. He got killed on the 7th of October.
Oh, I know Kobe.
Yeah, Kobe.
I heard about him.
And yeah, so I work with Israelis a lot. I'm going to go to this event that it's being held in Munich now, in Munich next week. It has got all of this innovation. I mean, like, these guys are amazing. Like, the type of technology coming from there, it's like a Silicon Valley for my industry, for sports.
I mean, if you hang out in that room long enough, you're going to start to believe that Israel is just like the world tech leader, invented cherry tomatoes. All the dogs are well behaved.
I see this in my own life. I work with them.
I've been there. It's not a great place. It's like a second world country.
The things coming out of there are amazing.
But it's a never-ending bloodbath.
Technology.
So on the other hand,
they literally did invent cherry tomatoes. Like, why was that fun?
No, they didn't. They just bred them to be slightly different.
Well, that's genius.
If you look up cherry tomatoes, they'll point you to an Israeli guy without that.
I know, but they were invented somewhere else first.
No, they weren't. You're fucking full of
They
shit.
invented desalinated water as well.
I didn't realize that the Second Vatican Council had like 5 paragraphs on their like why Catholics should get along, why Christians should get along with Muslims. That's a lot.
Stop.
There's so many. Because I just like reference stuff.
Listen, you know what? Listen, I believe that the issue would be solved if you have, for example, I mean, if Muslims would live in the West and willing to live under a fully Western framework, that would work.
They are Muslims who do that.
No, they don't. They're changing things.
No,
just like Christians, hold on. Just like Christians are able to live under a framework of a complete, I don't know, like Muslim and Sharia law approach in Qatar, in Abu Dhabi, in Dubai, whatever. I mean, like, Christians are able to live there. They have to respect the framework. Because what you cannot have is two competing cultures wanting to create the rules that are completely different for each other.
How many people think that like this clash of civilizations things is real? Like, so crazy that this is like what's become.
You don't think it's real?
No, I think it's like real. Like, I think it's real in the sense that there are small groups of people who wish to have a clash, but in reality, most people don't actually clash.
Well, I'll tell you how our Christmas markets go this year.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take
Buttercup, I see that you have stuff the cherry tomato in the chat.
Yes, I wanted to point out that they originated in South America, in Central America, but that they modified it in Israel.
I'm a Central American. We don't claim the cherry tomatoes.
I know Israel does. How do you feel about the fact that they're trying to steal credit for the cherry tomatoes?
I don't care. They made a good thing.
Oh, check out cherry tomatoes. Google. Who invented?
You know, he said they also have the most moral army in the world.
Alright, no single person invented the cherry tomato, but the commercial version today was developed in the 70s by Israeli scientist Chaim Rabinowitz and Jonathan Hader.
I just posted in the chat.
Their work was built on existing wild varieties to create a sturdier, longer-lasting tomato,
Got the same result.
easier to transport and sell, and transforming it into a mass-market product. Yeah, so they made a sturdier. They made the. If your tomatoes
I
are.
know, but the talking point is they invented cherry tomatoes. It's an exaggeration. They did not invent them.
Exaggeration.
They didn't invent them. They just modified them.
They fucking made it so that you could transport them without them fucking getting all like fucking wrinkly and saggy and shit. Like you like a crisp cherry tomato, you don't want a fucking gooey fucking cherry tomato.
Yeah.
And they fucking developed that.
It discredits the propaganda machine when they exaggerate the cherry
It's
tomato.
not fucking propaganda. It's fucking okay. Oh my god. Like there are some products that you have to change them a little bit for the product to be viable at all.
I understand.
Like, I'm trying to think, like, oh my god, they
All
took
citruses are modified, but none of them are regular fruits.
I think a good example of this where, like, a small modification made it so, like, be viable at all is a thing. There's gotta be other examples of this. Like, there were things, like bicycles that existed before the axle was put on them. Like, you could sit on the seat and move your feet to kick along on the two wheels, and it was fine. You could get all around that way. But as soon as you put the chain and the pedals on it, then the fucking bicycle became like the fucking thing that it is today, and became like a real game changer. So it was a small modification, adding the fucking chain with pedals, but yet it was like basically entirely necessary for that thing to be the thing it is.
Yeah, but he didn't say, "Oh, I invented bicycles." He invented a chain. You wouldn't claim to invent bicycles if you just invented the chain.
Well, it depends what they
Well,
call
without a
the
chain,
thing.
there are no bicycles, right?
It depends what they used to call the thing. That's why it's called.
Yeah, that's true. Like, somebody had the idea of bringing all these stuff together and create something out of it. You don't need to invent every single piece of it.
We're just making fun of the silly things that, like,
It's not silly. Do you eat cherry tomatoes?
It's like, I know, but all this stuff doesn't matter, It's just what are we just saying? Jews are superior, and so they deserve a state, and their crimes don't matter? Like, I don't even know the function of these talking points. But they have high tech and invent cherry tomatoes. We need them in the Middle East to be a beacon of democracy and civilization. No one else in the area is inventing cherry tomatoes.
Why does it matter to you that they say they invented cherry tomatoes? They're not lying.
No, I'm just saying it's like a weird talking point when you're trying to explain why it actually happened.
They invented the Uzi, bro.
Did they?
Yeah.
I thought they're called like Kalashnikovs or something.
That's an AK-47, you dingus.
Oh. Isn't that what an Uzi is?
Just a woman.
No,
We don't understand about that.
I've seen Uzis. They're just like long machine guns.
Yeah, I understand. Okay. Uzis are like smaller, sleek, black machine guns, whereas AK-47s are like brown and white. AK-47s are what you see in Afghanistan as like the fucking guys on fucking Humvees, whereas Uzis are more sleek looking.
I got it, okay.
So now do you concede on Israel?
Yeah. They did invent cherry tomatoes.
You called Israel like a bloodbath?
Yes.
I'm looking at the Middle East death toll on certain wars, and you got like the Iran-Iraq war, killed 1 million, Syrian civil war killed like 350,000, the Darfur genocide pre this one, so this is like their old one.
Yeah, but this is ongoing. This is like every couple of years.
Yeah, you know how many people before this war, before this conflict, the amount of people that died in 95 years, the Arab-Israeli conflict, was about 150,000 people. It's like not a bloodbath. It's way less of a bloodbath than the
population is so small in Israel, as you know, Sam, that like when there is an attack,
Yemen, Iraq, Syria, fucking Sudan, Iran, all of those places are more bloodbaths than Israel, just by looking at the numbers of dives.
Well, I'm not only looking at it from like regional stability or whatever, or like Palestinian casualties. Also, for a small population like Israel, like when there's a war, it takes a really significant toll. It's like, and it's been sort of escalatory violence. So every war is a little worse than the one before it. And it doesn't seem like this peace deal is getting them any closer to de-escalating. So I think if the pattern continues, the violence will continue to escalate. Yeah.
I just think you have this like weird, I don't even know what to call it, like, you think of Israel as like a fucking bloodbath, and then I show you that all these countries around them are more awash in blood, and then you're like, it feels like you're just like fucking, I don't know, you're just like.
I'm also upset about what happened in Syria. I'm also stressed out about what happened in Sudan. I'm also stressed out by what we did in Iraq and all the war crimes.
Fact, not that violent. It's just.
Yeah, but per capita, how much? What is it? Like 8 million total?
It's just you see news on
These are small populations all attached to this small piece of land.
It's salient to you because you watch news stories about it. It's not. You're not actually comparing like for like or like micromorts.
I already said I'm disproportionate. I'm focused on. I told you I'm focused on this one more than others.
Okay, so when you're talking about bloodbath, I thought you were focusing not on the Israeli perpetrators, but on the Israeli victims, and like how it's a failed project because the Israelis are getting killed and they're not safe anymore. Blah 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 blah. Well, then that's no longer. That's no longer I have a responsibility because it's my people to make sure that they act right. That's now a different concern, which is a pragmatic concern for how safe should be. Yeah.
Yeah, why can't both be true? Why can't I also wish for Jewish safety and also think that as privileged American Jews who support Israel for its entire history, we have maybe a teeny weeny, it's okay for us to weigh in, Or maybe we have an obligation to weigh in because they are so in their own propaganda bubble and don't understand what they've just done,
I knew this friend of mine.
So you think you know better what an Israeli...
His dad was a firefighter.
He's stay out of this one.
No, I'm not going to. So you think you know better what an Israelis stand for than the Israelis?
I had a friend whose dad was a firefighter, and he just kept bringing up to me the dangers of fucking fucking house fires. He's like, don't go to sleep, smoke a cigarette, and don't. He knows that he's really fucking advice. I was like, bro, yeah, you see house fires all the time, so then you're focused on it. But like, no, it's not actually very likely that what's gonna kill me is a fucking house fire. It's gonna be like a heart attack, or me driving into a car accident, or stupid shit like that. Mm-hmm. And so it's just like people. What they see is what's salient to them, and what they think that makes them think that what the dangers are. And so there's a danger of you, because being so obsessed with this topic, you sort of over-exaggerate the danger and the sort of significance of it and take other things.
You think I'm too into it compared to other things, as in other genocides?
Well, I don't even think I think none of this shit matters compared to like malaria.
Yeah, but our money goes to fund these bombs that go in densely populated areas, and also, I don't know, as Ashkenazi Jews, all my grandparents ended up here and not there by accident of fate. They just happened to miss the boat to Palestine, so then they ended up in America. Like, I feel like whether we like it or not, we have like emotional connections to the people there, and it's well-being, right?
I would just recommend you look into the effective altruism movement, and they like focus on like what issues are in the world are the biggest issues that like affect the most people, and they try to like be very methodical in calculating like exactly how many like life years are saved by different things, and like there are also good things in the world like schistosomiasis.
Very interesting conflict.
I'm just trying to expand your horizons. Like for you, this issue is like the issue, the world issue, as opposed to like one issue amongst like a whole bunch of issues. What I'm trying to like get you.
Yeah, I know. What are you saying? That I'm only focused on this topic?
It seems like a monomaniacal focus here.
Okay. Listen, that's the whole reason I'm on this app, because I can't talk about this in my personal life. I can't talk about this with my family. This is like the only outlet I have because I need people. I meet people on here that have a high threshold for the conversation, so this is like my only outlet. This is not something you talk about in polite company.
Get better friends, bro.
There's no Jews where I live, so that's a problem.
Wait, where do you live?
Not far from you, Sam.
Oh.
And the Jews in here don't want to hang out with you, so yeah, you're screwed.
Come hang, bro. You a car?
Me? Yeah, of course.
All the Jews want to hang out there. I'm a Jew, Sam is a Jew, Zaru is an honorary Jew.
I'm right now in church. I'm hanging out in the church and you play the organ.
Yeah, the half moon cookies were a giveaway.
The organ. Sam's organ.
Wait, what, do you live in a church or are you just hanging out at one?
I'm in the church. Yeah, I'm leaving soon, so it's a very brief video. But
are you homeless? Like, how did you end up in the church?
My dad owns a couple of churches.
Oh, cool.
Dude, Daniel, I wish I recorded this. I was playing the organ today, and I was like letting my heart out, and I was talking about how like I made my bed and now I have to lie in it, and I was just like screaming that, like it was like really, really cathartic. And it probably sounded like shit. It always sounds better in your head, but that's true, right? It was a good moment that I did it on the old organ. Cheers.
We need an organ concert. Please, thanks.
I'll post it for all of you. You can, the black keys are all in a pentatonic scale. They all sound good playing with each other, so you can just play any of the black keys together and don't touch the white keys, and it will sound good. You can pretend like you play the piano and make it sound good. Oh, I didn't know you played the piano. It's just like a quick house. I don't know what stuff's coming from.
Damn, you should go to a website called hackertyper.com. Sounds very familiar. Sorry, hackertyper.net.
I've seen that. That's funny.
Is this a troll title?
What?
Have we finally come over to the right side?
Yeah. I mean, how could you got Jimi Hendrix, and you got Michael Jordan, and you got fucking Martin Luther King, like, how are they other racing?
We got MLK, Martin.
You're trying to claim King Tut.
I would say
gave you that evidence.
I would say the Jews maybe are a close second, but we learned from another fellow earlier this evening in the room that we're all going to be killed. So it's kind of moot.
Yeah. Mark, did you know our argument for also Jews? If you're a Christian, the best human ever is Jesus, which is a Jew. Well, if you're an atheist, the best person ever is Fritz Haber, who's also a Jew. So, you know, you guys kind of Jews get the dubs, you know, and the best person.
What if you're an extremely racist Jew who doesn't like the agricultural innovations that were made possible by the Haber-Bosch process?
Touche. Full circle, I like it.
Now, if you're a Muslim, the best person ever is Muhammad, but like, there you can be just like.
So even if you're not a Muslim, you surely agree he's in the running. Like, he may not have been like the sort of seal of the prophets, but he was basically the perfect balance of all attributes, like the perfectly just guy, the most articulate guy, the most charismatic, the greatest warrior, etc. The perfect balance of all, like the perfect golden meat.
I don't really think so. I mean, I think he's impressive. I mean, it's pretty difficult to take a bunch of ragtag Arabs and like conquer the Persians and like the Romans. Like, that's pretty impressive. But I mean, his political acumen, I'll say, good job on that. But his character, much to be desired.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your. There isn't really anyone like him that's like a mixture.
He'd take more blows, unable to endure. The man to confirm.
If you're a Hindu, who's the best guy ever? Is it? I guess it would be Krishna.
Shivaji.
Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket.
Shiva, you're a Shiva, Eric.
I didn't say Shiva, I said Shivaji. Shivaji. Americans.
Oh, they're getting down.
No.
As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage.
Never mind, go ahead.
Fritz Haber is this guy who figured out how to put nitrogen in the air into like soil, into like fertilizer, and then our ability to like feed the world like doubled in its capacity, and we went to be able to feed like.
Happened. And people died.
Well, really, it's really the stolen agricultural technology from the Americas and Africa that fed the world, pretty much.
I mean, I don't think anyone had fertilizer for
this. Who domesticated potatoes? Corn, that's a different crop, a different yams. Yeah, but those are staple crops that feed the world.
Yeah, what usually not what crops are available, but
cherry tomatoes are not important.
That Europeans took credit for, but they didn't do that.
That's a good point. The Israelis had the world via straight to the.
the Italians fed the world.
Who brings you here, Noodle?
Told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
Interesting, that's your. I don't know if you guys heard this, but here's a really good idea. So we have the Christopher Columbus controversy. We replaced Columbus Day with Frank Sinatra Day, so the Italians are so happy. And then we just have a separate day, which is Indigenous Peoples Day, so the natives are happy, and then everyone wins. You don't have to have a fight about it. Kind of a win-win situation. Sam Rosen,
In my country, we call it the race day. The race as in like black race, white race, Mayan race. We call it the race day. And the other is Lhasa. Yeah, Lhasa.
Maybe we could have like, during this day we could have like competitive sports matches, like which we sort of, we root for our team like a war, and we can call it the race wars.
Some sports would be pretty competitive, like mixed martial arts would be pretty competitive. And there's other sports where we just.
I think if you tried to like genuinely channel xenophobia and racism into sports, it would probably be wildly popular.
And we kind of already do that a little bit. Like white people enjoy rooting for Larry Bird and Collio's speech, and black people like rooting for Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, for sure. But I think we just regimented it so that there was like a black team and a white team. I think a lot of people would tune in to the event.
Yeah, that's true. It used to be that white people would do really bad, but right now, two of the best players in the league are Luka and Jokic. So like they're actually the white versus the black team might actually be competitive.
Yeah, but the problem is it's going to be European whites. If you did American whites versus American blacks, the American whites get their ass kicked.
Yeah, but why would you leave? This is the race wars. This is not the American race wars.
No, but the point is like, basically the best NBA players, they may be white, but they're all European white.
Yeah, they're white.
So what? I mean, come on, there's a big difference between an American white and a European white. They're like practically different species.
Yeah, you should Google the American. I think it will illustrate vividly the race differences between so-called American whites and European.
You said, have you heard of something called like the cosmic race? Or is that obscure?
No, I have never.
I heard the cosmic race in Mexico. There's this idea that like because Mexicans are like a mixture of like white people and native people and black people, they like fuse to become like a universal race. That's like that's like the best race. Like the joining of all the races together. It's like the cosmic race.
No, I have never heard of that. But actually, really, also black people, we don't have a lot of black people in our country.
That's true.
Not surprised by that one.
Brazil's not black people, though.
Yeah, they're black. Well, yeah, I don't know. There are certain areas in Latin America with black people. That's where they would put the slaves that they would bring from Africa, like Belize, for example.
I have a big stereotype in my head about Belize being particularly beautiful, but other than that, I knew absolutely nothing about it.
You're from South America?
Me, I'm from Guatemala, yeah. That's Central America. So yeah, I take it.
You guys killed a lot of the black people there.
No, we didn't have a lot of black people.
There was slavery all over Central and South America.
Yeah, there were slaves, but no black slaves. But Mayan slaves, we had all types of slaves.
There were black people there. That's not true.
Oh my God, I'm telling you that we don't have a lot of black people. I'm not saying black people don't exist in our places, but we don't get a lot of black people. No.
They were killed.
They were
I have a question. Isa, are you of Criollo descent by?
No, I am a mestiza. In fact, my mom is Spanish, 100% Spanish. They immigrated from Spain to Guatemala, then she married a Guatemalan and she had me.
Peninsular descent.
What?
Of peninsular descent.
Oh shit. What the fuck?
Y'all know, I just came in here, so
Isa, please post your 2020 in the chat.
Hold on.
anyways, but I literally, like, from my anthropology class, like, I literally did, like, a whole ethnographic summary of Brazil, and you do realize that Brazil had the highest slave population in the Americas, and so many slaves died, and the average life expectancy was like 25, that new slaves kept having to be imported because of the number of high deaths of slaves at the back.
And that is Brazil. I am in Central America and South America is very different. So you have, in Brazil, in fact, was colonized by the Portuguese, not by the Spaniards.
Yeah, but there was a lot of black
Very
slaves in
different
Honduras.
type of context there.
There's a lot of black slaves in Honduras, Panama, Colombia, Ecuador. Like, there's a bunch of black slaves in these countries.
The earliest places to have slavery in the Americas were literally Veracruz, Mexico, Lima, Peru, and then Mexico City, which Lima, Peru had significantly high slave populations. Like, this book, I think it's what's the name? The Translation Slave Trade, the census, like, it gives you the numbers, like, very, very.
Like, Peru was largely successful in gentrifying the blacks from their society, unlike Ecuador and Colombia, or Panama, or Honduras.
Just think about Honduras, like, I was hanging out with Garifuna people. So the Garifuna were a group in the Americas that were never enslaved, so they pretty much are descended from West Africans, primarily of Ibibio descents, mixed with Khedive and Arawak, and they hijacked the slave ship, and then the British they got shipwrecked to St. Vincent, I think, and the British tried to genocide them there. So, and they tried to send them to Roatan after going through various islands, but at Roatan, where the British left them on like a desolate island to die, like they're able to escape and settle many communities. So, like there's still a surviving population today, and they
Hey Mark, PTR Mark.
Man, they really fought the British. Like, there's this dude named Joseph Satuye, and this dude had like 5 wives, and he kept reproducing so that he would have like an army to defeat the British. And the British wanted to genocide the Garifuna for that exact.
Okay, so your story checks out for now, but watch.
I thought you were a Jew. I didn't know you were a castiza.
Yeah, I am.
No, she's 0.5% Ashkenazi. She's part of the tribe.
Always the Creoles that have like tastes like this, especially like the Argentinians. Like, I see how you guys act.
Yeah, you know, there is someone in the Jewish clubhouse that did they put together like a project, you know, to see like who is related to whom and whatever. And so Elena, the woman doing this, she's like, Isa, why don't you upload your genealogy, whatever? So I did. Apparently Norm and I share a common ancestor like 7 generations ago.
Nice. By the way, I thought that Castiza just meant any intermixed Spanish with indigenous, but apparently it's
No, that's mestizo.
It's 3/4 and 1/4, which is exactly what you are. So like,
already,
you're like literally a Castiza. You're like platonic Castiza.
I actually just logged into 23andMe and my Ashkenazi ancestry is way down to 99.2%.
You know how high thinks that's BS.
Yeah, I mean, he's quite fringe.
Mark, have you ever played Cookie Clicker?
I think so. I definitely know of it.
Because right now I have so many cookies.
Isn't that the one where you just like pay $1 to click the button?
No. You click the cookie to get cookies, and then that causes you to be able to buy grandmas and farms and stuff.
Oh, so is it just a generic idle game?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I played many idle games.
So y'all know that during like the 1800s, like since Mexico had after Mexico had a revolution, like it banned slavery. The first president was Vincent, I think Guerrero. Like I think he was of African descent, and a lot of African Americans settled in the northern parts of Mexico to escape slavery, and there was, I think it was did serve as a refuge, but eventually a white group of people were settling in that land, and they were illegally going against the Mexican government's slave policy that banned slavery, and the whites were doing that, and eventually the whites got mad, so they revolted against the government of Mexico, and that is how the Texas Rebellion happened. They have that slogan, remember the Alamo. Child, I'm gonna let you enjoy your little fun.
Yeah, so, let the terrorist stay. Don't kick him out. Let the terrorist.
Well, do you think that Jesus was black?
No, Jesus was Jewish, but Jesus is a universal figure, so there's nothing wrong with depicting him as black. And in fact, now I think that Jesus can appear to people in different ways, including as a black.
That's a legitimately good answer.
Damn, do you have a defeater? Well, that seemed right to me. So I think is a little bit funny is that sometimes black people will say that the image of Jesus comes from Caesar Borgia, but that guy lived in like the 1500s, some shit like that, whereas the image of Christ with like a long face, long hair, long nose, kind of European-ish features goes back like 1,000 years earlier to like Byzantine Greek depictions of like the Christ Pantocrator stuff. Doesn't have anything to do with Caesar Borgia.
Caesar Borgia was a really handsome guy. I feel Christ-like.
The earliest, the main cultures in the time of the Mediterranean that had icons were of Hellenistic origin. So Hellenists focus on realistic proportions, and so I'm not surprised that the depiction of Jesus as a fair-skinned man with the long hair looked like that, because the cultures of the time depicted people that way, such as like Arnis of Diana. So yeah, Jesus probably looked not exactly like that. We don't know how he looked like, but we're giving close to a physical description by when it says the 12 apostles were mistaken for Jesus when they were put before the Sanhedrin. So they probably look similar. And if you look at the pictures of like Apostle Peter, for example, or Apostle John, like they have various Jewish features. Like if you look at Apostle Peter and I.
To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought,
What's good, family?
around the man's throat.
What up? Yeah, on this account, I'm only adding real ones. Let's see. Let's see here. Hope that be Winnie.
This was Nelson's first time killing someone.
No, I got a new phone, and I forgot the fucking text now number I put my last account at, so I guess it's just lost in the ether. I put the same number.
Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing.
But you just try random ones until you get it.
I can't actually see it. You said what?
Did you say you lost the ether?
No, it's just like my last account. I don't feel like fucking recovering because yeah, my iPhone broke, and basically the only way I can get on my last account is if I fucking fix my old iPhone, and I don't feel like doing that. So,
what was your name on your last account? Out of curiosity.
NPC.
Okay.
NPC 123.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if I'd been in a room with you before, so I wasn't sure if I recognized it.
Well, we've been in rooms before, but I don't think this is actually the first time we speak.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that's probably why I might not. I mean, sometimes I'm in rooms but not attending to my phone, so I might not.
Are you a Jew?
Ethnically.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I mean, I'm more specifically, according to my newly updated 23andMe, I'm 99.2% a Jew.
What's your other thing that you are?
I logged out, but it's various trace ancestry buckets that are all like 0.2%. One of them, it just says 11 team, so which is probably just, some kind of, Sephardic Jew. But there's also Egyptian, something else, and just generic North African.
Would be a component to see. Like, I think that, like, when it comes to Jewish, like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, because I'm not well read on the DNA studies, but I think that when it comes to Jewish, like, wouldn't it be that their allelic frequencies that oppose who they are share common origins of Canaanite populations, so they're not really distinguishable from other groups of the time? But wouldn't it be that when they diverge through history, they develop their own specific Y chromosome lineages, like those are the Kohan named for?
I mean, that's right to a significant extent. I mean, there's no Y haplogroup that's truly characteristic of Jews as a whole or any specific Jewish group. It's just that there's some that are.
I'm sorry to interrupt. But I just want to ask: is Jew? You said 92% Jew. I think Jew. It's a religion. It's not a race.
I meant Ashkenazi, not Jew.
Why are you laughing about that? Mark, do you know the Zizian?
I was laughing because it was saying 99%, 92% easy.
Mark, you know the Zizian drama?
Yeah, I read about it. It sounded pretty exciting. I had been following them for years before they started committing legit crimes, i.e. murder.
So, one of my friends is a trans rationalist, and they were trying to, convince other trans rationalists not to join the Zizians without getting killed themselves, trying to, stay in the shadows, but, be it. And I was just, trying to tell my friend, listen, if there's a kind of person that wants to join, a murderous cult, you shouldn't put that much effort into stopping them. If one of my homies wants to join Hamas, if you're the kind of person that wants to join fucking Hamas, then, fuck off. I don't know. So, that was my advice to my friend. But anyway, I told you that because I want to tell you this, which is this trial is now happening.
Holy shit.
I want to read the transcript from the trial.
Is it going to be complete gibberish?
Check this out.
As the judge asked basic questions such as whether she had read the indictment and understood the maximum possible penalties, Losoda chided the mock proceedings and said Miller was a participant in an organized crime ring led by the United States in slavery. Miller struggled to get Losoda to answer basic questions. Please state your name for the record, the clerk said. Justice. What is your age? Timeless. What year were you born? I have been born many times. And then another part of their transcript. I am an innocent woman. I've done nothing wrong. This is a show trial to coordinate the genocide of transgender people. What will you do when they come for you? Latham said with a raised voice, reading from a piece of paper in her shackled hands. Latham also accused prison guards of denying her ex-general in custody, saying she's been kidnapped by a ghetto.
If it didn't like permanently discredit the rationalists as a whole in the public consciousness, I would kill for some kind of TV show. Just shit going down. I would pop into their website, sinseriously.xyz. It was all just like infinite florid nonsense. It was kind of hard to decipher what exactly their ideology was. But I read from other rationalists who had like kicked them out of events, you know, what they'd done to deserve to get kicked out, and got a general sense of what they believe.
Well, one big thing that they believed is that, like, the two hemispheres of the brain, if you do certain kinds of sleep things, you can make each one of them, like, wake up and be, like, its own look for consciousness or something like that, which is, like, a really wonderful level of pottery, you know? They also thought that Ziz herself was, like, perfect, like, morally perfect, you know? Kind of like treated her as like a god. Pretty interesting. Upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns. Heightening his suspicion, Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements.
You know where we left off?
Yeah.
Straight to the chase without any small talk.
Skip it. We are on, because I read one the other day to you. Yeah, page 74. Cooling the Cloud. Has your name out for it. Oh my I moved her in the rough now. Now my drag. I moved the carpet a little bit. You there, Dana?
Yeah. Should I read it?
Yeah, we're gonna read.
This one looks really scary.
Yeah. The nose on that guy.
What are we talking about?
A Light in the Attic, Shel Silverstein.
Oh, wow, yeah. I remember that one.
We've been reading poems to the turn.
I'll tell you the story of Clooney the Clown, who worked in a circus that came through town. His shoes were too big and his hat was too small. But he just wasn't funny at all. He had a trombone to play loudly silly tunes. He had a green dog and 1,000 balloons. He was floppy and sloppy and skinny and tall. But he just wasn't funny at all. And every time he did a trick, everyone felt a little sick to bed. And every time he made a leap, everybody fell asleep. And every time he ate his tie, everyone began to cry. And Clooney could not make any money simply because he was not funny. So sad.
I know.
Is it next one what?
Yeah, it's the creation.
One day he said, I'll tell this town how it feels to be an unfunny clown. And he told them why he looked so sad. And he told them all why he felt so sad, felt so bad. He told of pain, rain, and cold. He told of darkness in his soul. And after he finished his tale of woe, did everyone cry? Oh, no, no, no. They laughed until they shook the trees with ha-ha-ha's and he-he-he's. They laughed with howls and yells and shrieks. They laughed all day, they laughed all week. They laughed until they had a fit. They laughed until their jackets split. The laughter spread for miles around to every city and every town, over mountains, across the sea, from St. Tropez to Mont-Saint-Denis. And soon the whole world rang with laughter, lasting till forever after. While Clooney stood in the circus tent, with his head drooped low and his shoulders bent, and he said, "This is not what I meant. I'm funny just by accident." And while the world laughed, Clooney the clown sat down and cried.
Oh my god.
Bill Silverstein, Holly in the attic, Clooney the clown.
Oh my god. That's so sad.
That's so sad.
Imagine reading that to a kid. Oh my god.
No, but that's what we were given as kids.
I know that.
They were like, all right, look at this.
Okay. Trying on clothes. I tried on the farmer's hat. Didn't fit. A little too small. Just a bit. Too floppy. Couldn't get used to it. Took it off. I tried on the dancer shoes. A little too loose. Not the kind you use for walking. Didn't feel right in them. Kicked them off. I tried on the summer run. Felt good. Nice and warm. Knew it would. Tried the grass beneath bare feet. Felt neat. Finally, felt well dressed. Nature's clothes just fit me best. Wow.
Would you like to do another? Yeah, you can see.
I'll get them out there.
Oh, 800 pairs.
They're all washed, they're all clean. Shapes. A square was sitting quietly. Outside was rectified the wounded square. So a passing rolling circle picked him up and took him there. Oh my god! Oh my god, the triangle, the square, and the circle are friends. Oh my god, that's epic. Oh my god. Are you there?
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable.
Okay, are you okay, Sammy? Sammy, are you okay? Are you okay, Sammy? Sammy, are you okay? Can we do that to Sammy? Yeah, what's up, dog? Sam, does that bother you? No. Sammy, are you okay? Are you okay, Sammy? Sammy, are you okay? Because what we'll say if you're down and gloomy, and we'll wake you up in this way.
Yeah.
That's not bad. That's not bad. Bill Silverstein lights the attic. I've been working so hard, just wouldn't believe. And I'm tired. There's so little time and so much to achieve, and I'm tired. I've been lying here holding the grass in its place, pressing a leaf with the side of my face, tasting the apples to see if they're sweet, counting the toes on a centipede's feet. I've been memorizing the shape of the cloud, warning the robins to not chirp so loud, shooing the butterflies off the tomatoes, keeping an eye out for the floods and tornadoes. I've been supervising the work of the ants and thinking of pruning the cantaloupe plants. timing the sun to see what time it sets, calling the fish to swim into my nets. And I've taken 12,041 breaths, and I'm tired.
Whoa. You know what's fun about reading these rhymes is like you want to say like, oh, maybe ants rhymes with ants, but then you like it forces you to like stop and be like, oh wait, this word is actually plants. So the rhyme, I find I'm always tripping up on it because I'm like anticipating it's gonna be something, and it's like, oh wait, like don't take it for granted, you know? It's really good.
But he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
Prehistoric. These lizards, toads, and turtles, dear, with which you love to play, were dinosaurs and plesiosaurs in prehistoric days. They fought the armored Ankylosaurus and wild Brontosaurus.
Guys, I think over this one, I just feel like pronunciations would be a lot better. What's the name of it?
Prehistoric.
Prehistoric.
It's meant for you. And thanks for telling me. I appreciate it.
Now you're just getting all the dinosaur names wrong, and
Sorry to insult you.
I didn't like that. Let's pull this up. Sorry for the delay.
Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around his throat.
Oh my god, where's the lyric? What do you guys have the lyrics for this?
PDF, a light in the. We're on page 79.
Okie dokie. Sammy, are you okay? Are you okay, Sammy? Sammy, are you okay? These lizards, toads, turtles, deer, with which you love to play, were dinosaurs and plesiosaurs in prehistoric days. They fought with armored ankylosaurs and wild brontosaurus, glyptodons and baronids and hungry plesiosaurus, shark-like ichthyosaurs and flying pterodons, tyrannosaurus, brontosaurus, and treacherous trachodon, shrieking archaeopteryx, triceratops as well. Those I can't pronounce, nor even try to spell. But anyway, they slowly turned to lizards, turtles, and snakes, and all the brave and wild prehistoric people. They turned to us, for goodness sakes. He's the only person that could have read that.
Yeah, totally. But I like how the poem itself acknowledges that they're like hard to pronounce. So
he doesn't say. But the funny part about the poem is that it expects the reader not to be able to say it.
Yeah.
And also sends the word.
Yeah.
And all the brave and wild and lonely prehistoric people, they're turned into us. Or turned into us, for goodness sake.
Yeah.
That was fantastic, Sam.
That was so good.
Here's my issue though, is that the fucking dinosaurs didn't turn into fucking lizards. They turned into birds.
Oh.
Turn into fucking birds, you fucking dirtbag. Fucking liar. They were fucking just turning into fucking snakes and shit, you fucking bitch.
Nelson dragged him
You should rewrite that
a
poem.
pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son.
Shel Silverstein, I like me out. DJ, my guitar.
Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man.
Oh, wouldn't it be a most wondrous thing to have a guitar that could play and could sing by itself? What an absolute joy it would be to have a guitar that didn't need me.
Oh my god. Your guitar needs you, Daniel. Don't neglect it.
Please play Spelling Bee. This one really struck my mind as a boy, and I don't know why it was given to us. I think it was sometime in the second grade. But I remember seeing his butt cheeks.
Oh my god.
And would you like to read it for us, love?
Sure.
Thank you.
Spelling bee. I got stung by a bee. I won't tell you where. I got stung by a bee. I was just lying there. And it tattooed a message I can't let you see that spells out, hello, you've been stung by a bee. Say you little butt. Little butt. Sam, do you want to read one? Sorry, Daniel, what? Daniel?
Sammy, are you okay? Sammy, are you okay? What do you want me to read?
Page 82.
Always sprinkle pepper. Page 82. Yeah. Always sprinkle pepper in your hair. Say, my tot, you're much too hot. I fear you'll never do. And with a shout, she'll show you out. You'll run away from there. And soon you'll be safe at home, sitting in your chair. You always sprinkle pepper in your hair.
Wild bazoo. Bar bazoo. Redhead.
I'd like to read something from Shel Silverstein. It's called Pecking. The saddest thing I ever did see was a woodpecker pecking at a plastic tree. He looks at me and frowns, says he. Things ain't as sweet as they used to be.
You want to read the next one, Daniel?
Yeah, I got all the more. How are you, bro?
This is called Turtle. Our turtle did not eat today, just lies on his back in the strangest way. And doesn't move. I tickled him and poked him and dangled a string in front of him. He just lies there, stiff and cold, and sort of staring straight ahead. Jim says he's dead. Oh no, say I. Wouldn't turtle cannot die.
Daniel, do you want to read It's Hot? Yeah, I'll read it. It's hot. I can't get cool. I've drank a quarter of lemonade. I think I'll take my shoes off and sit around in the shade. It's hot. My back is sticky. The sweat rolls down my chin. I think I'll take my clothes off and sit around in my skin. It's hot. I've tried with electric fans and pools and ice cream cones. I think I'll take my skin off and sit around in my bones. It's still hot. Oh my god. Oh, it's hot. It's hot.
Let's greet Elder Tara here. Brother, you are a special guest. Your presence here is most honored. Thanks for being with us, brother.
Thank you. This is a great topic. Great topic. Yes. I must agree with the topic. Black people are superior race. I believe so. I definitely believe so.
What makes you think so?
Well, if we look at 500 years of life history, then obviously we would say no way. If we look at true history, then we would say yes. If we look at ruling the earth almost 3,000 years before Caucasians was even any significance, then we would say yes. Historically, if we look at the Egyptians, the Caucasians have been known to lie about and whitewash history. But in the first beginning, and we would say for sure. But if we look, like I said, if we look at lying history, we would say, nah, that's crazy.
Thank you for that. Do you think that even though we are flawed and we fail and are inferior, do you think that we're still worthy of your love? Oh, he left.
He said his piece and he left.
It's a shame. I feel like I learned a lot from him.
John Wallerstein is called It's Hot. It's hot. I can't get cool. I've drunk a quart of lemonade. Wait, didn't you read this?
Yeah, but you can read it again if you want.
No, I'm gonna read Crowded Tub. I want you to appreciate the imagery here. Crowded tub, Shel Silverstein, a light in the attic. There's too many kids in this fucking tub. There's too many elbows to scrub. I just washed it behind. And I'm sure it wasn't mine. There's too many kids in this tub.
I'm gonna read one. It's called The Hippo's Hope. There once was a hippo who wanted to fly. Fly high D, try ID, my high D ho. So he sewed up some wings so he could flap through the sky. Sky DD, fly ED, YDD go. He climbed to the top of Mountain Snow. Snow ED, slow ED, OED to ho. With the clouds high above him, sea down below. Where he be, there he be, scared he be too. And he flipped and he flapped and he bellowed so loud. Now he be loud, he be proud, he be proof. And he sailed like an eagle off in the clouds. High he be, fly he be, fly he be, boop.
To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes.
Keep going.
Receiving confirmation,
Well, those are different endings of it. I just chose the happy ending.
Oh, I
wrapped both hands around the man's throat.
cute.
I'd like to read What If.
This was Nelson's
Last night, while I was thinking here, some what ifs crawled into my ear and pranced and partied all night long and sang their same old what if song. What if I'm dumb in school? What if they've closed the swimming pool? What if I get beat up? What if there's poison in my cup? What if I start to cry? If I get sick and die? What if I flunk that test? What if green hair grows on my chest? What if nobody likes me? What if a bolt of lightning strikes me? What if I grow taller? What if my head starts getting smaller? My kite. What if they start a war? What if my parents get divorced? What if the bus is too late? What if my teeth don't grow in straight? What if I tear in my pants? What if I never learn to dance? Everything seems swell. And in the nighttime, what if strike again? Can you read Sour-Faced Anne for us, Professor Zabine?
Sure. Sour-Faced Anne. Sour-Faced Anne with your chin in your hand. Haven't you ever been pleased? You used to complain that you had no fur coat, and now you complain of the fleas. Oh my god.
Yeah. I'd like to read just one more. We're progressing. We're almost done. The Climbers. A mountain climbing exploration took us to these distant peaks where no one's ever been before. Was it my imagination? Did I feel this mountain move? Did I hear it snore?
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile
I
of
like the little
sludge.
moon
Nelson
drawing.
now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd
And this little person sliding down the hill.
To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a man named Mark. He held the
How many
phone
pages does your resume have?
after receiving confirmation.
350,282.4.
No, I mean like of the actual.
And it is.
What?
thank
Amazing.
editors.
Sam, do you want to read the next one?
First time killing someone. He had no experience.
Sleeping already. Rockabye. Rockabye? Rockabye. Rockabye baby. Oh my god. Rockabye baby and the treetop. Don't you know a treetop is no safe place to rock? And who put you up there? And your cradle too? Baby, I think someone down here's got it in for you. Imagine saying that to your kid. Oh my god.
It's not like my imagine saying it's for children. The little boy is a little bit. Said the little boy, sometimes I drop my spoon. Said the little old man, I do that too. The little boy whispered, I do that too, laughed the little old man. Said the little boy, I often cry. The old man nodded. So do I. The worst of all, said the boy, it seems grown-ups don't pay attention to me. And he felt the warmth of a wrinkled old man. I know what you mean, said the little old man.
Wow. That kind of reminds me of what we were reading before. That old man. What was it? Huckleberry Finn or something? The Ernest Hemingway book? You remember, Daniel? Daniel?
Old Man in the Sea, Hemingway.
Old man and sea.
It's very sad that you have such a wrinkled old sad man.
Yeah.
Would you like to read what Professor Zubby?
This one's called Surprise! My grandpa went to Myrtle Beach and sent us back a turtle each, and then went to Kathmandu and mailed a real live cockatoo. From Rio, an iguana came, a smelly goat arrived from Spain. Now he's in India, you see. My grandpa always thinks of me.
What do you think from there?
I know, like,
Pretty big.
it's massive and it has legs.
Well, he was in India.
Well, it could be an elephant.
There you go. This one's called Ticklish Tom. Did you hear about Ticklish Tom? He got kicked by his mom. Wiggled and giggled and fell on the floor, laughed and rolled right out the door. All the way to school, and then he got tickled by his friends. Laughed till he fell off his stool. Laughed and rolled right out of school. Down the stairs and finally stopped till he got tickled by a cop. And all the more that he kept giggling, all the more the folks kept tickling. He shrieked and screamed and rolled around, laughed his way right out of town. Through the country, down the road, he got tickled by a toad. Past the mountains, across the plain, tickled by a falling rain. Tickled by the soft brown grass, tickled by the clouds that passed, giggling, rolling on his back. He rolled on the railroad track. Rumble, rumble, whistle, roar. Tom ain't ticklish anymore.
Wow. Also, can you see the image on the next page too?
What do you think?
Because there's like the kid tumbling, and this like old man looks like he's staring at the kid while he's like sucking on his hand. That's so weird.
Yeah.
As a nail biter. Some people manicure their nails. Some people trim them neatly. Some people keep them filed down. I'd bite them up completely. Yes, it's a nasty habit. But before you start to school, remember, I
fantastic, Professor Zebby. I wish I could do extra credit for you because of all this nasty, because of all the latenesses. I'm sorry. Is there any way that you can not feel me?
Yeah, I won't feel you if you read the next poem.
Alright, fair enough. This is for Professor Zebby from my extra credit, page 100. Shel Silverstein, A Light in the Attic. The fly is in. The fly is in. The milk is in. The bottle is in. The fridge is in. The kitchen is in. The house is in. The town. The flea is on the dog. On the quilt is on the bed. Is on the carpet. Is on the floor. Is on the ground. The worm is under the ground. Is under the grass. Is under the blanket. Is under the diaper. Is under the baby. Is under the tree.
God, you get your extra credit. Congratulations. You're going to graduate. Here's your diploma.
Thank you, Professor Zebby. You're a very good professor, and I learned a lot in your courses.
You're a very good student, and I learned a lot from you too. Strange wind. Huh?
I used to say that.
No, I'm saying it because you're fucking awesome. And really, you're my professor.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's so beautiful. But I don't have any credentials.
Your maps. Your maps are credentials.
Thank you.
Thank you. Strange wind. What a strange wind it was today. Whistling and whirling and skirling away. Like a worried old woman with so much to say. What a strange wind it was today. What a strange wind it was today. Cool and clear from a sky so gray. And my hat stayed on, but my head blew away. What a strange wind it was today.
I'd like to read a poem, page 102 of A Light in the Attic, for Professor Zebby. It is called 1, 2. 1, 2, buckle my shoe. Buckle your own shoe. Who said that? I did. What are you going to? What are you doing with those silly buckles on your shoes anyway? 3, 4, shut the door. You shut it. You opened it. 5, 6, pick up sticks. Why should I pick them up? You think I'm your slave? Buckle my shoe, shut the door, pick up sticks. Next thing you'll be telling me to lay them straight. But it's only a poem. 9, 10, a big fat, oh, never mind.
Wow, this is like either a schizophrenic person or somebody with a really bad inner critic.
Yes, sweetheart. Would you care to share another one with us?
Sure. Test. The walrus got braces, and that's why his face is a tangle of wires and steel. He'll sit and he'll wait till his tusks are both straight, and then think how happy he'll feel. But meanwhile, they're ruining his meal. For the audience, there's an illustration of a walrus with braces.
Captain Blackbeard did what? The sea is roaring, the seagulls they screech. The bosun he raves, and the whole scurvy crew says it's true, yes, it's true. Old Captain Blackbeard shaved. Oh my god. Yes, it's true. Old Captain Blackbeard shaved. We had buried some treasure in bodies as well, and was just sailing back from the cave. When he calls for boiled water, then stomps down below, and gore, but he comes up shaved. There's a chickenish stubble, a fish belly skin on that face once so blazing and brave. And his old faithful parrot can hardly bear it, since old Captain Blackbeard shaved. When he shouts, board and sink her, it sounds like a clinker, and gets lots of laughs from the slaves. And his loud body songs seem a little bit wrong, since old Captain Blackbeard shaved. Now no one is fearing his look or his lash, or his threats of a watery grave. And things ain't the same in the pirate game, since old Captain Blackbeard beard shaved.
Oh my god. What an illustration.
Yeah, that's what she said.
It is, she screamed it. Okay, this might be my last one that I read. Listening. Magic carpet. You have a magic carpet that will lift you through the air to Spain or Maine or Africa if you just tell it where. So will you let it take you where you've never been before? Or will you buy some drapes to match and use it on your floor? Oh my god, that's so good. Imagine we all of our carpets are just magic carpets, but we haven't tried to fly them, so they're just like stuck where they are.
So beautiful, man.
Wouldn't you want to just try to fly your carpet?
Yeah.
Can you see your carpet?
I'm fine with them.
Pick one and try. I dare to.
That could be dangerous, though, dude.
Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all.
What time you farted?
Mark revealed the name of a third person whose speakers had obtained the information from him. Nelson prepared, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
It sounds like he's so like he's in like a sleep. It's like a sleep.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your
Thanks, Eloise. You want to come on up? Look at you. Good to see you here. Thank you for joining us. How are you?
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows.
Do you want to read the next one?
The man uttered a name to confirm
If you insist.
his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held
Outside or
the
underneath?
man's eyes. After receiving confirmation,
Bob bought a $100 suit but couldn't afford any underwear.
he wrapped both hands around
Says he, if you're outside, looks real good, no one will know what's under there. Jack bought some $100 shoes but wore a suit. Tom bought a flute and a box of crayons, some bread and cheese, and a golden pair. And as for his suit or his underwear, he doesn't think much about them or care.
It's like the opposite of that.
Why do we want suits?
I'm just buying underwear.
You use them 8 times a day.
Oh my fault.
Well, why do you change them so often?
Because I work out. Like you're sleeping in them for 8 hours. Don't you want to change them?
Well, yeah.
So then I wake up, I change them, I work out, I take a shower, I wear new ones, and then yeah.
How often do you change them?
I think I change them about 3 times a day.
Well, good. And have you ever gotten out to wear them at all?
Yeah, I have those days too.
Good.
I thought I'd be having more of them, but not the case.
Yeah. As a style.
Yeah. Mostly. What about you?
I don't wear underwear.
Nice. I think we should save the next one for the next time.
Okay.
Because I think I want to go to bed.
Yeah. Yeah, well, thank you for reading with me.
Thank you for reading it with me. It was so nice. I'm so glad I got it.
It's going to be a landmark moment when we finally finish it. We're going to have to go to it or something.
Yeah. Do you think we'll choose the same author or a different one?
I think we'll be hyper-fixated and we'll choose the same author because we want to go through his whole catalog.
Oh my god, that would be so much fun to do with you. I'd be so honored. You are my professor.
Oh, what?
You teach me so much. You came onto this app and you read that book, and now you show me all these maps you have, and you're always teaching me things, and now we're reading together, and oh my god. You taught me about this author, you know? Come on.
There's a lot I've got to give, but Professor Zabi, not quite as much as you.
Oh.
Where would I be if it were only for you?
Oh my god, you're so sweet, Daniel.
I'm really hoping for an A.
You have an A+, my dear. And now that you're not my student anymore.
I just want to sit all night listening to you crunch on Sesame crackers and tell me stories of your childhood.
I just told about how I was bullied.
Oh?
We had a really intense confrontation.
I remember you told me a bit about it. It was very heartbreaking.
Yeah. But I haven't bought Sesame crackers in a long time, so I'll do that.
Yeah, they seem to be like the most crisp that you can express in a bite. So bite for bite, they seem to be like the best way to crack and crumble and crisp and crunch.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you know? Even munch.
Even munch. Do you like Robert Munch?
What?
Do you like Robert Munch?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, Robert Munch is that, like, children's author.
Can we make samosas?
Yeah.
Like legit.
Can we make the meat ones that are made in Kenya?
Yeah. How do you fry them though?
Yeah, we can fry them.
You have an air fryer?
No, I just would fry them in I have a stainless steel pan.
What if it broils and rumbles and oils over?
It won't boil over, but it would be fun if it did.
No, that wouldn't be fun. That'd be horrifying.
With the samosa, because it's meat, you could just like put a shallow bit of oil and then just flip them.
Do you know the pastry that you use or the bread?
Yeah.
You know how to make it?
Yeah. But also you can just get them from you can just use the egg roll sheets from the Asian grocery store.
Oh.
Yeah.
Or you
can go to an Indian grocery store and then they'll have the samosa sheets.
Can we make vegetable Manchurian?
Yeah.
Or gobi Manchurian?
Yeah.
Or chili chicken?
Oh my god, I love chili chicken. I love
chili
eating
chicken?
Chinese food. Yeah.
Oh my god, I love it.
I love it so much. Hawker Chinese food is so good and it's spicy.
So good. I love really hot chili chicken and really hot gobi Manchurian, cauliflower, fried cauliflower.
Yeah, it snowed today.
Where?
Realizing how it's cold all of a sudden in my room. Oh. Shivering, I'm shivering.
It didn't make your nipples erect.
They did. It did.
Can I give them a little pinch one by one?
At least people in the audience are like, oh, what? I'm switching my socks again for the third time.
Oh.
Because people think you don't sweat in the winter, but you do sweat. Your feet sweat. And it's important to change your socks because if your feet are getting cold, it's probably because your feet were sweating. Now, I don't usually sleep with socks, but it's so cold that what I'll do is I'll fall asleep with socks, and then at some point in the night, it'll just slide off my feet.
Don't you wear tighter socks?
No, I like it that they slip off my feet.
How could socks slip off your feet?
Because I push them off without even realizing that I do that. And they wake up and I'm like, I must have taken off my socks.
Feel constrained.
Yeah, but then it's too warm, you know? And I do this thing where I rub my feet like a grasshopper. Or like a fly. You know, flies rub their teeth.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had gang named him.
I don't know what it is.
Before the man's eyes. After
I just
I have this lotion I'll get you.
the phone back into his pocket after a moment's thought.
Really?
Yeah, I have this little basket of stuff inside of you. I'll get you some of this too.
But I want to know what you smell like and what you use so I can.
Yeah. This one is shea butter with
This was Nelson's
concrete
first time
oil.
killing someone. He had no experience.
It's really good. I'm just gonna peel that, okay?
Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns. Heightening his suspicion, Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all.
Hello?
Mark revealed the name of a third person who obtained the information from him. Nelson prepared to turn and asked one final question.
Yeah, it's so cute.
He told Nelson to get lost.
We're gonna invite people in to let them listen. We're gonna have people listen. I don't know if he farts. Here's the one who farted. He hasn't farted yet.
We're just waiting.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable.
Can you imagine me just stay up all night waiting?
Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son. If the man didn't
Just another video of my Bob was snoring.
the man uttered an order to confirm it. Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation,
Yeah, on
Nelson slipped
Tom
the phone
Rabbit's
back
channel.
into his pocket. After a moment,
Bob was asleep while that's just drunk his head off his. I mean, he might have been drunk on the floor, but yeah, he falls asleep and he gets snoring and shit.
Yeah.
this was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience.
Oh, yeah, fall asleep on me.
Although the man showed no further movement, did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a
Phoenix Lights, I
felt
did.
no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son.
Because when I hear him fart, I really want to hear him fart.
He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to
Let's wait until we hear at least one.
Because I would be like, oh my god.
would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by
Trying to hide a baby.
Nelson located his second target,
Just a few weeks ago.
an upscale driver.
And
appeared
he
refined
like
and polite, but was a cunning old fox.
has it in this like swaddle thing
Noting he
and has been like carrying the baby
expensive gowns,
like all the time, and then like it just like falls asleep on his chest because he just like does like Her name is Zora.
Mark revealed the name of a third person whose speaker had obtained the information they needed. Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned
So like my like WhatsApp was like filled with all of her baby pictures. It's like not even one. She's so tiny. Oh my god. She like hasn't even been alive for a month yet.
Murdered Nelson. He told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
Thanks, Lester. Classic joke. Classic joke. Everybody hates it. Way to go, Lester. So original. Never heard that one before.
I have to.
Marcus.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to control the man, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a man named Kyle. He held the phone before the man's eyes.
I was going to send you some healing.
The phone back into his
Oh
pocket.
yeah, send me some healing.
He wrapped both hands around
I'll send you some texts, and that's going to be textual healing.
Thank you.
Come on. I'll send you textual healing.
Yeah.
Textual.
Come on.
Yeah. We're waiting to see if Sam will fart.
Of course he will.
bloodstained hands. As a father, Nelson felt
It's just a matter of time.
after the killing. Only the
Which one of us will fart before Sam?
heart filled
How else are you going to recognize himself?
wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders.
We'll
Maybe
see
a
what
whole
it's
new
about.
person.
A whole new world.
The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish.
Daniel, you've been awfully quiet last couple of days. What's up?
Nelson didn't tell his wife about this.
I've been collecting myself, meditating on the intelligence of my brothers and sisters. I'm just in deep reflection mode. And now I'm listening to Sam and trying to find a single fart. Because it tells one fart will tell you a lot about a person. What they ate, how they ate it, and what they ate, and what it smells like. There's a problem with that poll. I can't really vote, can I? Like, I put to wait.
You can vote in anticipation.
I mean, it was not so Peter when he said next. He recorded Andrew saying his like that, yes, Daddy or something like that. Something Daddy getting like, fuck. I'm like, I bet you got that. He's like, yep.
You see, sometimes when I listen to Andrew, I think he's so far up in Jesus' ass that he doesn't even realize he's been saved.
He's been saved this entire time. It's really funny to hear Andrew defend Christian relationships with Muslims today. About that guy with the Quran and the jizz, do you remember?
Oh, yeah. But the thing is, Andrew's just egging the guy on, but think about it, right? So, one drop of jizz is, I think, about 8 gigabytes of information. All that jizz has got so much more information than the complete book. Jeez.
Thanks, Marcus.
Like this terabytes of DNA information in that case.
Wow.
But I think it's a disgusting thing to do. Like, why would you want to do that?
Yeah, exactly.
Personally, Andrew should have taken offense to that because literally that was like killing half a baby.
You just fucking nailed it. You nailed it, Marcus.
That is abortion on so many levels. Like, do you know how many babies those sperms would have produced?
Yeah, men should stop masturbating.
Yeah. Andrew should take offense to that. But then I want to ask Andrew one question, like, has he ever went, like, if he's jerked himself off, then he has also participated in abortion. Like, he's aborted all those kids.
I imagine Andrew is somebody who's masturbated and then cries after.
For repentance?
Yeah. That's exactly what I think.
Oh Lord. For these babies who are produced by the little apostles. Who can ask him that question and keep a stern face? Daniel could.
Daniel, yes. Daniel, we have a mission for you.
Basically, the abortion herself.
Yeah. Daniel, we have a mission for you.
Yeah, this is one mission you should know.
Whoa, was that a fart?
No, okay.
That was a very airy part, not much tension.
Isn't a fart really like shit particles that are floating there?
It's your bum.
Fecal matter.
You just saved your mom. Jesus Christ. Like his mother. Okay.
I got high, so I still happy. The sound of a fart is your butt cheeks vibrating against the air. That's it.
Yeah, but the fart itself, the smell itself, that's like shit in particle form.
Yes, I am very aware. It's not fart particles. I mean, it's not shit particles.
What is it?
It's gas.
Yeah, the gas is part of the shit count.
If Sam smells my farts, it's gonna be so bad. Like, you know, when you're like under the blanket and you fart and it's like the worst.
Face your farts and consume them anyway.
Oh, yes.
The title of a book.
Yes, you should totally write that.
Zabu, you know when Sam comes up, will you guys like have a fart off and then we can judge?
I hope so.
Me, Pastor Daniel will be the judges.
We'll see if Sam actually comes here.
Why won't he? You are trying to say it never comes.
He was trying to prevent abortions. We'll see. It was a slight change of plan, so we're gonna see.
Premature abortion.
Yeah, exactly.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before
Let's see what's happening in Andrew's room. I think there's a controversy stirring up. Have a good night, y'all.
Good night.
Yeah.
I'm probably gonna sleep soon.
Okay, go. Shoot.
Okay, you're gonna stay here with Sam?
No, I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna wait for no one to fight.
Buster, are you gonna wait for him to bust? Buster.
Nah.
Okay.
It's already got SPDs. So
Okay. Okay, then I'll turn it off then. Okay, bye. Good night.
Hoisted it onto his shoulders and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person, Speedo. Having obtained the information they needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. His blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns. Heightening his suspicion, Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person, Speedo. Having obtained the information they needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
This quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed a photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns. Heightening his suspicion, Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson's son then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person, Speedo. Having obtained the information they needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire metal and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person, Speedo. Having obtained the information they needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
British quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Only when the man showed no further movement did he finally release his blood-stained hands. As a father, Nelson felt no remorse or fear after the killing, only the bitter sorrow of losing his son and a heart filled with rage. He wrapped the man's body in wire mesh, hoisted it onto his shoulders, and carried it to the cliff's edge. The bundle would sink to the bottom, devoured by fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located his second target, Mark, who ran an upscale bridal shop. He appeared refined and polite, but was a cunning old fox. Mark scrutinized Nelson's attire, noting he didn't appear wealthy enough to afford such expensive gowns, heightening his suspicion. Mark pretended to take Nelson's measurements. Nelson cut straight to the chase without any small talk. He demanded to know who else was involved in his son Kyle's murder and who was the mastermind behind it all. Mark revealed the name of a third person, Speedo. Having obtained the information they needed, Nelson prepared to leave, but he suddenly turned and asked one final question.
Greatest quarterback ever. No way on that.
He murdered Nelson's son, then arrogantly told Nelson to get lost when he demanded justice.
And trust me, that's your best move.
After a dozen punches, the man was barely recognizable. Nelson dragged him to the car like a pile of sludge. Nelson now wanted only to know who else had killed his son Kyle. If the man didn't speak, he'd take more blows. Unable to endure, the man uttered a name. To confirm it, Nelson pulled out his phone and displayed the photo of a man named Mark. He held the phone before the man's eyes. After receiving confirmation, Nelson slipped the phone back into his pocket. After a moment's thought, he wrapped both hands around the man's throat. This was Nelson's first time killing someone. He had no experience. Fish and shrimp, and the wire mesh would ensure it never surfaced. Nelson didn't tell his wife about this. He knew some things had to be done by a man. Returning to his tool shed, he retrieved his hunting rifle, sawed off the barrel, and then sawed off the stock. This length could be concealed in his coat without arousing suspicion. Following the man's lead, Nelson located
Games don't help you learn how to take care of your wife. Like, what the, how the heck
There
am I
could be a
learning
game like that. And look, it's like, the video game thing is like, there's probably like video games do probably help you learn. They're not obviously going to help you learn in every different way. And,
we in a real world. Life isn't a video game. You gotta take care of stuff. You gotta pay bills. There's roles that a man has that he has to fulfill. There's roles that a wife has that she has to fulfill.
And the point here is like I'm saying that the criteria for like an adult for me has something to do with like setting aside the physical characteristics for now, because obviously like if you're unable to like pick up something, it's gonna offset your survival. But if you're mentally capable of taking care of yourself on your own, then that's the mental part of an adult. That's the way I'm more or less characterizing whether or not someone is a man or a woman. So, anyways, original. Hold on. Original. It might be true that there are people like that. I do think it's very unlikely. I would want evidence of those people before I would say, oh yeah, that's one of them. Although I agree that they could exist, but I need to have that evidence. And so mostly in these cases of like something that is very unlikely, we need something to say like, okay, here's one of the criteria that were met, the physical side, and then a good reason to think the mental side is also like the evidence is there for that. And then I'll be willing to accept it as long as there's like something to make me think that is happening. But we can't just assert it. So I mean, go ahead.
I don't know if you stop talking, so I'm muted the mic. So it works silently, even though I think you're muted the mic. I don't know if you'd finished that.
No, go ahead.
This person's mentally mature. Now, if you grew up in a society where you were expected to do things at a much earlier age, go out to work, get married at a much earlier age, do everything at a much earlier age, then whatever standard you're using now to think this person is mentally mature, it'd be completely different if you were living in say, 1,000 years ago, in a different society. So, like you saying, like there's not that many people that exist. I agree according to today's standards. But if you were living 1,000 years ago, maybe you probably think actually the vast majority of the people existing back at that time actually meet that standard.
No, the standard is always the same, no matter what we're putting into the world. Like whether we're 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years from now, is that I'm going to say, here's the standard. They meet physical and mental maturity. Now, what's different is the known facts. Depending on what year we're in, we know different things. And that will play moral calculus. Now, here's the thing with like when we start involving people like prophets and gods. We already know that God knows the ultimate, like he knows everything. So for him, there's no relativism on the knowledge. For prophets who have some kind of access to God, there's at least some reason that God would inform them of the moral truths so that they know the true like standard to meet, like the exact point of those things. There's at least some reason that. But you can deny that, say people like Old Testament prophets or Muhammad, whomever you want, and say like, look, they didn't know that I don't know, 8 was not mentally mature. They just thought that based on like what they had at the time. But as we've learned more things about the brain, we found out that it actually is wrong. It is wrong, but we just know more. So they aren't held liable for the things that they didn't know. They just did their best with what they had. And that's something to say to that. But you have to at least admit then he he did something wrong. He just didn't know any better.
But Albedo, you know how you said, when your son or whoever a kid plays a video game, that there's certain things that kid would learn, right? That goes the same. It works with different societies. Like people from, especially back then, they get brought up differently and they are taught differently. Right? There's certain things that they do or learn growing up as a kid that made them mentally mature in these certain things, not aspect of all things, right? Can't be, mature on everything. Like, when your kid plays a video game, can't know everything. But there's certain things that this kid knows, and it's sufficient enough for that person to be mentally ready.
I gave you my criteria. Do you remember it?
You said what?
I said I gave you my criteria for mental ready. Do you remember it?
No, I didn't hear you.
Okay. Well, then I don't see the point of pressing this. The point.
No, you see what I'm saying? Like, you get what I'm saying though? Like,
yes, you think it's relativized to the society. I just addressed this. Do you remember? Like, it's like you're not addressing anything I'm saying.
I didn't hear you, my bad.
Oh my God. I mean, why say something?
No, I'm just responding to what you just said. Nah, my bad. I'll let y'all talk.
Okay. My criteria. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. So I get your criteria, but what I'm saying is that the way you think about a particular criteria changes depending on how you've been brought up. So you might have a certain, you can still apply the same type of criteria. But if you grow up in thinking like 2025 in America compared to 2,000 years ago, say in India, the way you think about this criteria would be different. Wouldn't you agree?
I just addressed this. So neither of you ain't listening to me.
Listen. I listen to what you say, but you mentioning the criteria. You said you've got this criteria. Yes. Okay.
What is the last thing I just said that I spoke for like a minute on?
Because you mentioned Muhammad, peace be upon him, and you said like you could have got this things wrong. Okay. Yes, according to us, like although you might think it's wrong, according to you say he didn't get it wrong according to their standards because we've got more information now.
Yeah, he didn't know any better. I'm offering you a way that the relativization happens is that the standard isn't relativized. It's just the information. And so from today's information, we know differently than he does. And that changes the way that we act compared to how he acted. But only one of us is right? And so we would think that the people with the more information are more likely right. So does he know more than us, or do we know more than him on like mind and brain development? Just let's start with that.
It's not that simple.
I think it is. This is literally developing the standard about mind maturity. Do we know more about minds than Muhammad, or does he know more about minds than us?
I don't know what God reveals.
Mind development has nothing to do with maturity.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
In fact, like Sharmaki, you're just not participating in our conversation anymore because me and Original agreed on that.
Right, but rather than pick Muhammad, peace be upon him, because we don't know what God reveals to him. Clearly, a prophet knows a lot more than the average Joe back in that time. So let's pick an average Joe back in that time. Right, I get all that, what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, would you just agree, right, okay, the way you think about any particular criteria today would be different if you were born in, say, India 1,000 years ago. And you'd still be thinking about the same criteria because of the way you've been brought up, your mentality would be different. Your values maybe would be different.
I don't think my value on this would be different. The standard, I think, would remain the same.
I disagree. I'd say certain things which I think are written wrong today, or what's that? I think if I was brought up in a different society, and if like the society sort of generally practice this thing or something, I would think about it differently if I was thinking about society.
I don't believe God's moral law changes depending on what society we're in.
Yes,
I just don't.
I agree with that. Yeah, I don't.
Right, and I think this is God's moral law. Like, you know, the no harm principle, right? That if we do this to someone who is not ready, then we are harming them.
Albedo, I have a question.
Yeah.
Can a person not be fully mentally developed and still be mature?
No.
According to what?
They might be physically mature, but not mentally.
According to what? How does that make no sense? Physically mature? What's?
Yeah, you know how like you have a big, strong body. It's not going to change much. Like you've reached the point in which your body ceases to change.
I'm not talking about physically mature. I'm talking about mental.
Okay, and I gave my criteria for mental maturity is that mentally we would be willing to leave them alone.
Okay.
They could.
Let me ask you. When is your brain fully developed?
Supposedly when you're 25.
How old are you now?
I'm 37.
See, I'm 23. I'm not fully mature, I guess, according to you.
My criteria isn't fully mature.
Makes sense. But
my criteria is willingness to leave them by themselves.
You said what?
My criteria is that you're willing to leave them by themselves.
So that's what makes a person. So it doesn't have nothing to do with being mentally developed.
It does, and it's like, dude, do you think if you put a baby brain inside of like Hulk Hogan's body, do you think that you would leave that person alone?
No, but because you can leave me by myself. You can leave me by myself, and I'm mentally not developed yet.
Are you saying you can't take care of yourself? Is that what you're saying?
Nah, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying according to your criteria, is if the person could be by themselves, but then you said they have to be mentally developed. The normal person or the normal man, or whatever, according to whatever stats you got it from, develops mentally fully at 25.
You're not capable of listening, so I'm not going to continue this with you. I'll talk with the original one.
No,
you can get why I'm frustrated with the original.
No, I don't know what was going on because I had a phone call, so I talked so much about the room. But while I had the phone call, I was thinking about similar to what Sharon was saying. So according to your standard, if there was a 25-year-old, say, and this person is not mentally mature because they couldn't look after themselves today, are you saying this 25-year-old isn't allowed to get married then?
I think that they're not capable of consenting. Yeah. I mean, in our cases, we have so many like tools that make it so that people can survive on their own. But the obvious cases are people who are like Down syndrome or like significantly stunted in some way. Down syndrome's maybe like, because there's like a variance there, but the extreme Down syndrome people, yeah, they probably aren't capable of consenting.
Okay. So say you've got this person who has got Down syndrome, not the level, not the extreme level that you mentioned, but if they were left on their own, they'd really struggle to survive on their own. But they do want to get married. They do like somebody else, and they've fallen in love. We're saying it's another person with also Down syndrome. Are you saying they're not allowed to get married anymore?
Yeah, I think that can't happen. Although marriages by today, they don't even have to require, they don't have to involve sex. So maybe you can live in like a partnership or something, but not sex.
Okay, so I'll be so I'm at work at the moment, so if somebody else wants to jump in, feel free.
Okay.
Right. Okay. So let's say that this person's Down syndrome doesn't meet your extreme Down syndrome criteria. Like I said again, they struggle to survive on their own. They fall in love with a normal person, right? Okay, who doesn't have Down syndrome, and they both love each other. In this scenario, would they be allowed to get married or not?
Forget about the marriage stuff because that's sort of come apart right today. You mean sex? I mean sex.
That's what I get to.
Can we just switch it from marriage to sex because some people get married and never have sex? The sex is what people care about.
If that's the way you're going to go, okay, that's fine. So we're going to sit in the argument.
Yeah, I did answer this. I think that more than likely, we shouldn't allow it. The thing is like with Down syndrome people, unless we're looking at really severe, it becomes gray because we don't know the exact point in which we would say, okay, here's the cutoff. There is like a points where some people who have Down syndrome live just fine. They do. And some people with Down syndrome clearly do not live just fine. So there is some gradient where we just don't know where to place it. And then if you pick an example like that, I'm going to say, I don't know, because I don't know exactly where it is. But if we pick someone who's like basically incapable of like showering and eating on their own, then it's like very obvious to me. But if you pick someone who's like got a regular job and has a car, has all like the basic things and they do it all on their own, then yeah, I'm probably okay with it. But asking me to put it out like in the middle where it's already like it's the unknown marker for me, then it's very difficult for me to answer.
What about actually, because I was just thinking about some other disabilities. So say you've got a blind person, mentally they're perfectly fine, but if they were left out on their own, they probably wouldn't survive because they can't see. I'll leave that example down. Sorry, just fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's the mental maturity isn't done by physical standards because someone could be in like a frail body, so they're like not capable of lifting anything to like take care of themselves, but like they know how to, like all of the relevant mental acuity is there. That's the part that I care about as far as the mental maturity. The physical maturity just means like the body has mostly undergone the changes required for puberty, or like has like basically more or less finished puberty. That's probably the standard I would go by today, not just like started puberty. It's not just at the start, but basically at the end of it, towards the end of it. These are people who don't change much physically. Like they reach a certain point, maybe like 80% development. So their body isn't going to change in like a significant way. But I definitely don't want to say either, much like the thing that Shermaki was trying to put, is like, I'm not trying to say you need to meet like complete maturity, as in you will no longer like be like better. For one, it's probably like a horrible standard because you're after maturity, after 25, are you on the down slope? Like, does that mean you're on like getting worse? Or do you just like stay fine forever? Like that seems kind of strange to me.
I think you're going to hate me for this, but the conversation that you were having yesterday, Albedo, I wanted to sort of chip in, but I didn't get a chance. So if you have to remind me, say that again, sorry.
You'd have to remind me. I don't know what you're talking about.
It was two omnipotent beings.
Sure.
Yeah, why that wasn't possible. So
I don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so the scenario I was going to present was, for me, it's impossible because no one omnipotent being can fulfill their sort of wishes at any one particular time if it disagrees with the other omnipotent being. So say one omnipotent being A is making it rain in London. Omnipotent being B wants to make it stop raining in London, but A disagrees. Is there any way omnipotent being B can override omnipotent being A?
Like I answer this in several different ways. Under my model, the answer is yes. But if I take the typical way that most people construe omnipotence, you do it in some kind of modality, and you say look, his powers are constrained about what's possible given either logic or metaphysics. So, which view are you taking here? Because we have to establish what is counting as omnipotence.
This would be a metaphysical impossibility because in any other world, if there was only one omnipotent being A, let's not even call it, let's just call it omnipotent being, you wouldn't have this problem anymore. You've only got this problem in your worldview where you add more than one omnipotent being.
No, I just want to. You want me to lay it out, and I needed just to get you to say what kind of view of omnipotence. Now I can lay it out for you. Okay, it's metaphysically possible that God doesn't desire to do anything. He just desires to do nothing. That's what he wants to do. That's metaphysically possible. Now, sorry, not God, but an omnipotent being. This is something possible. Okay? A second omnipotent being, it's possible for them to also desire to do nothing. And so, if that's
Okay.
You have to think those beings must have those desires or something. That doesn't seem like. Why would that be?
I see where you're coming from, but if you live in a world where we actually exist and we're the only ones who can sort of say whether these beings are omnipotent or not, then clearly these omnipotent beings have done something, have desired to something like create us and create the universe and stuff. Therefore, according to us, we're the ones discussing it. I'd say that I'd say it wouldn't be possible. I don't know. It'd be difficult to answer that.
Let me give you another scenario. You and I just grant that we are omnipotent, okay? And you and I come to an agreement that we just won't interact with each other. And so we can't use it. We just agree that our powers won't conflict. Okay? Do you think that's problematic?
Yeah, because I can never see a world where you've got this world where you've got two omnipotent beings and whatever they do doesn't affect the wishes or desires of the other omnipotent being. An omnipotent being would have control over everything, according to me, anyway.
Well, in fact, he has the powers to do them. He could do them, doesn't mean he has to. I wouldn't say would, because then you're going to have to say things like he does everything.
So, then basically one of the omnipotent beings is voluntarily giving up authority or power over certain parts of the world. Not because they want to, is because they have to, because of the omnipotent being.
So they don't have to.
Yeah, well, I'd say that they do. They do have to. In your world scenario, they have to. Otherwise, you've got a contradiction now because like I said, if one being say certain thing, another being wants to do something
else. Is it possible for them to do that?
No, I'd say it's not possible.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd have to know why it isn't.
It's like I said, they have to take into account the wishes of the other omnipotent being and say, I'm going to interfere in this part of the world because of you, because of the other omnipotent being.
Right. Yeah. Well, and you think that's impossible?
For me, if they come to that scenario, then they're no longer an omnipotent being.
Okay, well, let me try another scenario. You and I are omnipotent, and I say, okay, for all of that exists, you get this half, and I get that half, and we get domains over that. Okay? Now you might say, well, I'm only like half omnipotence, right? Because I only got half the world. And then we flip to the other side. So now I can control the other stuff. Did anything even occur there?
Who decides who gets which half?
We just come to an agreement. Like, I like this stuff. I'm like, all right, I give that. All right, you can have that stuff.
So when you come into an agreement, you come into a compromise. You basically say, I'm willing to give up this half for you, for the other omnipotent being.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, this scenario means that this being is no longer omnipotent. It doesn't have the capability to run the other half just because the other omnipotent being exists. Then no longer is omnipotent. If the other being doesn't exist, then you wouldn't have this problem. You'd be able to control everything.
So in your scenario, you think once we make the pact, you couldn't just break the pact and go do all that stuff? That's what you think.
The problem is in the pact in the first place because you have to, you're forced to give up power over certain things, in which case you're no longer omnipotent.
Now look, do you think that if I choose to do nothing, that I don't have any power?
No, you still got power, so it's just your choice. But if you
right, so why?
But that's your choice. Nobody's making you up or anything. Whereas in the other scenario, somebody else is making you give up half of the thingy.
No, that's an agreement. We're not making each other anything. But
no, of course, just if the other being didn't exist, you wouldn't have to give up. So you're forced.
Original, pretend you literally are the guy. We'll go through the real dialogue. Hey, Mr. Original, I see you're omnipotent. Guess what? I'm also omnipotent. Would you like to share the universe with me? Yes or no? I'm asking, play out the scenario. Pretend this is a play. What's the answer?
And my answer is, if I was omnipotent, I wouldn't have to share the universe.
Oh my God. Original.
You're forcing me to.
Original. Are you incapable?
I say no. Right. Okay. Then let's say I said
no. We don't have to say. Let's say just act it out.
Right. I'm omnipotent. No, I don't want to.
Okay. So you want to control everything?
Because I'm omnipotent.
That's not why you want to control everything.
You saw I want to control everything because I'm omnipotent.
I mean, you understand like why that's a stupid reason, right?
Yeah, I think
I'm not. Look, I'll make it work, but that is just a stupid reason. But in any case,
my worldview, the way I think, with my mentality, I've got this power. I want to control everything.
Yes, because you have power doesn't mean that the power means that you have like some kind of like desires from it. Like nobody ever like thinks like that. But like, look, I don't really care that is a dumb thing to say, but I'll leave that alone because it really won't matter. I'll say, okay, Mr. Original. Okay, Mr. Original. Okay,
Mr. Original. Original, you can control everything. I'll do nothing. I choose to do nothing. There you go.
Did you ask me in the first place? so Vito.
Because I had those desires. Just wanted to see what you wanted.
So you did have a desire to control the universe, but because I said I'm going to control everything, that's why you're not going to do anything anymore.
No, that doesn't follow.
Yeah, we'll continue this conversation with some of the times around because.
And it's like not even close to I don't know why you're presuming all those things. I'm just going to reject them.
You're saying, like, if you didn't have a desire to do anything in the first place, you wouldn't have even asked me in the first place.
I told you why I asked you.
Right?
No.
That means that there is a desire for you to control part of the universe.
No, it's wrong. I told you why I asked you. Because I wanted to know what you wanted to do. That's why I asked you.
You don't know everything.
Oh my God, Original. Get out of here. Go to work. Go to work.
You just clearly said that one omnipotent being didn't know the desire of other omnipotent being, which means he's no longer all knowledgeable, which means he's no longer omnipotent. It's just basic. I don't know. It just follows through.
Go to work.
Yeah, I'll be no give up. Sorry.
Andrew, the replay of the Mark, are you there?
Yeah, what's up?
Do you think there's a problem with there being two omnipotent beings?
That's really, it's a hard one to answer since I think that the notion of omnipotence is kind of fraught to begin with. I mean, naively, sure. Whether it can be made to work, I'm not so certain.
You mean like just as a concept?
I mean, naively, it seems like omnipotent beings, you might expect omnipotent beings to have be able to have disagreements, or for it to be possible for them to have disagreements. In which case, it would seem like there would need to be a winner or something, contradicting the idea that both are omnipotent. But I guess,
to agree, though, isn't it?
Right. The obvious thing is to say, well, maybe they just necessarily agree on everything.
Look. My argument is that potency aside, that has nothing to do with their mental states. And if the mental states are contingent, then their agreements are contingent. And so there are some worlds where their potency and their mental states are not in conflict.
Could you rephrase that? I'm not sure I follow.
Okay. The potency is something necessary, like it's a necessary attribute in these cases, because we're just saying like they're necessarily two omnipotent beings, or an omnipotent being. But we're not saying anything about their mental states. And so it's possible, given these mental states are typically contingent, that there's worlds where they both agree with each other.
Okay. I mean, I think everyone would agree that the worlds where they agree with each other are not the problematic ones.
Yeah, but that's all I mean. It's possible.
Well, I mean, you might argue that omnipotence is, if it obtains of an agent, it necessarily obtains of them, and thus, if there's supposed be such that it's a property you can have contingently, in which case maybe there's no problem. I mean, or at least maybe there's no more problem than there are no more problems than there are just for a single being omnipotent.
I'm just saying there's a unsatisfiable pair between omnipotence and maybe like disjointed or like contradictory mental states, like ones where we disagree and we would conflict with each other's powers. I just said, okay, those are impossible. So none of those worlds can obtain. But there are worlds under the same modality where we constrict all the same things, that they have those powers still.
Well, so I mean, first of all, some defenders of omnipotence might want to say, actually, scratch that. I don't want to go in that direction.
I have an ultimate answer to all of this. This is me ranting like their view on omnipotence. My view on omnipotence is just as it obviously solves this.
I mean, it seems like you're agreeing with the first thing I said, which is, or one of the suggestions I named to defend the sort of co-omnipotence, the possibility of co-omnipotence, which is just that co-omnipotence is possible if you think it's possible that there are two omnipotent beings that necessarily agree or refrain from conflict.
Sure. I don't know what it's like, because I want to say that it's a...
Well, if it's not necessary, then you have a problem.
Sorry. What I want to say is that the mental states are contingent, but the only states where they both exist in. Well, actually, no, maybe that is right. Okay, yeah. Well, I'll go with that.
Well, I mean, maybe. I mean, you might think that. So omnipotence is naively, supposed to be something along the lines of the ability to do anything or any possible thing, or bring about any possible elven planting originated, which you're probably familiar with.
Yeah.
I mean, it seems like omnipotence is supposed to be more than just the ability to do whatever it's possible for you to do, else we get Mikir being omnipotent, which is supposed to be, some sort of unacceptable consequence of that definition.
But imagine that world where they have the necessarily same mental states, they can do anything they want.
Yeah, but it seems
with each other.
Just as it seems like a limitation that Mikir can't choose to do anything other than scratch his ear. It seems like a kind of, a limitation, which our understanding of omnipotence should, a proper analysis on omnipotence should take into account. It seems like it's in some sense, or someone might argue that it's in some sense a similar limitation that omnipotent God A can't, can't choose to do something other than what omnipotent God B wants, and vice versa.
And there's just a biconditional relation between their choices.
Sure, just like there's a biconditional relation between what Mikir wants to do and whether that thing is equal to scratching his ear. It just seems like
it's identical.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's even stronger than a biconditional, but there's a biconditional relationship nonetheless. But I mean, just as most theistic philosophers of religion are going to want to say, we should come up with a definition of omnipotence that rules out the failure to bring about a state of affairs merely because of some limitation about, for your desire about scratching your ear. Similarly, there should be some carve out that takes into account some limitation about your ability to disagree with someone else.
Okay, let's just move to the other one because I think this will solve it. Okay, powers as in particulars, and they are just requisite
to causal events. So if this is the neo-Aristotelian view that's more modern, are you familiar with this?
I mean, only in experiment, like rough stroke.
You or Mike spoke. Your mic is spoken.
Sorry, how about now?
That's fine.
Sorry about that. I just said only in extraordinarily broad brush strokes.
Okay. Basically, the powers are not reduced to anything else. They just are requisite for causality, basically. And then I say God is omnipotent if and only if he possesses all the requisite causal powers, and not do it in modality. And then I can say that both things possess all the requisite causal powers for any event, and yet if they were in worlds where they had conflict, those worlds are impossible, but they still possess all of the requisite power. Because I'm not construing in any modality.
Wait, sorry, which set of causal powers represents the requisite set?
The ones that, for whatever the set of events is, he possesses. Like salt possesses the requisite disposition to dissolve.
I mean, I'm happy to go with that.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Well, no, I understand that, but it seems like you're trying to. I mean, it seems like among the set of all theoretically conceivable events, you're trying to single out some subset of them that you think that God has an omnipotent agent that characterizes those that an omnipotent agent has some irreducible power to bring about. And I'm asking, what is that subset?
I don't have to be committed to whatever the set is comprised of.
Well, this doesn't seem like an analysis of omnipotence then, if that's what you're trying to offer.
Wait, I don't know. Why do you think it's wrong to say the account is, for any event, he possesses the requisite causal power? Like, what is wrong with that? Because it doesn't inform you of the kinds of events that can occur?
I mean, it's just like grammatically confusingly phrased. Usually when you say the requisite X, you're referring, requisite means with respect to some predefined, list of necessary and sufficient criteria. But you haven't given me or spelled out, or I don't remember what the criteria are here. It's like, I'm trying to talk about, I'm trying to, characterize the notion of an actor being good or bad. And my analysis is to be a good actor is to have the requisite set of abilities on stage or something. And then you ask me, what are you talking about? What is the requisite set? That is what I feel. That's where I feel that I'm at the moment.
You're the one trying to make it into a set. I just said whatever, for any event, he possesses the causal powers to do it. That's not making a set.
I mean, okay, so do you think nothing I said depends on set language or is not supposed to be any kind of Cantorian gotcha here. So that's not really going to be an issue.
The power saying in this view doesn't reduce to something. That's what you're kind of asking to do. They just are objects that are particulars, and they act as things to cause. And that's it.
Do the events that God has the power to actualize, are they supposed to be metaphysically possible, or does he have the power to actualize impossible ones?
There could be things that are constraining. So here's an example. God possesses all requisite powers to perform a lie, and it's impossible for him to lie because there's this other stuff called goodness that make it for any world that he's in, he will only tell the truth. So necessarily, for any world,
he will tell the truth, but he still has the power to do so. So you can still have powers in these cases while the modality is impossible.
Okay, so then that leaves so he has the power to do. Okay, well then, that's going to leave open the question: which events are supposed to be the ones that characterize those within the aegis of an omnipotent being's powers?
Okay, let's just say he can do anything he wants, literally anything conceivable.
Okay.
Is there a problem with that existing with another one?
Well,
because I'll grant those are impossible worlds. They still exist in those worlds.
It seems like there are problems with such a that with that understanding of being existing alone. Like, it seems like you're going to want to say that God has the power to make 1 + 1 = 3, even if he necessarily chooses not to exercise it. At that point, it seems a bit incoherent.
Yeah, it's incoherent. It's a contradiction. What's wrong with that?
I don't know if I can articulate what's wrong with it. It just seems...
I'm granting it's an impossible world. You understand that thing?
Well, yeah, the problem is not just that it's an impossible world, but it seems incoherent to talk of the power to make 1 + 1 = 3.
Why?
Like, actually having it.
Why?
Well, because it's not altogether clear what it doesn't seem like.
Well, the first thing is about do you think math are events?
Well, the event here would be to make 1 + 1 = 3.
Yeah, I don't know, went down this road thinking it would just be very clearly I'm just saying it is an impossible world, and yet he still possesses all those powers in the world because the modality doesn't constrict his powers. It has nothing to do with modality.
Okay, but I just don't think I don't see any reason to grant I don't see any reason to accept that there should be any such powers. It doesn't seem very attractive. What is it about the world?
Is that just denying that there's a thing called omnipotence?
No, it would. Only if omnipotence were defined in this sort of extremely liberal way that you just tentatively defined it as, because having the power to do literally anything, even if it's impossible.
Yeah, that one. Like I said, I shouldn't have went down this because I thought maybe if I just did this, it would be very clear. Reverting back to say God possesses all the requisite powers for any event. For any event X, he possesses the requisite causal powers for it. There's nothing incoherent about that statement. That statement is consistent with modern science and physics, and there's a huge resurgence since the mid-2000s for this neo-Aristotelian view on powers. We could even use regular Aristotelian powers for probably this in some capacity to make this work. So there's lots of the people who accept this who aren't even theists.
There may be people who accept a neo-Aristotelian view on powers, or resurgence of such people. I'm more skeptical that there's a resurgence of such people who think that you can have power to do impossible things, like making 1 + 1 = 3.
Right, but remember I said to forget that.
Well, but this part is important because we're trying to delineate which.
Okay, you went. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I don't want to get what's so hard with that.
Well,
whatever.
My answer is that it's hard to avoid talking about it because you're trying to delineate a specific set of powers that God has in order to define his omnipotence. And sort of to delineate a set of powers, you generally want to give a criterion. If I give you a power, you have some recipe for saying yes or no as to whether he has it. Broadly speaking.
So we don't need to do that. I don't understand. Like, look, I could say I have no idea what the set is, but I've seen like a bunch of stuff happen, and all of that stuff God can do, and there might be more because I'm unaware of those things.
Sure, I'm just saying this is not. I mean, this doesn't count as an analysis on omnipotence anymore. Like, you're basically just saying there's some really, 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 really big set of powers that God has, but you can't really define the boundary or give, a criterion which would, in theory, define the boundary. But you're sure it includes powers X, Y, Z, and W, and so on and so forth. I mean, okay, it's just, that's fine. That's a sort of intuitive, pre-philosophical gloss on the notion of omnipotence, but it's not an analysis.
I wasn't off. Well, first of all, me saying for anything that is an event is maybe not like an entirely like fleshed out analysis because there's nothing reductive to it. Like, what you want is what characterizes all the different events that can occur. That's what you want.
Well, can there is unfortunately maybe a little ambiguous.
Can I say the ones that are possible under some modality?
Sorry, we were interrupted. I lost my train of thought. Could you repeat the last sentence?
It's can just means possible under some.
Sorry, I repeat the one before that.
Oh. The one where you said can there be ambiguous, the one responding to that?
Sorry, I'll back up. I was arguing that it doesn't seem like I expected you from the outset to be giving a kind of analysis of omnipotence, but it seems like you're denying that you're trying to do that. So, what are we trying to do here, if not that?
I'm trying to construe that what omnipotence is aren't just things that are done by modality. In fact, they're pre-modality.
Okay.
They're the things that may be like they come prior to the modality.
Sure, I'm granting that for the sake of argument that powers talk is in some sense unanalyzable, or at least unanalyzable in modal terms. But still, the question remains which powers comprise those that an omnipotent being can perform. It doesn't seem like you want to say it's literally any of them that could be phrased as in the English language, since that includes really weird ones you don't want to talk about, like 1 + 1 = 3, or the power to make 1 + 1 = 3. So I'm a bit at a loss as to where to go, because it doesn't seem like we have a specific set of powers or criterion that could, in theory, generate a specific set of powers in mind. We just have this, vague general sort of IOU for some set of powers that we expect God to have, and we expect it to be really, really, really large and have a lot of things like, creating the world, etc.
Can I say something?
Okay, so no, because you're not going to be able to help with this conversation.
No, I just wanted to add on to what Mark was saying.
No.
You scared of something? Because you know it's coming. You know it's coming.
That's what's up. So, before I move on with this, if I said there's a set of things that can be caused, you think that's obviously coherent, but you don't know what that set's composed of, right?
Well, I mean, I feel like that sentence can be parsed in a few ways, but if you mean, I'm thinking of a set of things that can be caused right now, but I haven't told you which set it is, then sure. But if you mean something else, then I might be confused.
Not just the one that they're thinking of. There is an actual thing that can be caused, whether you're thinking about it or not.
I guess. I like there's a unique, exhaustive collection of things, of events that can be caused by some agent or other. Sure.
And we don't have to know what that is to be able to make that statement, right?
No, but I mean, we have a criterion like that, and again, in theory, decides whether an event is in or outside of the set, namely whether it can be caused or not. Like we might not know, we might not have that information, but we have some reason for thinking that there's like a determinate fact of the matter unknown to us that will rule its status inside or outside of this.
Right, and that is composed of things that are caused. Yep, I agree with that. Even if we don't know all the things that are caused, we know that is what composes the set. Now, if we grant that that's fine there, why can't I say that's what the set is here, and then whatever things, because I can also say I don't know what these things are, but in this view of powers, there has to be requisites for them to be caused.
Sorry, I feel like I'm misunderstanding you. Are you suggesting that omnipotence consists of having the power to bring about any event that can be caused? Or are you saying something else?
Powers are about causes.
I think that analysis is going to fail for a variety of reasons, like sorry, I'm just thinking this through, but if can is supposed to be, metaphysical modality, then you want to say will those things or does cause those things, like to lie or do evil or whatever.
Yeah, that is one way, but the can there, just to be clear on that, would just mean possesses the powers. Like it could be either, because sometimes when we say can you lift that rock, we just say yeah, and it doesn't mean in possible world semantics.
Okay, so you're saying that omnipotence means having the power to cause any event, such that any event E, such that someone has the power to cause E.
That last bit made it sound like circular or something. I don't know. Like, what was the additional part of that? What was that there for?
Was there an additional part?
It was like omnipotence is that he possesses the power to cause E that anyone could cause E.
Well,
that additional last bit.
I mean, it does in a certain sense seem like a circular or perhaps better impredicative definition. Because it's not, it's not like, it's going to leave open, it's going to leave open whether he has, whether he has powers that only he uniquely would be capable of possessing.
You said it does leave that open?
It seems like it.
I don't know why we'd have to think that. I mean, it might be true in like the actual world that it turns out that only he can cause certain things, but the can there, again, doesn't seem like we have to think that that's a modality. It's just like possesses the powers. That doesn't have to be like, I don't see why we have to think that that means only one hand.
I mean, consider, okay, well, I don't necessarily have to go down this route. I could attack it from other angles, but like, consider the power to be to scratch my head as to scratch one's head as Mark Grant. I have that power, clearly. Or to attempt to scratch my head as Mark Grant, whether I end up succeeding or not. Or if you want to make it more granular, the power to send whatever sort of primitive nerve impulse as Mark Grant that generally results in, that usually, but not always results in Mark Grant scratching his head. Whatever low level thing you think power, my power to scratch my head really boils down to. I have that power. It doesn't seem like God should have that power, because it doesn't seem like he should have the power. Anyone should have the power to be anyone else.
I don't think.
What do you mean? Why not? To me, it sounds like semantically it makes no sense to say that God has the power for you to scratch your head.
Meaning there's a power that's unique because they just possessed it. I want to construe them more broad than that. They're not the kinds of anybody. They could be instantiated in any person.
Right. I mean, that seems like the sort of thing that one might need to defend. What sorts of abilities represent genuine, primitive powers, and which sorts are some more general notion of ability that includes powers, but also a bunch of other things. But I mean, getting back to the somewhat more original objection, you're saying that to be omnipotent is to have the power to do anything that at least one being has the power to do. Okay, well, if you take some action, which may or may not be a power, that necessarily only God could have, then whether he has that power sort of a fortiori depends on whether any metaphysically possible being has that power. But since necessarily only God could have it, that means whether he has that power depends on whether he has that power. So we're at a bit of an impasse.
I just wouldn't think that that's significant. I mean, I don't think that people are going to think that that's a problem. A lot of the people that were pushing back on it were okay with certain, I don't want to call them trivial, but things okay, if he if he's located in a different spot than me, then he's still God, even if there were two different locations of God. Or you could say something different about them, they'd still maintain this God. In this case, if you're construing powers as one of the powers is just that he's the one who did it, rather than that guy. That's the way you're construing powers as the way to separate them. I don't think people are going to say oh well, that's in a way where I think it's significant.
I mean, if the underlying goal here is to defend the coherence of there being two omnipotent deities, let's call them A and B. It seems like I'm Grant. I'm obviously neither A nor B. You might want to say that I have the power to try to thwart A or to try to thwart. So I'm just trying to think if that should be a problem for your thesis.
I think so.
I mean, because it seems like he should have the power, intuitively, an omnipotent being should have the power to do X, to succeed in whatever he tries to do.
Yeah, there could be a world where, forgetting about that, the power is he thwarts X or something, right? Prevents X from occurring.
Okay, so you want to say that A has the power to thwart B, successfully thwart B, and B has the power to successfully thwart A. They just never exercise that power.
Yeah.
Or neither exercises either powers, rather.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, at this point, why not just throw every power into the mix, no matter how impossible, and just say they choose not to exercise it?
That's kind of why I went down that road initially. Is like, I thought maybe that would make it more obvious. Is like, you could include anything here, because what doesn't remove their omnipotence is like you're in some impossible world. Because whether they're omnipotent just has to do with whether they possess those powers. Because what limits their powers isn't some modality.
I mean, maybe. I think it's like questionable why I would accept having powers to do anything impossible to begin with. And in fact, I know at least one famous defender and proponent of the powers of you would agree with me. I still think that there's still going to be like impredicativity issues where this analysis of omnipotence is going to sort of fall flat and fail to deliver an answer, even in theory. But maybe you're okay with that, and you might think that there are like that omnipotence actually includes, there are multiple ways of being omnipotent, which are all mutually exclusive.
So there's like this more meta issue that I think you keep kind of raising on, and this is just the problem of like how we construe omnipotence. Seems like no matter what way you go, there's something you can kind of prod at. I agree with that. But if we set those aside and we say like, look, we're just gonna have to pick one of like a bad bunch, is that especially if you're like a Christian or maybe a Muslim, but definitely Christian, is you have to think that God can't lie. Okay? But it doesn't seem like it doesn't seem like lying is a contradiction, clearly, right? Because we can do it. So like there's a power there that exists. There's a thing that people can bring about. Well, why can't God do it? Well, maybe it's because it's bad. Okay, so maybe his goodness prevents that. Okay, that makes sense. But like, what about his ability to do it? Because like, I want to say this: he has the power to do it. There's just no world where he will, because the joint set of his omnipotence just limits certain. Not omnipotence. His omnibenevolence just rules out certain things, whether he has the powers or not.
It sounds like your question is whether an omnipotent being can lie.
No. Well, this is supposed to resolve this issue. It's like we can say in one sense he can lie, and in another sense he can't.
Meaning only the omnibenevolence is what restricts his ability to lie?
Right, because if I think what people are really trying to get at is what that is more likely has nothing to do with his powers, it has to do with his omnibenevolence. And that set just rules out those things, whether he had the power to or not. Like you would say that he can't do that.
Yeah, my contention is that your model of omnipotence is restricted by time, that an omnipotent being must act completely, eternally, because he would have to be outside of time.
I'll have to deal with that at a later date, though, because I'm on a different track right now with Mark.
No, I know. It's just your contention of omnipotence, but inaction, feels like it could be applied to all things. Everything is omnipotent and fails to act other than what it does.
Because I don't think everything's omnipotent. So that's the first thing. It's not omnipotent if it doesn't act. You're making like an epistemic issue, it looks like, or something. I don't know. But Mark, like, you see how this like model resolves something like that way better than the other one?
I mean, I understand the view and its motivation, I just don't find it very satisfying. And I think metaphysics people, a lot of metaphysics people who don't start out as theists, or even if they think that powers are not modally analyzable, are still going to want to say that there are modal constraints on which powers one can have. And in particular, one constraint is that you can only have a power to do something that's metaphysically possible.
No, well, I think in this view, they are the things that constrain the metaphysical reality. So in some sense, you do say yes, but they're just more upstream. MJ was reading. MJ didn't know anything about it either, and he was reading from it, and he basically was like, I don't even understand this view. And I gave him a book, and he started reading from a different book, but I don't know, something in his mind clicked. I shouldn't be the guy explaining this to you. Do you know who Wassam is on here?
I've heard him talk a few times, and I would recognize the account if it's the same Wassam that I'm thinking of.
There's only one notable Wassam, so
yeah,
like a PhD in neuroscience of some sort.
Right.
But this is his view, and actually where I heard it from first. And then Ethan brought it up the other day too, and Sully brought it up the other day, and then I looked into it a little bit. I'm not the guy that should be the one explaining to you. Seems to at least resolve that stuff. Whether or not there's other issues with it, there might be. I'm willing to just accept there's just going to be some kind of level of problem with it. But
I guess I'm just not seeing it. I actually looked this up the other day. One of the sort of preeminent power advocates was a philosopher named, I think, George Molnar, who sort of wrote the book that tragically died before he had quite completed it, and so some other philosopher being filled in the gaps. But he says explicitly that there can't be powers to do impossible things.
Yeah, so
now,
but impossible there doesn't mean it depends on how possible is construed, because certainly there can be other, once you add in other constraints position to break while it's masked. So it's impossible.
Well, there's a difference between having the power to break versus having the power to break versus masked. I don't want to say that it has the first one, but it can't have the second one if the second one is supposed to be truly no physical attribute correction towards impossible objects. In particular, there could not be such a property as the power to bring about the impossible. If so, then here we have a fifth criterion that demarcates the mental from the non-mental in terms of intentionality alone.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why, would he say that is impossible? So, it's no longer fragile?
He would say, if we define glass and breaking and masking in such a way that it's metaphysically impossible that any glass break while masked, then yes, he would say that glass or any object break while masked. He would say that it's impossible that any object has the power to break while masked, and in particular, that glass does not have that power. At least that's my reading from this paragraph, even though I've barely read any of the book. And so I'm just kind of guessing context.
You probably know about the halting problem, right? We know that the halting problem is not solvable. Do you think an omnipotent being or an omniscient being can actually say if an algorithm will halt? Do you think that these classes of mathematical problems, let's say, which we know that there are probably proofs of unsolvability, can that be done? So you think that those things are again coming in the class of impossible stuff?
Well, the main answer is that unfortunately I think this is going to take us off the track of what we were talking about, and Albedo might not like that. But if I were to go into it, my answer would be yes. For reasons I omnipotence is a coherent concept to begin with, then deciding whether a given computer program will halt or not would be the sort of thing that it could do, because it's not restricted to like Turing commutability.
Okay, so I ChatGPT'd it because I thought this would be more helpful, because I wanted to get the other people's views on this too. So Molnar's views on powers is that masked powers did not stop the powers from being existing, because they were intrinsic to the object, and masked objects were extrinsic, so they were from external conditions. It's a masked power is blocked from manifesting by external conditions, the fragile glass wrapped in bubble wrap. Molnar's point, masking does not remove or diminish the power. The glass remains fragile, its power is simply prevented from showing itself. Then there's something called a Finkish. That was the other one I can't remember, a Finkish disposition, which is from the C.B. Martin stuff that I don't know if you heard me say, but that's something that removes the disposition at the moment it would have manifested. An example is a device that instantly makes a live wire non-charged whenever someone touches it. Then there's something called an antidote, which I had never heard of until pretty recently, but basically just blocks it. They're like masks, they prevent the manifestation, but do not alter the underlying power. Molnar uses these cases to argue that powers are intrinsic, so external blocking never removes the power itself.
Okay, but is there between the power? I don't really know what I'm talking about because I haven't read the book, but just spitballing guesses here based on the tiny amount of context I do have. I'm going to guess that he would distinguish between a power which is merely contingently masked versus one which is sort of necessarily masked, the latter, and argue that the latter doesn't really count as a power at all because it would be directed towards an impossible state of affairs, which from the paragraph I just read, I don't think he wants to sort of dignify with the status of power.
So, and by this necessary connection, do you mean it's supposedly, by hypothesized, has an internal intrinsic power, but there's an external object necessarily tied to it that prevents it from manifesting, and you want to say that is still, he would still say that is, it doesn't have that power.
Well, if the external object is masking it, is sort of masking it contingently, then it still has the power.
Right.
Because it's still directed towards a metaphysically possible state of affairs. But if for whatever reason, the external object is sort of, it's like really, really damping its style, i.e. it's necessarily suppressing its power, then it never actually had the power to begin with in any meaningful sense, because the quote-unquote power is not directed towards a metaphysically possible state of affairs.
I'm willing to grant that, but so here's how we can resolve this issue. We're bringing this all the way back to the initial tension. Necessarily, if something's omnipotent, there's two objects, they have intrinsic omnipotence, okay? They have mental states that are contingent. The mental states to the powers that would prevent them are external. And so there are worlds where they manifest and worlds where they don't. What's wrong with that? Because that seems like it would just be a masking one, because there are worlds where they don't enact certain things.
The issue is that you want to say that God has the power to do certain things like lie that he just chooses not to exercise.
Well, this was specifically about just two omnipotent beings, but I'm not sure if that matters. But.
Well, in that case, I got you to tentatively agree that God A has the power to thwart God B and vice versa, but neither choose to actualize it. But in that case, according to my reading of Molnar, that would be incoherent, because neither A nor B can have a power that is
because the powers that manifest, none of them are necessary.
No. Well, what's impossible is the thwarting. Like it's not. There's no possible world
Where they both thwart.
Sorry.
There's no possible world where they both thwart.
There's no possible world where either of them thwarts the other.
And why? Like if I'm an omnipotent being. I want to go to the store, and you come over and you put a wall in front of me, and then I just stop going to the store. What's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, if one of them yields deliberately, then it's not really a case of one of them thwarting the other.
Right. What you did, you enacted some power, and it acted as a means to prevent me. And then, because like the whole thing, all of this like kind of rides on the mental state part of it, is that I just feel like I don't want to do it because now there's a roadblock, even though I could tear it down. I have that power too.
I mean, okay, I'm a little lost. I mean, it doesn't, like, just in general, it seems like if A and B are omnipotent, there's no possible world where A successfully puts B in a cage forever, despite B's attempts to escape.
Correct. They can't both be acting towards the same, like, X and not X. Like, in this case, like, my escape and your prevention of my escape. That can't happen.
Right. There's no possible world where B is put in a cage unlimited. And so A does not have the power. You know, if powers can only be...
No. Because the fact that you put me in a cage is contingent, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So there is a world where you do that and I just don't enact it. So it's not impossible. It's just the only part that's impossible is that one world where we both do that.
I mean, are A and B supposed to be necessarily omnipotent? I mean, cage here is obviously a metaphor, not for localizing the deity in a specific physical cage, but for stripping them of their powers despite their attempts to use them.
Can an omnipotent being strip another omnipotent beings of their powers? Is that the kind of question?
Yes, regardless of the other being's ascent.
Well, no, that seems like that would be a contradiction because it's asking if they're necessarily omnipotent and then can they contingently remove it.
Okay, well, I don't know if I put it that way, but that's more along the lines of what I have in mind by thwart. Like, do I have the power to overrule your decrees?
Well, I mean, look, I just say it like this. If we're stating something is metaphysically necessary, then God or anything omnipotent can't, like, make it anything but that. Because it's basically by stipulation.
Okay, but the point I was just trying to get at is, if you agree there's no possible world where A thwarts B in the sense that A successfully countermands B's actions, then it doesn't make sense on my reading of Molnar's paragraph to say that A has the power to thwart B, but just chooses not to use it because there are no powers that are directed towards impossible ends or states of affairs, whether they're possibly exercised or not.
No, because that's like saying that the glass can break, but then if you put the mask on it, the bubble wrap, that it
Some other possible state of affairs.
Okay.
Whereas if it were necessarily masked, then I think Molnar would deny that it really has that power, or that it makes sense to talk about it having that power.
No, I haven't answered this. Okay. By the same token, then he just, like, that just can't be part of the set of omnipotence in the first place, because otherwise we would have to say something like, God possesses the power to make himself not omnipotent.
He doesn't possess that power, does he? Oh, you tell me. Do you think he does? I mean, I think so, but, well, in certain, it depends, I guess, actually. If we're saying he necessarily is omnipotent, then the answer is no. He doesn't possess powers to remove necessities. So, my answer to that is no, he can't remove omnipotence. Like, that's really what it is. It's like omnipotence can't remove omnipotence. Wait, did you say God doesn't have the power to remove necessities? Not of that kind. Not of the, like, same level. It's like he's got the key card for, like, level 3, and he's trying to go to level 4. I mean, I don't know if the key card talk can really, or level talk can really be cashed out in terms of any relevantly meaningful distinction, such that, you know, the necessity of him never lying is one thing, whereas the necessity of him being omnipotent is another thing. Okay, well, do you think it's well, my response to this is going to be the same thing as to what you say here. If God, as an omnipotent being, cannot remove his own omnipotence, then saying, well, he can't remove this other guy's omnipotence isn't very significant. Because he could never do it anyways. Well, great. I mean, that's fine. I'm happy with saying, you know, I mean, I'm glad we're agreeing that God should not, it doesn't really make sense to talk about God having the power to remove his omnipotence if he's supposed to be omnipotent. But the question is, why then is it supposed to make so much more sense for him to have the power to remove his essential honesty and lie, even though he is in fact essentially honest and necessarily never lies? Oh, well, okay, like can we solve that for a moment? I still want to get this, like, can two omnipotent beings exist to each other, whether we address the, like, Christian lying additional stuff. Okay, but I mean, I feel like the underlying motivation is the same issue, which is that you want to sort of box off certain necessities as, like, kosher for God or omnipotent being to repeal, even if he necessarily, kosher for him to have the power to repeal, even though he necessarily never exercises it, and some which are not kosher. And I'm asking, you know, what is the principle here that decides whether some necessity is kosher for him to have the power to repeal? Exists. Does it make it any less problematic? So that's why I'm saying, in a world where there's two, there's no more or less an issue. Okay, but just to be real clear, the hypothesis is they're necessarily omnipotent, but everything else, you know, is up for debate on whether it's contingent or whatever. I mean, I'm a little confused, so I need to sort of backtrack and think through things. Omnipotent beings. The last thing we talked about is, like, the powers to remove the other person's omnipotence. I want to say, well, if that's an issue, then it was an issue for him to do it to himself, so he by himself didn't have the power. So adding another one doesn't make it less, like, different. Like, it doesn't change anything. I'm a little confused by this response. Like, God doesn't have the power to make himself less powerful, let's say, but he has the power to make me less powerful. So, like, because you can't stop him. The point is like, the power supposedly is either coming from, we just state that it's necessary, or there's some kind of power that contradicts another power. Well, okay, I mean, I agree that the issues are going to be roughly related to the things that you mentioned. But I just don't think it's satisfying to say we shouldn't expect God A to diminish God B because God A couldn't do it to himself. Because there's lots of instances of that schema that we wouldn't reject. Like, I wouldn't say we shouldn't expect God A to diminish Mark Grant because he couldn't diminish himself. So you need some sort of stricter principle there than just like he can't do to others what he can't do to himself.
Okay, the powers can't be the things that. So there's powers to enact an X, and there's powers to like prevent X. So like you could think of this like to bring about not X. And so a perfectly efficacious will that tries to bring about one, and then they possess the other. They can't both occur, correct? This is just like the kind of rock heavy, you know.
Yeah, I mean, there's no possible world where God A and God B are at loggerheads.
Just with one God, right? The same thing.
Sure. There's no possible world where God A decides to actualize inconsistent things.
Right. And so that situation, the only thing that changes here is that one decides to bring the other features of it.
I mean, well, it's true that you're splitting it. I mean, you might think an omnipotent agent should have the power, to countermand any other agencies, like the power to use the terminology that you invoked, the power to mask any other agent's powers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems like that's the sort of thing that would be consistent for omnipotent being to have. So we want to say, so it doesn't seem quite the same thing.
This is sort of an aside, but the McGear stuff actually might be kind of useful here. My goal is to either show that whatever view of omnipotence they try to put forth, which is like the typical accounts, not the like powers when I was reading it, is that either they weren't omnipotent to begin with, but they both exist, or there's no like logical issue. If it results in McHere, like that's fine with me because I've succeeded in either condition. Because I guess like the point they're putting forward is either here's an account where they both can be omnipotent, and there's a world where they both have all the requisite powers, and they both exist without performing any contradictions. Like that's all my goal is. Or they provide their own account of omnipotence, and I show, given that account, what the potential issues or like what could happen, because most of them are doing like modalities there. Does that make sense?
I'm not sure. I mean, are you just saying you're happy just getting to a point? You're happy just establishing that whatever the problems with the power analysis of omnipotence is, there being two omnipotent gods on the power analysis is neither more nor less, neither better nor worse, theoretically, than just there being one.
That's one part of it, yeah. But if I take just their view, I think that either we'll end up in a world where like McGear is true, so they can both do it, or whatever like counts as McGear here, that's that. Or we just end up in worlds where like they just have certain psychologies where they don't ever conflict with each other. Which I guess maybe is probably the same thing as McGear, but
they're both consistent. It just might not be the like typical account of omniscience, but omnipotence. But I'm just saying that like their view commits them to something like that. Like it's something like they can't just start off saying, "Oh, it's impossible to begin with." It's obviously not built into omnipotence.
I'm a little confused just because you're using certain pronouns like their view, where I've kind of lost track as to which group that refers to.
The typical theists are the people that I was debating earlier. Well, to a typical theist. They want to say that. Typical theists want to say this. You want me to rephrase it again with like non-fronts?
Yes.
Okay. People like Andrew and like Zed and Original, two other people, said that they aren't going to sit here and tell me you can derive from the semantics of omnipotence that there is a single quantity. Hopefully. Unless they're going to have to give me the argument because it's obvious. But, so if it's not that, and we can say, okay, well, what happens if there's a secondary quantity? And then I just take their definition. And then we just like conditionalize. So their quantity just meant, Andrews and originals. And okay, their definition is, I don't know, can do all the logically possible things, subtract whatever their nature also prevents. Something like that. Okay? And then we take something about their nature that says it's contingent that this person has a nature that says, I don't want to have a problem with that guy over there. And that guy, the other guy's nature says, I don't want to have a problem with that guy over there. And so they both can enact all of the same things, just not simultaneously, because they don't want to have that problem. It's still consistent with that definition, right?
I mean, consistent, sure. I think consistency is going to be the sort of, like, if by consistent you mean like strict logical consistency, that's going to be the sort of thing in these discussions that comes pretty cheaply. It's going to be very difficult to come up with an inconsistent view. The question is just like, all things considered, how attractive is this? And in my opinion, although it's going to be consistent in that strict sense, it's going to be unattractive just because it's going to boil down to invoking powers to affect impossible states of affairs, which I don't like, even if impossibly exercised.
I just don't understand, like, why you think that there's something wrong with saying the guy has this, like, this, set aside all that other stuff. Do you think this is a problem? He's omnipotent and he chooses to do nothing.
Conveniently chooses to, no, probably that's consistent.
Okay.
And unproblematic.
And the definition of omnipotence that you're like thinking of is like metaphysically mentality or whatever, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Right. Okay. If we bring in another guy that also has that same, both of those features, what's the problem?
Well, if our analysis of omnipotence is that he can do there are possible worlds where he chooses to do all sorts of other things, and we have certain expectations on what those other things are as part of our baseline understanding of omnipotence. Yeah, I mean, I agree that knowing that a being is omnipotent provides you no information as to which choices he makes.
Okay, so you kind of started off with like omnipotence has to do with some worlds where he chooses. Well, no, I'm saying we're in the world where they both choose to do nothing.
Okay, but omnipotence, like, problems with omnipotence aren't limited by what an omnipotent agent chooses to do in a given world, in a specific world, but rather across all worlds in which an agent exists, or at least exists and is omnipotent.
Right, but remember, the definition of omnipotence is like metaphysical modality, something, right? And so if the modality is constricted by, well, okay, if there's a contradiction by this other guy doing it, that's a metaphysical modality issue, right? If this guy exists and we have like contingent choices that would be like X and not X, then that's a metaphysical contradiction or something.
1 second, I think Bob might be hot miking, so I'm going to mute the room temporarily for 1 second. Okay, done. It seems like your question is underspecified. I mean, metaphysical modality is going to tie into all of these thought experiments or allegedly problematic cases. But I can't remember how the phrasing of your question narrows in on something more specific.
Okay. So we just stipulate ahead of time there's two necessarily omnipotent beings, and omnipotence means can do all the metaphysically possible things. We on board this so far? On board with that?
Yes, although again, we have to clarify that I can do all the metaphysically possible things. What I think you mean is they have all powers. Every power that some metaphysically possible being has the power, as it's one of its powers.
Well, in these cases,
in other words, God A is omnipotent if whenever some metaphysically possible being that may or may not actually exist has the power to do blah, then in fact in the actual world, God A has the power to do blah.
Okay, so do you think whether or not these are contingent beings or necessary beings is going to matter to this?
Probably, and in fact, the definition might imply that an omnipotent being is automatically necessary. Maybe, I don't know.
Let's just go down both paths and see what happens here. If they're both necessary in the metaphysical modality and they're both necessarily omnipotent, do you think there's a problem to say?
Well, I'm sorry for interrupting. I was just going to say, in that case, then finding yourself in a world where their choices are reconciled isn't going to answer the question of whether we have a problem or not, because to figure out if there's a theoretical conflict.
Sorry, what's consistent with their necessities?
I mean, maybe, but I don't feel like that properly specifies things in a way that I feel like. Let me back up because I'm a little confused. Like, I'm only trying to say something really ambitious, which is that you set up a thought experiment in which there's two beings who choose to do nothing, and then you say, oh, well, is there any problem with them being omnipotent? And my answer is, I can't decide that only based on looking at that one world. I'd have to look at all possible worlds in which they coexist. And if we set up our definition of omnipotence such that it's a consequence that omnipotent beings are necessary, then we'd have to look at, their choices, their conflicts, or reconciliations in every possible world, which is a much taller order.
Every possible world are just the worlds where they coexist.
Well, sure. Yes, trivially.
Mm-hmm. So, whatever
the point is that I can find a problem if I have some means of arguing there should be a possible world in which not only do they choose to do something, to act, they choose, based on the definition of omnipotence question, they should be able to choose to do contradictory things, which we agree is off the table.
Okay. So, let me
because supposedly the idea is that there can't even be a counterexample, right? I guess, like, do you think that if I stipulate necessarily they have a mental state that just always aligned with each other, they're capable of doing all the things that they would be able to do on their own, right? I mean, yeah, I think so. Like, if we're non-restrictive in our definition of omniscience, such that it ends up being a consequence of our definition that, there conceivably might be two necessarily friendly, omnipotent agents, then I agree. There's simply no problem. But I'm pretty sure, or at least I think there's a good, most theists are going to want to say that we should be more restrictive with our analysis of which powers omnipotent beings should have, or more expansive rather, for the same reason, or at least for a similar reason to why they aren't happy with McKeer. Yeah, because I think in that case, the only thing they're having to take on is a necessary mental state. But actually, you can make this really easy, is that God is always guided by what's good. We just make it these two things. They're both omnipotent and omnibenevolent. And then they're necessarily rational, and they only do what's good. It seems like they wouldn't ever have a conflict because they would be preventing the good. Well, there might be two equally good things that they want to bring about. One of them likes the chocolate option, and one of them likes the vanilla option. What's wrong with that? Well, it seems like it has the contingent mental states that provided from the flavor. I think these are reasonable for me to make these kind of moves. I didn't quite understand that last answer. Are you saying that you think it's reasonable to say that there's an actual good that comes out of the flavor of an ice cream cone that would be just as good as some other flavors? But remember, they're guided by the same moral facts. Sure, but the moral facts are indifferent between making the first ice cream cone chocolate versus making it vanilla. Okay, so the first human is going to like them equally. Okay, so I guess the answer is, why don't they agree? They just have different, they just choose differently. Yeah, why? For the same reason, I don't think anyone's going to have an answer as to why does an omnipotent agent actualize a specific world over all other possible worlds. Okay. Well, it seems like an equally reasonable move for me to make is that they don't agree. So if we're stuck here, I'm happy to say that neither of us can justify this. Sorry, you said neither of us can justify what? Why they would either agree or disagree on this point. I'm trying to say, why wouldn't they agree? My position is that they disagree because they're all, they could equally agree on this as they would disagree. And you're trying to put forward that they do disagree. I want to know why. And you're just saying because they do disagree, they stop it. Right, I'm just saying, I'm just appealing to the same kinds of things that theists appeal to in pretty much any other context. Why did God choose to make the world? I'm trying to think of a better example than this, but Yeah, an actual moral one. Or
which is better?
Well, so, no. I mean, like, so in biology, there's this notion of chirality, and basically all life on Earth is built of, let's just call it, I don't really remember the right terminology, but just for the sake of discussion, let's say that all life on Earth just happens to be based on sort of left-handed molecules.
Yeah, proteins.
Where it could have worked completely symmetrically with right-handed molecules. Like, why did God actualize? Why did God wanted to create humanity? Why did He choose to make them left-handed rather than right-handed? Just seems like most theists are going to want to say they're not really committed to having to answer, that kind of contrastive explanation, kind of question about His decisions.
Right, but I guess like the point here is that because it seems like we're both equally as reasonable to stipulate that they do disagree or to stipulate that they agree. I don't see how this helps us move the conversation forward.
I mean, I'm just saying that the question you're asking isn't much of an obstruction in moving forward, because in failing to answer it robustly, I'm no worse off than theists are in ordinary, contexts outside of riddles of omnipotence or whatever. Like, in just, positing really basic things about God's decisions within the world. Like, just as God A prefers left-handed molecules for the same reason in the actual world, the real God, supposedly preferred left-handed molecules, and the God B prefers right-handed molecules for the same reason that in some other possible world, the Christian God preferred right-handed molecules. What is there left to explain?
I thought it was like my goal to show that I can add in anything I want. Because look, they think just on their own, two omnipotent beings is impossible. So it doesn't matter anything that I add in. There's nothing that I can add that will change that, right? That's like basically the claim. Because contradictions cannot be resolved by adding things, correct?
I mean, I see what you're getting at.
So I just need a single account where if these conditions are true, then it's not possible. That's it.
Okay, but again, I just don't see how you've done that, because specifying what happens in one world is not sufficient to decide possibility for things that are modally complicated.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll stipulate that there's only ever one right thing to do in any given situation. God knows all the moral facts. God is perfectly rational, or like these beings are instead of God. And whatever they're directed towards, both beings are always directed towards the same thing. Okay, is there any problem with that?
Probably, but my brain is a little fatigued at the moment. I might have to pick up on this tomorrow after Thanksgiving.
Okay. You should talk to Ethan on it too, because I want to know what his thoughts are. Because he has the same powers view, and he thinks that, he actively said, these words escaped his mouth. God can lie as in he possesses the powers, but there's no
impossible things. He just doesn't want to exercise it necessarily. And then just say, and then when I say it seems pretty suspicious to have the power to make 1 + 1 = 3, I'll probably be like, I don't see a problem with it, as long as he doesn't actually ever do it. And then there will just be kind of impasse.
Well, I definitely don't want to go that far. I want to make it somewhat reasonable, but I definitely don't see the issue with just two guys who have
doesn't even seem like problematic for us. Like, you have the power to stop me to do something, and I can do it. And we don't think that's impossible. We both exist. That just on its own doesn't seem probable.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously not a problem for you and me to have choices that are completely reconciled. Whether it makes sense for us to be omnipotent on top of that is the issue, as opposed to something that's like close to omnipotence but doesn't quite make the cut.
If it doesn't work with like a single power, like if we just have one power, which like, you know, you could stop me, and you aren't, right? Like, if that is a world we live in, like, I just don't see how this means that you, like, I don't have that power right now. It's almost, you know, it actually reminds me of like somewhat of like the Problem of Evil, where it's kind of like what he allows is different from like what he could do. Does that make sense?
I think so.
Yeah, in this case, it's like what you allow is different from what you can do.
You said what you allow is different from what you can do. What did I miss here?
No, yeah.
I mean, I guess, usually because they're kind of like orthogonal. Like, usually because I can do either one or the other, and it's just contingent when I choose. But that's not going to be enforced for, God's hidden powers, like the power to lie.
Like, think of it like this in the case of like normal people. I have the power to stop my daughter from leaving the house, but I allow my daughter to leave the house. She obviously possesses the power to leave my house because there she goes walking. Like, it seems like all of them are occurring in that situation.
Well, just as a minor footnote, I don't think the powers people want to say, you do in fact have the power to let your daughter leave the house. You have some distinct, more general notion of an ability, but powers are like much smarter than abilities. You only have the power to do really, really, really low level things that often sort of culminate in eventualities like your daughter leaving the house, but don't necessarily have that longer range effect. In most cases will result in you voicing the term, the sentence, you're allowed to leave the house now, daughter. But usually, in basically all of the intuitive cases, there's going to be some metaphysical possibility of you doing. I guess, I'm not sure I know precisely. I know that term occurs in some sort of Alexander Proust article on omnipotence, but I don't remember. If you have his definition of perfect efficacy of will in mind, I don't remember what it is.
I don't know. It's just, if you will, an X occurs.
Impossible things as much as possible things.
Well, maybe it does. I guess I'm just trying to pick a case where it doesn't seem impossible on its own, but maybe you're going to try to make it, push it to that point. Right? I have the power, I'm perfectly efficacious to keep the door shut and prevent my daughter from leaving, but I allow her to leave, and so the door she's able to open it. I can't hear you if you're talking.
No, I'm just not sure I have that much more to contribute.
Okay. Yeah, we can try
know, hey, Andrew's not here.
Yeah,
I know you're wondering.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but thank you. I'll be
At least I hadn't heard him in a few hours.
Why does he just leave it there?
It draws people to the room. I think he knows that.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
MJ, did you read more on the horror stuff?
No, I'll have to wait until I get done with my dumb writing samples. I'm trying to get this out. I have to have these done by the 3rd of December. So I'm having to
Gotta work.
rush a little bit, but it's in the queue.
Sure. It's whatever. If you don't want to read it at all, it's fine too.
Oh, no, I do read it, for sure.
Good, because you'll be the person I can probably talk to the most on it, because I don't really want to.
I'll read it, so I've got to go in a minute. Can I ask you one quick question on the scenario that you presented to me before? Okay, so you said about sort of one omniscient, okay. So if being A is not going to do anything at all, right, okay, and being B is going to run everything, if being able to destroy being A,
Assuming that they were contingent, then yes.
being A wouldn't be able to do anything at all to stop its destruction.
Well, supposedly, this gets a little tricky here. If I said they have the power to, but they choose not to, is there a problem with that?
How to choose not to.
This is sort of like what Mark said at the end there, is that you might be committed to things like bringing about impossible events, but you just never choose to enact them.
Think about it. I'll get back to you some time. I've got to go now, right?
I don't know if you're still there, Mark, but I bet, even though it sounds really weird, I think that there are lots of people who wouldn't be like that unhappy to say God can do anything. I mean, that seems fine.
I think in the Bruce article where he and his co-author define perfect efficacy of will, they're like happy to bite the bullet and say, yeah, God can make 1 + 1 = 3. That's no problem.
Yeah. There's something, I think the idea initially is that when you think of anything, it's like, well, basically, like, could you even, maybe I should modify it, but I don't know, maybe this is a way to resolve both that intuition and both intuitions, I guess.
Do you think God has a potency to make himself cease to exist?
Yeah, he just chooses not to. Do you think that, there's something intuitive and unintuitive about it, I guess? I don't know.
Necessary or something.
Well, those people who say God is beyond modality.
Not in the sense that we were talking about yesterday, but not.
It's the same people who say God doesn't exist.
Oh, those, okay, the cloud of unknowing guys.
genus, that kind of school. Maybe that is very similar to that approach. Is that you say, yeah, he can do anything.
Does he have the potency to make himself such that if he were to try to make himself cease to exist, he would still exist?
Yes, he just doesn't want to. You just say yes, and it's like, yeah, that actually can be. I think that actually does solve it.
You should write a book that says that the title is The Answer is Yes.
If there's a question about God's capabilities or his not, just say yes. It exists for it's called Yes Man.
Is there like if he were to exercise a particular potency that would like make him cease to exist, do the potencies that would allow him to bring himself back into existence, are they still there, or is he gone?
I think they would be gone. I mean, potencies exist. It's like ropes and, well, at least like that one account that I showed you, like part of like our particulars of the object. But yeah, I think you'd be like, I mean, you could just say like, could this thing have the potency to make this object, including all its potencies, disappear?
The Humpty Dumpty would just never have to fall off the wall, so that potency is never actualized.
Yeah. This is the true classical theism.
And like if me and you are omnipotent, I can exercise the potency to make you cease to exist. If you're too lazy to block it before you notice what I'm doing to you. I would never do that to you, by the way.
I have to do it to you if you do something bad.
I guess, like if I wanted to be like this cosmic bully, you, I could maybe I back you into this McKeer like range corner where,
I mean, there's so many good other reasons to think why there can't be two gods, but just like there's a problem of two omnipotent things. I mean, one is just like theoretically it'd just be a terrible thing to say.
Multiplying or explanatory resources unnecessarily.
Yeah, literally, like you get not like what do you get out of it?
It's more beautiful.
It'd be really good if there was two good guys.
Look, I'm just talking about persons in one being. Okay, I'm just kidding.
You know, MJ, someone's Haiti. You remember Haiti?
I used to talk to her, yeah.
She asked me something, and I gave her a response, and before I gave her like the kind of more typical response, I actually thought maybe this is a reason to think the Trinity is true. Within my own view. So, she asked me, how does God know he's not a brain in a bat? I said I'm like more or less like an externalist about semantics. It's like the kind of causal, like they just wouldn't be meaningful to say. answers. At least on like the everyday idea of like how I understand this is like there needs to be a group of people that helps like form like the basically like the Davidson stuff. And
It's like what Jimmy was saying too.
And then I was, my God, because here's the thing, it has to be at least 3, and the reason why it can't be 2 is the other person doesn't actually settle the disagreement. It has to be 3.
Yeah, some principle of mediation or something.
Yeah, because it's 2 against 1. You know, either we all agree, we all disagree, or one person has to fall in line. Well, we all couldn't disagree, at least like not on like a about it. I mean, I guess it would be like an A or B or C, but I guess like in that case, if you're A, well, in that case, I guess it would have to be, depends on like what the proposition is. Maybe I could work it out, but I'll think about the part 2. Maybe in that case, you just be agnostic, but obviously God wouldn't be agnostic. But if we're talking about like if God had justifications and stuff, for anything that he is justified in, it would have to be on the basis of like that mutual group agreement too. That's really good. That's really good.
You better be fleshing out your ideas in writing. Get it out of your head.
Yeah. I should write it down. Maybe I'll do some writing this week. I actually have a bunch of notes I've written down over some time. And I revisit them, I just forget about them.
No. Don't tell me that. I'm going to get mad. Gotta get it out of your head. Must. It is your duty.
No, I should. I will. You know what? I will. I'll write it down this weekend. Don't make me forget that part though. I don't know. I probably won't. There's like 3 little chance I'll forget that.
I feel like this room should have like a Substack where everybody could like write something and then people can respond to it and it can like guide the conversations that happen in the room. People can comment and stuff. Or maybe not everyone can. Maybe you gotta earn it or something. But everybody can comment.
That's just the text shit.
Not good enough.
The Substack would be like the VIP one.
Behind the paywall.
Morning, Anna.
Morning. Sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you guys.
Well, I just could hear you talking, breathing. I figured you might want to say something.
Yeah, I was good. See how y'all doing anything for Thanksgiving night?
Yeah, I know.
Turkey's in the oven.
That's good. We had a thing with friends last night. I was there till after midnight. It's fun.
I bought my mom a better night set than I have for Christmas. But I brought it over last week and I was like, better use these for Thanksgiving and let me know how they are.
She's your beta sister, huh?
Yeah. Well, I have Japanese knives. These are German knives. I've never used German knives.
this like wooden casing.
Do you guys think the mask is still a real thing?
Is a real thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. You can see you can like literally see it.
I don't know when I was researching about it.
You guys think it's better?
Hmm?
You guys think it's like better?
Yeah. Well, I know
That's a different question. I don't know if it's any better. I mean, it probably has different qualities of the metal than your typical rolled steel or cold forged or whatever. They're all going to have different chemical properties. But which one's better for knives? I don't know.
Why is reality not nice like that? I've never heard it this quiet in this room. It's freaking me out.
Yeah, it's morning on a holiday, that's why.
Albino, could I please have mods?
No.
Why not?
We're not supposed to give mods to people that, like, only Andrew can give mods to people that aren't like the regulars.
Yeah.
Didn't Andrew say that he trusts his mods to do whatever they want?
This was a new rule, first of all, but I don't think that was ever a rule to do that.
Well, pretty sure it was, but
I don't know.
But this specific thing was recently discussed, so. A person who shall not be named was doing naughty things.
Congress.
He said they shall not be named. So even if you guess, you're not going to get a yes. But Abe is still trying. Oh God, not Megatron. I got it.
Why does Barth have a picture of a lady being stabbed by like 10 swords?
7.
It's the funniest.
Religious iconography, I swear to no God, is the most fucking crazy thing I've ever seen.
It's the 7 deadly sins.
Saints.
Our Lady of Sparrow.
Albino, I did a whole anti-theistic room before. I think we should do that here.
You can argue for whatever you want, man. It's open right now.
Oh, cool. Okay. Harmful, especially historically, and that probably the vast majority of the way that religion is interpreted and practiced is overall a net negative to the planet than positive.
Oh, really?
Yes, really.
Don't take the bait. Don't take the bait.
Let me give you some pushback on that.
Go ahead, and then I'll give my evidence after.
Alright. A meta-analysis of 50 studies show that those who are religious tend to engage in less crime compared to the non-religious. They engage in less drug abuse, less premarital sex, less divorce, and have higher rates of marital satisfaction, and also tend to be associated with less depression.
Can you link that, please? If I may.
Yeah, that study is called "If You Love Me, Keep My Commandments," a meta-analysis of 50 studies. Sorry, a meta-analysis of studies on the relation between crime and religiosity.
So, first I want to respond that number one, I think all those are highly open to like interpretation. I don't think it's a good thing necessarily to not have sex before marriage. You're framing that as if that's like a good thing. To me, that looks like people are like sex repressed and they're being encouraged to like not go out and actually like live their lives. But number two is that just in general, the happiest countries and the way that we like measure them from like the happiness index and GDP and generally just like through like polls, overwhelmingly they tend to be the non-religious countries. And the more non-religious countries tend to be better off and have higher qualities of life for their citizens all around than the highly religious countries, and especially the countries where like there's no separation of church and state and religious legislation. Like this is completely fucked up, and those tend to be some of like the worst human rights violations on the planet. So that's number one. But number two is that we conveniently skipped over like history of religion, right? And I think you probably even agree, Aga, that like if we measure historically the way religion's been interpreted and practiced, for sure that is a net negative and not a net benefit. If you want to argue against that, then like be my guest. But religion's been around for like 3,000 years or so, at least, in some organized form, and those years have been like nothing but like horror for the whole planet.
In response to your first point, that premarital sex is subjectively bad, merely subjectively bad, I can just point to the consequences of premarital sex. So premarital sex is highly correlated with birth out of wedlock or a single parenthood, raising a child in a single parent household. Now, being raised in a single parent household is the best predictor for negative social outcomes in the child. So, for instance, is the best predictor for drug abuse, criminality, blah, 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 blah. In response to your second point, that certain countries, the more religious the country is, the worse it tends to do economically and socially. Well, when we look inside those countries and we look at the level of individuals, inside prosperous countries, individuals who are high in religiosity tend to engage in less crime compared to those low in religiosity. So at the individual level, the correlation reverses. And surely we should be looking at the individual level, not at the country level, because such analysis is marred by multiple confounders and multiple confounding variables. Now, when it comes to history is debatable. I would argue that science and human rights, Christian countries, predominantly Christian nations, were responsible for the development of the scientific process and for human rights innovations like ending slavery, blah, blah, blah. And certainly atheist countries have partaken in their own share of human rights abuses. So, for instance, the biggest genocides in the 20th century were carried out by atheist regimes. So I would say even looking at history doesn't support your assertion.
Okay, so number one, this argument really has to be like put to bed. The idea that like somehow the Stalin or Pol Pot or whatever, like these countries were quote atheistic. They lack the belief in a God. But when I'm talking about
about atheism. I'm talking more about like secular.
Thanks for conceding the point.
Which is that those countries, right, engaging in like the kind of like cult worship of their leader and a lot of superstitious nonsense and obviously like lack of human rights. That's not what I'm talking about when I'm talking about like well-being and secularism.
Can you define atheism for me?
Atheism is the lack of belief in gods.
Yeah, when you said those countries had a lack of belief in God, you're just like conceding they're atheistic. Thank you.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. That's like saying if I had a mustache, if I'm mustache.
You're not saying atheism is irrelevant. Religiosity and atheism is irrelevant to negative social outcomes.
No, what I'm saying is the fact that they happen to be atheists as well. That's not relevant to them being like anti-human.
Well, surely it's relevant because I'm looking at the correlation between non-religiosity and social outcomes. And if I point to countervailing evidence in which countries high in atheism have negative social outcomes, you can't just sweep that under the rug.
No, what I can say is I can say that like your reason for attributing that to atheism is non-existent. Whereas if we look at like religious countries,
it's based on the correlation. So what do you mean it's not?
I don't even have a correlation. I have a causation. I can literally show you like documents from like the
well, it's not right. I have a plausible causal.
That would justify like burning women alive at the stake because they thought that they were witches, right? You don't have anything like that from atheism. Yeah, because atheism doesn't.
Sure, I do. Okay, here's the causal mechanism whereby atheism can increase social disorder or it can increase genocides. People who don't believe in God are less likely to believe in an afterlife and an infinite punishment for misdeeds. Believing in infinite punishment for misdeeds surely is a what do you mean that's illegitimate? It's a plausible causal mechanism.
Yeah, but it's not plausible. Atheists are some of the least violent.
Like the least violent people on the planet?
No, again, these are people who, in addition to lacking a belief in God, also had a bunch of other crazy beliefs that were not justified and not reasonable.
There you go.
Yeah.
So they're atheists. So you're telling me the correlation between their atheism comes down to other social factors. Well, I can just run the same argument for religion. I can see in history, whenever religious people misbehave, their behavior comes down to their social factor.
But here you can't, right? Because if I can show you the freaking Pope or like, some authority in Christianity literally writing, okay, everyone, I believe in witches because it says it in the Bible. Let's go out and kill the witches, right? That's not just correlative. That's actually like, fuck, this dude really believed what he was saying, and he was going out and murdering innocent people on the basis of his religious beliefs.
Yeah,
that's the evidence, and that's the evidence that religion is harmful. And I have a lot more of that.
And I can run the exact same parallel argument for atheism. I can demonstrate right now that atheists are less likely to believe in objective morals. They think, since morals cannot be part of the natural world, cannot be part of an atheistic world, or unlikely, or doesn't really fit into the natural world, therefore objective morals don't exist. There's also no punishment for afterlife. Ultimately, morals, what you ought to do, just depends on what your personal preferences, and therefore I'm free to engage in whatever I feel.
Even if this is true, not believing in objective morals is not the same as murdering innocent people. The fact that atheists are open-minded and they acknowledge objective morals, it doesn't.
Nobody said beliefs are identical to actions, but beliefs guide actions.
Yeah, they certainly do. And when you have crazy religious beliefs that are
so now you're not saying this is the point.
No. What I'm saying is I can demonstrate that people who were religious, they really believed they were doing something good. And when we look back, they were actually completely delusional.
Yeah, atheists were also believing they were doing something good, and they were completely delusional.
If you cannot show me, right, anyone who's ever written a statement saying, since I'm an atheist, I'm going to go murder innocent people. Never happened. You have people who
Have you heard of the League of Militant Atheists? Those were people in France during the French Revolution who said, hey, we should kill all these religious people because, God does not exist and these people are just misleading everybody. And,
Yeah, and also I don't have to show you explicit beliefs. I can just show you implicit beliefs that atheists have, which is likely to increase violence, such as non-belief in an afterlife, non-belief in a deity who punishes you forever, non-belief in objective morals.
First of all, these syllogisms are not, like, you can make a valid argument, but that doesn't mean it's sound. So just saying, oh, it's more likely, you don't actually know this. Like I told you, it's not giving you reasonable that an atheist
Giving you some data and causal mechanism.
Yeah, but the point is that at the end of the day, when you look at the actual data right now, right, modern day times, you tried to hand wave when I pointed out that all the best countries to live in are non-religious countries. So your whole like fear mongering here of like, oh, when you're not religious, you're gonna start killing people and you don't care and you know you become nihilistic. This is not borne out by the actual data, right? You can look at
the point of the meta-analysis of 50 studies which show that there's a correlation between non-religiousness and violence.
Okay, Japan is a highly irreligious society. It has literally it has the lowest crime rate on the planet. Some of the lowest crime rates on the planet.
Do you have a meta-analysis of Well, you can't look at the country level because at the country level, countries are going to differ by multiple variables. So there's going to be like many different variables which differ between countries which affect crime rates. Like, for instance, here's an example. Religious countries tend to have much more young people, while young people tend to commit the overwhelming majority of crime. Okay, here's another factor. In highly developed nations, less people identify as religious because a large percentage of the population expect some material benefit from their religion. Okay, so in a non-religious country, they have less reasons to behave or identify as religious. There you go, two confounding variables. So we should be looking at the individual level where we compare same cautious, same demographic variables. One person differs in religiousness. Sorry, one person's high religious, the other person's an atheist. That's how we should be comparing, whether atheism or determining whether atheism leads to violence or not. Well, you're naive univariate analysis where you expect that at a country level, you can, based on correlations at a country level, you can determine whether some factor is tied to violence and extremism or not.
Well, what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying it's the sole variable. I'm saying it's a very significant one. And certainly certainly historically, you can see this in the way that like the governing bodies justify like horrific acts of violence and torture, which they literally like explicitly refer to their religious texts and beliefs. But even if you think that, okay, oh, that was in the past, and you acknowledge that point, and you think, oh, nowadays it's different. Nowadays religion is like more calm and it's more open-minded, and now it's actually beneficial. But anytime you point to a benefit, like if you say, number one, I don't know, like you believe God's watching out for you, all of these, and you believe you're less stressed or whatever, all of these things, you have to acknowledge that even if it's true, that they're useful, that's just an argument from pragmatism. It doesn't make it true. So you can say that religion is good for society.
What is the topic we're discussing right now? You just conceded to the argument. What is the topic we're discussing right now? It's that is religion or atheism more useful to society, or what leads to better societies? And just to respond point by point, because they seem to be galloping. So first of all, I have a meta-analysis of 50 studies which showed that at the individual level, even within atheistic nations or secular nations, people who are not religious tend to engage in more crime. Second, you said that religious people explicitly refer to their texts when committing such violence. Okay, I can say the same thing about atheists. Atheists have historically referred to...
Atheists don't have texts. That doesn't make sense.
Just want to finish it. Atheists have specifically referred to their atheistic beliefs when committing violence. So, for instance, they said, "Oh, look at these stupid religious people. They're just like misleading. They're keeping people in abject poverty. It's just much better to kill these people." Third,
there's a high correlation between atheism and violence. As when you look back to the history of the 20th century, that's just immediately obvious. 4, you don't have to explicitly refer to your beliefs for it to be a causal mechanism or a causal factor in determining your behavior. So for instance, you can just lack of a belief in something and it can spur you to violence. So for instance, if you don't believe you're ever going to get caught, it's a lack of a belief in getting caught. It just means you're more likely to commit violence. In the same way, atheists don't believe that there's infinite punishment for sins, which can increase their probability of committing violent acts.
That doesn't seem right. Wouldn't it be that they believe that they're not going to get caught?
No, they become more desensitized and eventually.
Yeah, in the case of the atheists, they're going to believe they're not going to be punished. Okay. What's your point, Albedo?
I wouldn't want to do it on the lack. I would want to say it's on the basis that they do believe something.
Yeah, and the atheist believes that they're not going to be punished after death.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing that says the causal.
Yeah, there you go. So causal mechanisms don't have to be explicitly stated by the person. Sorry, I meant causal mechanism, not just what is explicitly stated by the person. They can be implicit beliefs.
Yeah, but you're in the unenviable position of having to demonstrate inherent beliefs which don't leave any type of trace or trail or scripture. Whereas I could easily point to a link between people doing horrific acts in the 1400s, let's say, and the way they justified that with their religious belief. So, at the very least, I think trying to draw an analogy between, I think Brian in the chat, he might put it well, that humans themselves in general over history have tended to be violent, right? In many ways. I kind of agree with that. But what I'm talking about in modern times is secular humanism, which again, as a secular humanist, I would not agree with the idea of those people in the 1800s saying, kill religious people because they're dumb and we gotta get out of there or whatever. I don't agree with that because I don't agree with that type of violent justification. So the fact that people were deluded, primates, confused, justifying their violence through various philosophies is not the same as me talking about atheism / secular humanism. I'm talking more about the values of the Enlightenment and the way that's actually put into society. We've never really had a secular humanist country ever. The closest we've gotten is in modern times is the less religious countries now, and they're not perfect, but they're getting closer, and they're doing better.
The birth rates are low.
Yeah, the values of secular humanism and the values of the Enlightenment spurred the French Revolution, and the French Revolution was perfused with violence, specifically secular violence against religious people. Second, I can demonstrate the causal mechanism between implicit beliefs and violence. So the way you can demonstrate that is through priming studies. Priming God concepts or supernatural concepts has been shown to increase self-control and priming people with deterministic beliefs. Third, there's a very strong correlation between atheism and violence. So for instance, like I showed, the meta-analysis of 50 studies show that non-religious adults tend to engage in more crime. Second, atheists tend to score higher in scales of sociopathy and dark triad personality. Atheists tend to rate other atheists as being high in dark triad. What's the last thing I wanted to say? Well, I think that's enough.
But isn't he going to always appeal to pragmatism? So he's never going to delete religion, right? He already conceded that he's going to promote the values that suit him or that are conducive in society. He already admitted to that. So he's not, even on the Abe's view, you're never going to get rid of religion. You're always going to use the aspects, using pragmatism.
That didn't make sense. But the point is this: I don't know why you keep repeating non-religious people tend to be more violent. If you look at rates of incarceration,
Because there's a meta-analysis of 50 studies when I decided it. That's why.
Okay, but I need to see what you're talking about because it doesn't make any sense. The overwhelming majority of people who are incarcerated tend to be religious.
Okay, I'm just gonna read from the meta-analysis. Okay, do you agree that a meta-analysis is like the highest form of evidence you can like cite in social science?
I think it's up there.
No, I mean a meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials is the highest. It's the best form of evidence you can
done correctly and peer reviewed and reproducible and so on and so forth.
Okay, I'm gonna write 2 meta-analyses here on the effect of religiousness on crime.
Before you, my last point is, you're essentially arguing we should lie to people that a God exists because it makes them less likely to cheat. It's basically what you're doing.
Okay. No, remember we're discussing what is more socially, what leads to greater social benefit. Atheism. Yeah, and you said atheism clearly agrees that atheism leads to more social benefits. Okay, I'm countering that.
Hold on. But being beneficial to me means, as the principles of secular humanism, not lying to your citizens that a God is watching them and that's why you should cheat. But go ahead.
Well, I'm merely approaching the subject from a consequentialist perspective, like what leads to better social outcomes. Okay, so it's called If You Love Me, Keep My Commandments, a meta-analysis of the effect of religion on crime, Journal of Research in Crime and Delinquency. Do religious beliefs and behaviors deter criminal behavior? We do a meta-analysis of 60 previous studies based on 2 questions. What is the direction of the magnitude of the effect of religion on crime? And the results of this meta-analysis show that religious beliefs and behaviors exert a moderate deterrent effect on individuals' criminal behavior. Okay? So, yeah. Now, if you're going to say that religiousness is associated with more crime, you need to provide evidence that contradicts, countervailing evidence that undermines this meta-analysis.
I'll just bring down
what about the Ukrainian pogroms? What about the Mao's China? What about, I don't know, I can point to a Pol Pot killing, I don't know, millions of his own citizens.
I just said right now in modern society.
Okay, a modern society? There's no modern society which is overwhelmingly atheistic.
There's nothing that's overwhelmingly, but there's...
besides North Korea and China, but we know China condones human slavery, and we know North Korea is not the paragon of atheistic secular ethics.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this is the point. There's never been an actual secular humanist country yet, but there are countries that come close to it. Some of the most non-religious ones are like Japan.
The non-Scotland fallacy. Remember, we're discussing atheism versus theism, and you made the assertion, you claim that atheism has better social outcomes. When I pointed to all the evidence, you switched to a different subject, which is secular humanism, and you just assert, oh, well, look, these countries are misbehaving, they're atheistic, but it doesn't matter because none of them are secular humanists.
I love it. I didn't say it doesn't matter, I said it's just not the case. The point is this: the closer a country comes to being secular humanist, overall, better off they usually are. And that's something. What do you think we can demonstrate?
Humanism is some sort of esoteric philosophy in the halls of academia. It's not like it's a philosophy, a moral philosophy widely adopted by people. So the assertion that a closer country comes to secular humanism, the better off it is, simply not borne out in any sort of real world evidence or data.
That literally is like it's.
I was just thinking about that. He's not going to eliminate like the Torah laws in banking system, right? And lending money. He's just talking about one aspect of society, which, you know what, I will agree with him that there there are some secular views that are better now than they were before because of religion, right? I have to concede on that, but he's not wiping away the entire system of the values that religion has to show. And that with the Torah, I mean, I'm just saying the banking system, it's going to be difficult to extract. You won't, because it's practical. You won't remove things like that. So it's always going to be part of society.
I have no clue why you think the banking system is based on the Torah.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. If it was, then you couldn't charge interest.
You obviously don't know what I'm talking about. I'll post the Wikipedia.
Now, if you want to discuss whether atheism is true or not, we can discuss that too. But I thought we were discussing which produces better societies.
Yeah, but no, I wanted to stick on this for a moment because would you agree that historically, not modern society, like 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, would you agree that like you can literally you don't have to be a historical scholar. You could just thumb through like a history book, and it's literally just, and on this year, religious people were killing religious people, and on this year, religious people were burning alive other religious people, and that goes on for a good 1,000 years at least. So, do you acknowledge that that's like a causal link between people's insane superstitious beliefs and their like radical violent behavior?
Is he misusing this social development? Yeah, that's what he's doing.
The way we establish the links is not just like looking at correlation. We look at whether the cause precedes the effect. What is the robustness of the correlation? As in, if you get rid of the one of the variables, does the other variable decrease? Wow. Okay. Let's just
apologetics is so wild. Like, I can literally show you,
this is not apologetics, it's called Bradford Hill criteria. Like, it's just like a secular criteria for establishing causation between two variables.
Is the causation good enough if the fucking Pope himself says, like, we need to get rid of all the witches, go burn them? Is that a good enough
causation? Good enough if the dictator himself says we need to get rid of religious people?
The Pope would get arrested if he's promoting violence like that.
No, it's not a good enough one because, again, nothing in secular humanism supports that.
I mean, we're discussing atheism, right? And there are things that secular humanism doesn't give you, like, very good, what's the word? Secular humanism is not even a coherent ideology. It doesn't tell you what you ought to do in certain circumstances.
Secular humanism.
Secular humanism depends on your presuppositions. What you ought to do in a certain circumstance depends on your presuppositions. Because
secular humanism is a naturalistic worldview informed by a lot of different things, primarily science and empiricism.
Okay. I can discuss secular humanism, but it seems like you're pushing the goalposts. When all your assertions are refuted, you just moved on to a different subject.
It's not refuted. My point is this. If you have to paint me every time I talk about secular humanism and you try to push me into a box with like Stalin or Mao because they were atheists, that's missing my point. I don't support what they did. So it's trying to strawman me whenever you try to like say I'm like that. I don't support what they did. And I don't support what the religious people did either.
Well, I don't think you support what they do either, so why are you doing the same thing? It's like you both are doing the same thing.
Well, both doing the one thing. I'm not doing the thing. Okay, I cited a meta-analysis of 50 studies. I cited research that priming God concepts can increase self-control and decrease certain forms of immoral behavior. I cited evidence. He did nothing of that sort. He cited some country-level correlation.
Well, it's just the idea that albeit when you said we're both doing it, I'm certainly not like arguing that AGA would support burning witches. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that his religious beliefs have changed and evolved almost primarily because of breakthroughs in secularism and humanism and science.
if science and all this stuff didn't come along, religious people would still probably be burning witches. They'd be that delusional. They would think that there's like demons and spirits and devils. The thing that got them out of it wasn't their religion. They were rescued by secularism. So,
okay, well, no, okay. If you want to discuss that topic, I can, but I wanted to respond to something you said previously, which is, the mere correlation between violence and religiousness establishes a causal link. Well, no, the way you establish causal links is you look at the robustness of the relationship. So, for instance, you examine if you get rid of the religiousness variable, does violence go down? Well, apparently it does not, because you look at the 20th century, even without religion, violence levels were as high or even higher compared to when they were religious. Now, respond to what you said, that secularism lifted humanity out of the crutches of religion or ignorance. No, false. In fact, religious people came up with the scientific method. So Francis Bacon formalized the scientific method, and religion was crucial, instrumental in the formalization of the method. Specifically, and you can look at this historically, the reason why the scientific method developed in Christian countries as opposed to somewhere else is because Christians believe that God has free choice in creating the natural world, and therefore, as opposed to the Greeks, they didn't try to derive natural facts a priori from the armchair, because, God's, from knowledge about God, you can't derive what type of natural world might exist. So they thought, no, you have to go out into the natural world and actually observe it in order to find out what it's like. And that's why Christianity, that's one of the instrumental factors why the scientific method developed in Christian countries as opposed to somewhere else.
This is a very broad stroke interpretation. I don't think that's true. I also don't think it's true that you said just because the fact that some of the people who contributed to like scientific methodologies were religious. First of all, that's kind of unfair. Everybody was religious back then to some degree, or they identified as such because you basically couldn't come out of the closet.
Just like they are today.
You have to be religious, so that doesn't really justify anything. Furthermore, the methodology that they use, the reason it was so effective was precisely because it excluded religious belief. Even if Bacon or whatever was religious, the way they set up the methodology about mathematics and evidence and reproducibility, all of that completely excludes any type of like a priori assumption, dogmatism, that is like the bedrock of religious belief. So, yeah, I think there's like this fundamental difference between the two.
Well, although I agree the scientific method excludes certain, well, actually, that's not even true. The scientific method does not exclude supernatural explanations. So people have tried to test, the existence of a vital force. So like a force in the universe, like a life force.
I don't know, like Elon Vital or something.
Yeah, something like that. They tried to test scientifically all kinds of like the existence of a soul, blah, 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 blah. So the scientific method itself does not exclude supernatural concepts.
The reason why people came up with
this specific method is because they thought God would create an intelligible world. So they thought God is rational, and therefore he would create an intelligible world. And you can't a priori derive what type of world he's going to create, because he has free choice in creating whatever he wants to create, and therefore you should observe the natural world. So the foundational beliefs of Christianity were instrumental in the development of the scientific process.
Yeah, again, I just think that's kind of unfair. Saying that it was developed, it was like a factor. It was a factor in everything, because since religion had all the power and all the money, they like supported. Like you could easily try to make the argument the way you're arguing. You could say, "Oh, all the great art was because of Christianity," but that's not true. It's just true because Christians had all the money, so they became the sponsors for all the great artists.
Why do you think Christians have all the money? Do you think it's because Christianity is better
because they exploited the
Christianity thriving societies? Is that why they had all the money?
Because they exploited the ignorant masses. That's how they got the money. And also doing crusades. That's how they got the money too.
Why can't you just say the Jews are rich because they're God's chosen people? Why can't you?
And also accusing people of being witches. Whereupon, after they murdered them and burnt them at the stake, they took all their assets and divided it up in between the church. So,
well, now you just mean that Christianity led to economically prosperous societies, and therefore that's why science developed in such a.
Like I said, because once you have a church that's fabulously wealthy, they're going to give back crumbs, and they're going to sponsor artists and scientists, and that's just what they did. The Catholic Church, let's say, one of the most powerful organizations in human history and on the planet right now, completely tax-free, by the way, which is unforgivable. The fact that they, commissioned works of art and, the Sistine Chapel or whatever, and all this stuff. This was because they didn't have any more, they couldn't take more money. They had so much money that they literally said, how do we spend this money as like a reinvestment into our own scam? So, yeah, saying that they supported some scientists and that they supported artists or whatever, this is not an argument that they contributed. They didn't even know what the fuck they were doing. Most of the Christian in history, Christians had opposition towards science. That's the reason they fought, burning people at the stake. They burned scientists at the stake. Giordano Bruno, they killed him. They almost killed Galileo, but he had to apologize, and then they just put him under house arrest for the rest of his life. This is not an organization that is benevolently manufacturing and supporting science and art. This is a completely ridiculous interpretation of the events.
I'm pretty sure now at this point you're just conceding the argument. The argument is, the idea is that Christianity was responsible for producing the scientific method because Christianity produces economically prosperous societies. And economically prosperous societies then have time and resources to invest into other pursuits like art, science, and so forth. Thank you.
That is not what I said. What I would say is Christianity produces extravagantly wealthy organizations like the church.
Yeah,
they used and extracted and sucked out all the resources from people.
You have to add Judaism to that. Yeah.
That's not society. The church is not society. That's just the church. I will acknowledge that once the church existed and they had a bunch of money, they tended to support patrons of the arts and sciences, in spite of them being a church. They didn't even know what the fuck they were doing half the time. They were just doing it because they were like, oh yeah, we need a nice building. It only helped them when it was helping them with their dogmatic beliefs. The moment what the scientists discovered went against the dogmatic beliefs, that the Earth wasn't actually
religious.
I can't follow your non sequitur stuff, so just gotta finish.
It's just a little too advanced for you. That's why. I mean, I understand.
He thinks Christianity leads to economic prosperity, which then trickles down to the sciences and the arts, and that's why science and arts develop.
It grows and gains money in the same way that when a cancer feeds off other cells, it gets bigger. Yes,
there you go. He's giving the point again. What do you call the accumulation of wealth besides economic prosperity, Abe?
Theft.
Okay, you might call it theft. What is there to steal from unless you, the surrounding, unless you can tax people?
They did tax people.
Yes.
Do you not think that when you have a population of incredibly ignorant, superstitious, and broken peasants, and you literally preach to them that extra ecclesiam nunc salus, that outside of the church there is no salvation, you must come, confess your sins to us, and then give us money and then you'll be forgiven. Do you not think that had an effect over 2,000
Alone comes Protestantism, and then America is established. I mean,
Of course, it had an effect. People gave them money, but what do you think? Like poor peasants can give you a lot of money. Like obviously there had to be some. There had to exist a
thousands of people giving money, and then they took the money and then they bought land with it, and the land went up in value. Do you know the Catholic Church is one of the biggest?
The land goes up in value.
I did not say that. I didn't say why. I didn't say why.
It's a possible scenario, though.
It happened. Science happened to come about in the modern form. And
again, the church didn't oppress scientists. They oppressed certain scientists and certain particular views. But I can point to the correlation.
That's not very scientific.
I mean, I can even admit it. Do we still do that now? No, we don't.
The reason I'm saying Christianity was responsible for the scientific method is because for